last night or
Oh, they're going to be. No, Monday.
I haven't seen it.
We do live on the swamp.
Oh, I did. I read it at the bookstore.
Down, like, just reading the middle of this night, and it felt like every individual
Oh, awesome.
Your driveway was just like that.
Yeah, I was just talking to John about it.
Yeah, otherwise he'll be all alone.
So wet. Wow.
There must have been a lot more rain today now.
Yeah, there's actually a joint coordination call this afternoon, but he isn't here today, but he sent me the invite. They were talking about closing the road.
There's a run around.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Not gonna rain a lot.
And if you write it, I can just bring your binder back and just flip out that front page.
You don't let this something about flood or something, it's raining.
Yeah, they're right about flooding.
The girl
Actually,
for
Seth is driving
chatting with
out
me.
the driving lesson.
Oh, wow, great. So they're gonna get right.
I know.
No, can you?
Well, how did you drive?
Oh, God. So you just spit it in spare.
I might actually.
No, I
Okay, now. 4 minutes run. So, my drive back.
Another 4 minutes.
Another 4, 3.
My house is always outside.
And then reality.
look at her. No,
But, she waits.
Thankfully my black and white striped t-shirt is eminent wash. Okay, next time we should actually plan it. It would be very funny.
I like that.
Jeff and Akbar.
So you get it right at your own.
I like that.
They won't
Totally get that. Other than that, you are?
Thank you, Colin.
So, the lab is closed. It was so slow, it was amazing.
I saw that. It's not here. It just came right.
No, and then they said it on the radio too, so it was oh, Megan was away and it was
Well, like it's mentioned this year. By the school.
Yeah, on the third.
I just very underserved. Strict.
And I think just the way
What's that?
well, I was even thinking about something that was interesting about where homes and amenity put into something. It's an unhardened, it's a gravel path, call it very parallel to the neighborhood. And it was, it's added increased costs. It only gets put over to the owner and the buyer. I was thinking that because it's not used, and then it was served with lights, and they put lights in. The light bulb, all 3/4 in the front of us, which is now a municipal responsibility to do that.
Oh, okay.
So anyway, yeah.
It's running late. It's running late.
Yeah, he was doing us a favor.
I know. Okay. Dad, I wonder what happened.
I abandoned you.
Assumptions go to risk. Oh, because we're around.
It's far more fun.
That's kind of funny.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I will call our District of Tofino Special Council meeting to order for 9 a.m. on the last day of January, holy cow, 2020. And I'll first acknowledge that we're meeting today and conducting our business on Tla-o-qui-aht territory, and just remind everybody that we are filming today's meeting, and so, hello. Can I please have a motion to adopt the agenda? Thank you. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Thank you. Motion carried. All right, so now that we're into it, we have a long day, so let's pace ourselves and take breaks accordingly. So just say so. Lunch is being brought in around noon. Okay, noon. So, but we'll take a break this morning and we'll take another break this afternoon. If you need to just leave quickly for 2 minutes, then just go ahead and do so. But yeah, okay. All right. So the first item on the agenda today is some correspondence from the Wickaninnish Community School Society, and we knew that this was going to be coming. Good morning, Andrew. And so it's there before you, and I thought Erin or Nyla, did you want to speak to this? Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So that correspondence is there from the society, but will be addressed in the recreation portion of the presentation. But if there's any questions that Council has in advance of the presentation, we can answer those now, or we can wait until it comes out in the budget meeting.
Thanks. So unless anything was burning, I suggest we just wait until we get there. Okay, great, good. Okay, terrific. Okay. Oh, yeah.
I gotta run up and grab my
Oh, sure, yeah, in your truck. Okay. You'll need your keys. Okay, now comes the part where everyone else does a lot of talking. Thank you. Thanks for bringing all the work you've done to get us to today. I know it's a tremendous amount.
Thank you. So today is the second budget meeting for the 2020 to 2024 draft financial plan. The presentation that we have prepared for you today focuses on the detailed operating budget as well as the proposed projects over the next 5 years. So a version of this presentation will be put up and available on the website. With this presentation being difficult to navigate without a presentation, we will be inserting some explanatory notes and providing slides that make the most amount of sense to put on the website. So I'll provide a brief overview of what we'll cover today, and before I get into that, I just wanted to mention to Council that we brought the presentation into the Financial Services Department for this meeting so we could have the same format for the entire presentation, and so because of that, it will be new to all the managers in terms of presenting, and there may be some questions, particularly with respect to the operating budget, that may come my way, and I may need to help clarify some of those numbers. So forgive us because this will be new for everyone, but we hope to just get better at this with the next one. We will appreciate some feedback from Council if the format is not quite working, and we'll try and improve upon that for the next meeting. So we will go over the financial planning process to date. I'll start out with that, talk about how we got to today's meeting. At the end of the meeting, we'll summarize everything. We're talking about where the process goes from there. Each manager will come up and present their operating budgets in detail, discuss any variances that over the previous year or that we'll see over the next 5 years. And that's basically a summary of that detailed financial planning document that's in the agenda packages and that you received in the budget binders. Then the managers will present on their projects. So they'll do the operating budget first for each service area and go into the projects. And the projects will be presented in the order that they appear in the agenda and in the order that they appear in your budget binders. So I highly recommend when the project slides come up that you turn to that section of the binder and agenda and follow along that way. Then I'll present the financial officer's report, which the main focus of that report will be on summarizing the 2020 budget, also providing some statistics on tax shifting within the province, specific to resort municipalities, as well as a draft tax rates for municipal taxes only. We don't have any requisition taxes from the other agencies at this point, so our focus today will be on municipal taxes. Then we will have recommendations for early budget approvals, which we typically do at this time of year. So we can get started on some items that are usually in the current financial plan, but we would like to get our council's approval on before we proceed on some of those bigger items. So the early budget approvals will be noted throughout the presentation by each of the managers. So in the bottom right-hand corner of the project slides, you'll see that early budget approval has been requested. The managers will note that, but I'll bring them all back at the end of the presentation for council's consideration. So I just want to mention some of the information that you have available to you that we've provided either before the meeting or that you have on your table this morning. After the December 3rd public consultation, we presented to council that feedback at the January 14th meeting. We felt it would be beneficial for council to have that feedback in front of you today, so we've provided copies of that at the table. And I have a feeling it may not be there, and if it isn't, it's to come. It is, okay, great. I wasn't sure I saw it there. The presentation slides have been printed for you today to take notes and take with you for future reference. The consolidated 2020 budget, which is on a legal size sheet, has been provided today, printed out for comments. It's going to be a little bit small to read on the screen, so we felt that it was beneficial to have that for you. And the budget binders and agenda package include the same information, and those, please feel free to follow along as we go through the presentation. I have provided a few definition slides at the end of your presentation. I'm not going to present those today, but they're there for reference if there's acronyms you're not used to or some definitions of some material that we're going through. Please refer to that. And lastly, please feel free to stop staff along the way. We want there to be a thorough discussion today, and it really helps us to leave with a sense of understanding of what we can do to balance the financial plan before we bring it back to the third and final budget meeting.
So one last thing, could you just kind of remind us all about, well, at the end of the meeting, we will have a closed session to deal with some matters, and so, well, maybe I'll just say it then. So if something comes up where there's a question that's kind of related to that, it's a bit awkward sometimes, but we just need to remember that we will be discussing that in the closed portion of the meeting. So.
And staff, our managers, when they do come up with that, we've noted those sections of the slides, so they are prepared to comment on that if it does come up. So just want to talk for a moment about how we got to today's meeting. The first budget meeting was on October 31st. Prior to that, managers submit their budget material by August 1st, and we work in-house and with the management team to come up with budget material that is that we all feel comfortable with presenting to council, that aligns with council's strategic priorities at that first meeting. So the first meeting focused largely on the projects proposed over the 5 years. Not a lot on the operating budget, but we have a lot of that content for you today. December 3rd was our first consultation session, and it was the first year, during my time anyhow, where we added 2 consultation sessions. So the first one was quite early in the process, and council has the benefit of having that feedback in consideration of today's financial plan. That feedback was presented on January 14th. The completed assessment roll was received early January, and we used that completed assessment roll to draft municipal tax rates only, which we'll go over later today. At the end of March, we'll receive the revised assessment roll after any appeals are decided and some amendments to the roll take place. Then we will use that final revised assessment roll to prepare final tax rates on the balanced financial plan. So here we are at today's second budget meeting. And on February 18th, I just want to note that public consultation in a town hall has been scheduled from 4:30 to 6:30 at the community hall. So before I pass it off to the management team, I'm just going to go over the financial services and administration budget and summarize some of the larger revenue sources and larger expenditures that are in the administration section of the financial statements. So you'll see this type of format throughout today's presentation, where we summarize in a table the operating budget and we highlight some of the variances over the 5 years and provide some commentary on what those items are. So in terms of administration, I just want to note that this is a service area that supports the entire organization in some sense. A lot of the wages and benefits sit in this service area. A lot of the operating expenses like legal fees will sit in here that support the organization, administration fees, as well as audit fees and those types of things. So the first item there is gas tax funding, and that is federal funding that we have coming in on an annual basis. And when we get it in, we immediately transfer it to a reserve fund. When we want to spend those funds in accordance with the agreement that we have established, we draw those from the reserve fund, and then we spend it in that manner. Administration fees we have over the 5 years. That's a fee that is charged to the sewer and the water fund at about 5% of budgeted utility revenue that's expected to come in. The general fund supports the water and sewer utilities, mostly in staff time, but in accounting and bookkeeping, as well as audit fees and that type of thing. Strategic Community Investment Fund was formerly called Small Community Investment Fund. That's provincial funding we get every year to assist us with the general fund budget. And it can assist all the service areas. It's not that restricted of a funding source, so we have decided to use it to minimize that impact on taxation. We have 2 reserve transfers, 2020 and 2021. In 2020, that's a transfer from the Special Projects Reserve to cover our records management software, which we'll see over the next couple years. And then in 2021, or in both 2020 and 2021, we have a general surplus reserve transfer for twinning of the multi-force main. And those funds have been sitting there. They were authorized by council several years ago. And when it came time for this project, we would be transferring them out of there and transferring them over to the sewer fund. Another revenue source into the general fund is the reassignment of 2019 taxation. So when we have some larger items in the operating budget that are funded by taxation in the previous year, and we don't quite complete those projects, we'll take those funds and we'll transfer them to the following year and use them for the same purpose. So I won't go through all of them, but I'll just give some highlights. The commercial and industrial land analysis that is expected to occur in 2020, so that will be part of that budget. Monk's Park planning for $15,000, and then we have some trail repairs, maintenance, and improvements that were not completed last year, and so we'll transfer that forward to 2020. Legal fees were not fully spent in the bylaw service area, so we will use those in 2020. Service level review of $70,000 will occur in 2020. And then we have some balance in the staff training mileage in the admin budget, which is usually a large budget. Sometimes if we can't go out and do the training we need to, we can move it forward and support the following year's budget. So that's a total of $167,442.
No, can we just pause for a second? I just want to make sure everybody's clear what we mean by reassignment of unspent taxes. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And so I just want to note that this amount is subject to change because we haven't completed our audit for 2019. We might find more funds, or some of these funds may be modified, but we will report back to council on those final numbers before the budget is adopted. So moving on to administration expenses, I've highlighted a few areas that may be of interest to council. There is a transfer to the Tofino Long Beach Chamber of Commerce for $20,000 per year, and that's based on a fee-for-service agreement that we have in place. Property appraisal, we are required to appraise all of our assets that we insure typically on every 5 years, and so we go out for RFP every 5 years. We have 2 years left in the current agreement. That $1,200 is used to update the assets. As we add new assets and delete assets, we need to make sure we're insuring at the best value that we have available to us. In year 2022, we'll have to go up to RFP again and do that process again, and then we're expecting an annual maintenance of about $1,500 per year. We outsource our human resource function within the organization. In 2020, that amount will be higher as we need to negotiate the collective agreement as it expires the end of April or May 1st, I believe. Legal fees are set at $50,000 per year, and typically we look at the previous 3 years and we estimate what those are going to be and set those for the 5 years. Audit fees are expected to increase in 2021. We do have a renewal contract in place with the current auditor. We expect to continue that relationship for continuity. Computer and server upgrades, we do have a bump in 2020. Usually we estimate about $3,000 to $5,000 per year for computer replacements. We were told by our IT provider at the end of 2019 that the current Windows 7 operating system is set to expire, so we need to upgrade some of our computers or upgrade the operating system if the computer is not that old. So that's a large and unexpected expense that we're seeing there in 2020. In 2024, we will have to replace the server, and whether we stick with the same setup we have, there will be a cost associated with it. So we're expecting about $40,000 for server replacement in 2024. So now we're moving on to the project sheets, and so the slides for all the project sheets will look like this in the same format. So there's a lot more information on this project in the agenda package, as well as the same information in the budget binders if you'd like to follow along. So we provided at the top a indication of whether a project aligns with council's strategic priorities or goals, and some projects won't, but where it is applicable, we have inserted that for you. So this is an information technology services for all 5 years, 2020 to 2024. And I will note that I am requesting early budget approval for a portion of that 2020 expense for $12,000 to conduct a request for proposals for new IT services for the municipality. So the reason for that is we're finding that the IT environment is changing and has changed significantly even over the last 10 years since I've been here. And we're finding as technology changes and advances, we encounter more risk in the organization. And so currently we have an IT service, which is a pay-per-use service. If we recognize an issue in the organization, we will phone and try and fix the issue, and we're being quite reactive. What we need to have is a managed service provider where we can have someone preemptively manage our IT environment for us so we can minimize that risk that we're currently seeing in the organization. I did contemplate bringing someone in-house versus contracting the service out, and it certainly is more economical to contract the service out for those that have everything set up and would be able to assist us with managing the IT environment effectively. So currently we spend between $25,000 and $30,000 per year for a service that's it's not meeting our needs, and I'm assessing that there is too much risk in the organization. We would be moving to approximately $54,000 per year based on some preliminary estimates that I have, that I've researched in that field. So we're unsure where those annual costs will land, but we'd like to conduct a request for proposals to begin with. This is a big change for the organization, so I'd like to put those expenses in for the 5 years. But I'd like to come back to council and discuss how we move forward with implementing a plan for new managed IT services.
Do you know how the District of Tofino manages their IT?
We do have somebody locally who doesn't have the capacity to assist us that I'm aware of. Perhaps they do, and there will be a response to the RFP. But because this is such a large valued service, I'd really like to do a request for proposals to see how competitive we can get that pricing.
Right. Yeah, I think it's really tough, especially for smaller municipalities like this. And the regional district has struggled with this over the years, and then maybe 2 or 3 years ago was contracting it out, and then finally brought that individual right in-house.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe they have a contracted service as well.
Not anymore.
Oh, you flew that, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I meant the ACRD.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
What sort of risk are we talking about?
Well, I think lack of knowledge within the organization. IT is in my department in financial services, and I don't have the resources in-house to effectively manage that. And so without knowing a lot about IT, I mean, I know what I know, but I don't keep up to speed on what the changing IT environment looks like. So I think that's just an inherent risk with the lack of knowledge that we have in-house to manage this. And the changing IT environment and external risks that we have, like ransomware, trying to effectively manage that and make sure our data is secure. It's very, very important to us, and we want to make sure that that's not compromised in any way. Okay, so moving on to the Community Children's Center, I will just go over the revenues expenses that we're seeing in this service area. So we have fees for 2020 set at $123,500, and that is in line with what we received in fees in the previous year, and we hope that enrollment will increase, but if we remain at relatively the same level with a little bit more, we've estimated $125,000 for the 4 years out. We have an ECE wage enhancement that comes in as revenue, so those that are an early childhood educator receive have been receiving, or we've been receiving $1 per hour for those wages, and it'll bump up to $2 per hour on April 1st. And then there is some benefit percentage that comes through that as well to assist us with the increase in benefits because of that increase of $1 to $2 per hour.
Does that come from province?
It is provincial. And then we have our operating funding grant that we receive on an annual basis. That's based on monthly enrollment. So if enrollment increases, then that grant will increase. Then we have about $2,000 $2,000 available to us in an equipment funding grant. And when we are able to tap into that, we can get some equipment for the Children's Center as needed. So that's incorporated into that grant line item. We have a $25,000 transfer from reserve for the new playground. That's been in there the third year now. And we do have a contractor in place. We're just waiting for confirmation from Island Health so we can begin that project. Expenses in the center are the staff and administrative or office and administrative expenses you're going to see consistently across all service areas. So that includes staffing, wages and benefits. It includes all office supplies and any general administrative expenses like phone expenses or internet for buildings and that kind of thing will be incorporated into that number. 90% of the Children's Center expenses are related to wages and benefits. Just because of the nature of the operation, and so that is the majority of the expense. And then we have office supplies to support the center and the programming in there, and general administration like phone and internet that we have for the facility. The capital project that is there is for the playground of $25,000, and then we do a regular transfer to reserve. Some of those funds or all of those funds we are pulling from that reserve for the playground, and then we have equipment that we need to replace on a regular basis to make sure that we're meeting the standards of licensing and providing a safe center for those that are attending. So total childcare expenses are in bold there, and the revenues are brought over from the previous slide. So previous slide totals down there, we bring over to this slide, and then we have the net amount from property taxation. So you're going to see this in all the service areas, showing which amounts are coming from taxation. We have a consolidated 2020 budget, which we'll talk about later, which matches that bottom line in 2020 coming from taxation. So it's approximately $100,000 per year in taxation to support the child care center. It's about $530,000 in taxation over the 5 years. So that concludes my portion of the presentation for now, and I'll pass it off to Manager of Corporate Services. Good morning. I'll be presenting on Council's operating budget as well as some changes to election expenses over the next 5 years and about 2 projects to talk to you about as well. Looking at Council's operating budget, one of the most common questions that we got at our open house and through our feedback forms was, what is included in this number? So the breakdown is listed there, and these all correspond to different line items that exist within those figures that you see across the top. You can see that there is notably higher expenses in 2023, and I'll go into that a little bit more on the next slide, but it also incorporates, it's the year after an election, so that corresponds to 2020 or 2019 as well, where we saw higher expenses for strategic planning, laptops, and increased travel for counselors going to orientation sessions. Staff have also broken out various items in this operating budget, renamed what used to be called council promo to council initiatives, and you'll see that there in sort of the middle of the bullet list. These items are discretionary items, and then we've broken out the more operational expenses into the bottom line item, which is council expenses, which includes meetings, travel, strategic planning, computers, and that kind of thing. This service area is fully funded by taxation, except for a small grant amount that we're using up right now for council-to-council meetings with First Nations communities, First Nations governments, or District of Tofino as well. To dive a little bit deeper into those expenses, I just wanted to highlight the council expenses, and this should actually say council travel expenses. So what I'm talking about on this slide is council attendance at conferences and the travel that is necessary to go there. So each year we've been budgeting around $12,000 per year for the mayor and $4,000 per councillor per year. I'm highlighting this because You can see that we didn't exceed the budget in 2019. However, several councillors did exceed the $4,000 that was allotted to them, and we likely stayed under budget due to Councillor Bear and Councillor Law not attending any conferences last year. So there was a number of overages in everyone's council expenditures, and I'm just highlighting it now to say that on the previous slide, in 2023, we budgeted $5,000 per councillor because we're seeing that new councillors want to attend orientation sessions out of town, but the $4,000, due to rising costs, we're really seeing that that only covers ABICC and UBCM for each councillor, and maybe one more local conference on the island. But if there is an interest in attending more conferences than those two, then council should consider increasing this travel budget for councillors in particular. The mayor seems to be around the same amounts each year, but the councillor budget is being exceeded. Election expenses. So at the November 29th meeting, staff were directed to amend our election procedures bylaw to allow the use of the provincial voters list, as well as include an additional voting day and mail-in ballots for all future elections and assent votes. So we really only included this in 2022 for the scheduled local election. And the $110 is a service agreement that we have for our election software. So the 2022 budget includes an increased cost of around $2,000 for one extra voting day and about $1,000 for mail-in ballots. We received a range of feedback on this item, both in support and support for neither. And we've calculated the costs based on wages, contractors, supplies, and advertising associated with those additional voting opportunities. Our report will be forthcoming to council at February 11th regular council meeting, so you can see a little bit more how those costs were calculated and what the amendments will look like to our bylaw. Moving into the projects, we have a plotter replacement for 2020, that's this year, and this project relates to and forms part of the implementation of our records management and information governance strategic plan, which we completed in 2015. Currently, there is only one plotter at the Public Works Yard, and if you're not familiar with what a plotter is, it's just a very large printer and scanner. And so we use this for projects that require large format printing and scanning, and only having one planner at our separate location, which is out at the Public Works Yard, has been an inconvenience for mostly the planning department, who require this service on a semi-regular basis. And just to point back to what our records management and information governance strategic plan says, standardized scanning is an important and valuable process for digitizing physical records and may help us reduce our reliance on physical records into the future. So we're just trying to get rid of physical copies where we can and keep digital scans, but we would need the plotter in order to scan those large format documents. The initial purchase includes a starter kit of ink and paper and delivery and training, and then additional items will be budgeted through the planning department's administration budget, and we've allocated about $12,000 per year for maintenance, as these are complicated machines. This is, we are requesting early budget approval for this item, and you'll see that later on in the presentation.
I'm sure it was just an oversight, but it's 1,200, not 12,000 a year for.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's 1,200. Thank you. In 2022, we have budgeted for a website refresh. This project forms part of our District of Tofino communication strategy, which we completed in 2019. In 2018, we undertook a community survey to feed into the communication strategy, and when we asked about the website, the primary concerns were related to difficulty finding information and navigating the site. These concerns were reiterated in most of the feedback that we received at the open house and through feedback forms. However, others also suggested that the website was not a priority for them or that it's fine as it is. The website was last updated in 2015. And currently web maintenance and all updates are done in-house by staff, so our only costs operationally are about $125 per month for web hosting. The project scheduled for 2022 includes improvements to navigation and searchability, mobile friendliness, search engine optimization, simplicity for staff to operate, and consistent branding and visual identification for the District of Tofino. It is not a wholesale redevelopment of the website, as that would be a considerably more expensive project. So we're budgeting around $30,000, and that's fully funded from taxation for this project. If there aren't any questions, I will give the manager a quick.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Love to fill a coffee and treats. So we're going to start out with bylaw services revenue, and a couple of points to highlight here. If we look at the bylaw violations revenue, if we go back as far as 2018, we had a substantial increase in the bylaw notice revenue. The primary reason for that was in that year we happened to have issued about 18 bylaw notices for short-term rentals operating without a license. So that created quite an uptick in the actual revenue for that year. 2019, it was substantially lower because there was much fewer of those notices that were issued. So the numbers that we see from 2020 through 2024 have been adjusted to more accurately reflect what our averages are over the years there. Parking revenue, we've seen an increase in that one again as well too, predominantly because of the increase in length of service for the paid parking lot. So previously it was in operation from May 15th to October 15th, so we added about an extra 30 days in there this year. So we did see an increase there, and there was also, as well as the increase in time frame, an increase in just the average traffic each month as well too. So we do anticipate seeing that go up in the future as well too.
Just before you switch,
Yes.
with parking revenue slated to stay the same for 5 years, what's the state of conversations around trying to increase parking revenue and some of the feedback we've received? I mean, I know people have really mixed feelings on paid parking on the street, but we definitely are getting a lot more indications from parts of the community about maybe it's time now to bring this in and to have it concurrent with the summer shuttle to help that mode shift piece and all of that. So
Yes. We have been having the conversations about potentially extending this as well as starting the process of talking to some consultants about what that might look like to have paid parking in other areas, whether that's just in town or in the beaches and those sorts of things. Myself and the CAO have discussed it a few times, and, as well as the feedback that we've had from the previous budget meetings as well. So we're definitely starting to review that and see what some of the options may be before we come back to council.
right. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Bylaw services expenses. So some increases here in the administrative, predominantly as a result of increased costs for the handheld ticketing devices that we use for issuing bylaw notices. That's how we do most of our bylaw notices now. And then we also have increases in parking expenses, which is the fees that Robbins collects from our paid parking revenue. And then also when you see the transfer to reserve, that's the money that gets transferred to reserve towards the seasonal shuttle as well too. So with increased revenue there, there's also the increase in that transfer. Something to note in the bylaw services, so back in 2018, Council passed a resolution for us to work with the Care Network for some of our dog services. So that resolution was for $4,300 per year for a 2-year period. We're getting close to the end of that right now. So over the last couple of years, the actual expenses in that area were $665. And at this point, we're in the process of looking at a potential new contract with the Care Network. So over the next several years, in the line-by-line budget, you would see a $2,000 per year. So what we may be looking at here is a potential flat fee for having services in place, and then call-out fees on top of that. And important to note that the majority of those call-out fees would then be recuperated when the pet owners are collecting their pets and then paying the fees back to the municipality as well too. So that's what you see that in there. Fees that weren't used over the last couple of years, as Nyla was discussing earlier. some of that can be carried forward into the future for that as well too. Fire services operating budget. So starting out with fire protection revenue with the $57,000 in the year 2020. So slightly higher than the other year. So part of that, in the $7,500 range, is looking at the disposition of our previous engine 4, which was our primary pumper that's been replaced by engine 6. So we're working on having that sold and hope to have that completed by the end of Q2 this year. The remainder of that budget line is for 2 fire services agreements, so one being Tla-o-qui-aht and Essa-Wista. 2020 would be the first full year of having a contract in place for that property or land out there. And then the other smaller portion of that is for the fire service agreement for the Tinwis property as well. So the Tinwis one is under review this year to account for all the increase in the staff housing out there. So we'll be looking at applying the same formula per household for each of the units that's out there as well. Overall, in the fire services, there is an increase of about 23%, and a big chunk of that in the year 2020 is for the potential purchase of a duty officer vehicle, which we'll come back to in a few moments when I get into the project sheets there. So 2 projects that we're going to go through, we've discussed them before. So the first one being safety equipment. And just a couple items as part of that. So in order to meet with the NFPA and WorkSafe standards for interior fire operations, the department is looking to purchase several new forcible entry tools, quick connect oxygen tanks, and lights and safety harnesses. In addition to that, we're looking to purchase 2 new turnout gear drying racks that are required so firefighters are able to maintain dry equipment as much as possible. The equipment must be dry for overall safety and to prolong the life of the equipment as well, to therefore minimize the expenses over the next few years. When we practice during wet conditions on regular occasions, it means not all the personal protective equipment can be dry, and often in the cooler winter months it can take 4 to 5 days to actually have that equipment dry on its own. Due to the potential hazardous contaminants from a call, there's a requirement for PPE to be washed and dried regularly. So with the limitations of our current situation, when we do have to wash gear, we can get that completely done and dry one person's gear within about a 24-hour period. So what that then means is the other sets of gear are often maintained contaminated, or they're still wet for several days before they do dry out. And then the final project was the duty officer vehicle, which I mentioned a little while ago. So currently we have 25 active members and a total seating capacity of 18 seats between the 3 apparatus that we use. The members cannot use their personal vehicles to provide service and the responses that are needed. The day-to-day operations of the fire department do require the use of a vehicle for regular meetings, facilitating equipment repair, and numerous other tasks that come up every day. Performing the tasks in a full-size fire apparatus or even the smaller rescue truck is not appropriate because it does take an emergency vehicle out of circulation or it places it in an undesirable response location. The department is looking to purchase a truck or SUV that's already equipped with a rapid response package that would be perfectly adequate for this need. The vehicle would be available for on-call officers on weekends that are often required to go and check out a scenario prior to the rest of the department being called out. The same vehicle would actually be made available as well for all out-of-town trainings, and therefore minimizing overall travel expenses within the department as well. And so just to give an example, the District of Tofino did purchase a used Dodge Ram in 2012 within the last year for the exact same purposes, and that worked out to be about $27,000. So that's what we're looking at as well.
And I mean, we had this discussion before. If there was the potential within the present fleet that we have, if there was any existing vehicles that would suffice to meet this request. And in our conversation, it was such that we didn't have one that existed within the fleet. And I'm assuming that still remains the same.
It does, yeah. Most of the other vehicles being used and being smaller, sort of juggle and balance the needs within the department, so not being readily available. But also then with the potential to be using the vehicle with turnout gear and things like that, you could potentially be contaminating multiple vehicles as well too. So we want to try and minimize that and just have it for specific purposes.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, a couple questions. Wasn't the protective services vehicle slated to be replaced in 2019? The little red truck?
That one did, so the little red van has
Yeah.
been sent out to the Public Works Department, so they're
Oh,
using
okay.
that.
Okay.
And then we did have the van replaced with a RAV4 as well.
Okay. In that, I guess while we're on the subject of vehicles, so over the years I've noted, vehicles come to council through the budget process, but do we have an overall fleet purchase and replacement policy that I think it's worth looking at. I think that there's there's lots of reasons why, but I think it would provide a little bit of guidance and assurance for all of us in terms of, the bit of the business case for fleet purchase and replacement, but also to start to incorporate some of the things we know we need to move towards and that we know is coming down the pipeline from the province with respect to the type of engines that are going to be sold and not sold within the next 12 years or so. And starting to look at the offsetting of purchase price with long-term operational costs and safety features and all of those kinds of things. And it's top of my mind because we just started doing this at the regional district. So the staff brought forward a fleet policy that incited a lot of very interesting conversation at the board table. So, and then my last question is with respect to on the business license revenue side of things and the business regulation bylaw, which I know for a few years now we've been thinking about renewing or redoing basically, and council's previous direction around really taking a close look at all of our fees. What is the prospect for a review of business license fees in the next short-ish term?
The potential is definitely there. It definitely would be a conversation for sure that I would have with our CAO and general financial services.
And well, we did take a couple of years ago now when we took business license bylaw to council and did include some revised fees.
Yes.
Our sense was we got some pushback from council on increasing fees, but when we come back, new council will have that discussion again.
Yeah, good. Thank you. That's great. Yeah. Great. Those are my questions.
If there's no other questions, I'll turn it over to the manager of community sustainability.
Thank you. Who is? You heard his name. Thanks, Brent.
You're welcome.
Perfect timing as always. Good morning, Mayor and Council. You'll be with me for 20 slides. I'm going to be covering the sub-departments of planning, building inspection, emergency preparedness, and recreation. I'm going to be taking my time more so than usual to get used to the new format, which is much appreciated. And so forgive me if it moves a little slower than I usually speak.
Take your time.
I have lots of notes. So we're going to start with planning and the revenue from planning. We've looked at our, let me just look at my notes here. Yeah, so our planning revenue is pretty stable over the 5-year period, and that's revenue we receive from applications. We have reserve transfers coming in 2020 for the OCP and the commercial industrial land analysis, and from the zoning bylaw reserve to work on the OCP zoning bylaw and commercial land analysis. And I'll go through some of those projects on the next slide. The grant 2021 is a potential grant for a housing needs assessment study that may or may not be available, but we're just going to earmark in case it is. And so we have total planning revenues, as you can see, a lot.
Aaron,
In 2021, that review, is that mandated? We have to do that, right?
We do have to do, that's the latest that we'll be able to do it. It's provincially mandated now with the new legislation. And there are opportunities to partner with other municipalities and regional districts to make it more affordable. In speaking with the province, there may or may not be funding available. I'm waiting for a call back to the province. I just contacted them in early January and about whether there would be funds available for us in that year. And I think there's still some discussion in the province whether there will be or not. So in the actual budget, in the project budget, we've actually budgeted as if we don't get the grant. And if we get the grant, we'll be able to reduce the amount coming from taxation. Okay, planning expenses. The planning projects I won't get into at this point. That's going to come up in the project slides, which directly follow this slide. You can see again, the expenses are fairly consistent over the 5-year period. You can see the revenue there. As we're looking at net from taxation in the mid to high 200s. There's one note that I'd like to make, and that is that the net from taxation is about 8% higher than 2019, so we've increased it by 8%. That's due to the fact that we're expecting to get less recovery of legal fees. So in the previous year, in 2019, we budgeted for receiving $15,000 back from applicants. As we go through development, we often use lawyers, and we charge back that cost to applicants. In 2018, I believe we received about $15,000 back in cost recovery. In 2019, it was closer to $2,000 or $3,000, and so we've adjusted that. So that reduction in revenue has increased the overall amount coming back to taxation.
And why is it less?
I think it's just development. Some years are more than others. We basically, in Canada, we receive invoices from our lawyers and then code out, and this year there was less. It can be based on the amount of development that's happening, how complicated. So some applications are quite a bit more complicated and require a lot more conversations with lawyers, and others aren't. And so I'm not, because we've only really been tracking it for 2 years, it's kind of hard for me to get a handle on, but we're trying to be conservative in our estimates and go for 5,000 this year and sort of see what happens.
Understood, thank you.
The other expense that's leading to the 8% increase was there was higher contract expenses expected in the contract line, and that has to do with a review of the amenity guidelines, $5,000, and e-bike policy that we're looking at for the multi-use path as we extend into the park. And so that's a total of $10,000 in added expenses, again contributing to the 8% increase over last year. Okay, right into projects. This project, the Floodplain Bylaw 2020, lines up with Council's strategic priorities. Has been in the budget for a number of years now, or 2 years. Basically, this project would help us integrate our floodplain planning, and specifically looking at working on the development permit area for floodplains, a floodplain bylaw, and any other adjustments that may need to be made from adjacent bylaws such as building and business licensing and the like. It's the idea is to mitigate future risk. We have all the information now for this bylaw. It's just about taking it and putting it into putting it together, and then producing a bylaw. A lot of this work has been done already through the OCP process. We're working on the development permit, and the majority of these funds will be used for legal review, which will be expensive, and also to ensure that the engineering that we have is accurate, and then public consultation. Floodplain bylaw will be a big change for the community, and we want to make sure that as we roll this out, we're talking to the community about it.
You're making me think of Dick Close.
The commercial industrial land analysis 2020 again lines up with council goals. I think this project meets a number of council strategic priorities. It was intended to be developed in front of the official community plan process, but just due to outside issues, it'll probably come after the OCP, but will be very, very useful for us in our conversations around development cost charge bylaw and future infrastructure and asset management planning. The project will be undertaken with UQAT, potentially, hopefully, Alberni-Clapham Regional District and the 3 local First Nations, Tla-o-qui-aht, UQAT, and Tla-o-qui-aht. We've applied for a $30,000 grant from ICE-T to help support this grant, as well as we've been verbally given a thumbs up from the Alberni-Clapham Regional District that they're interested in contributing $10,000. And so we'll have a project with our share, UQAT share, the grant, and the ACRD to develop about a $120,000 project. It's going to look at land use across the whole region, what we have, what we might need, how we're going to, if we do want to grow, where our infrastructure is going to have to go. So it's going to be a pretty interesting study and something that will probably inform a lot of development decisions over the next 20 to 50 years. It's going to be a pretty big project. Hopefully it'll feed into, again, the development cost charge bylaw.
So does that 40K assume the ICE-T grant and the ACRD contribution, or if those are realized, will that number come down?
That number is basically Tofino. So it was originally envisioned as an $80,000 project between UQAT and Tofino.
Okay.
Because it's something, but as we started down this process, we became aware that there may be an opportunity to increase the scope of this to include the entire region.
Okay.
And so if the grant didn't come through, we'd still be working with UQAT, potentially the ACRD once they're on board.
Yeah.
And then the $30,000 is meant to help fund the First Nations piece. The ACRD piece would be primarily the airport, which I know they're very interested in understanding what's the opportunities there.
Very.
And then the land adjacent UQAT at Millstream on the industrial and residential lands there. So again, more and more we're trying to work together as a region. Where the UQAT's the housing for Tofino a lot of times. There's a lot of development and activity in Tofino, and then with the First Nations communities, and it really behooves us to think about this from a regional point of view.
Totally agree. Thank you.
I should not miss anything.
So Aaron, just a quick, so that number may come down with grants, is that what you're saying?
It will not.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
it won't
yeah.
come down. Okay.
It'll just increase the scope of the project.
I got you,
Yeah.
thanks.
I knew I could provide a background. Last year, this project came in front of council, and council at that time authorized a $25,000 project from Tofino, and UQAT Tofino went out to market with a request for proposals, and only received 2 proposals back, both of which didn't really meet what we identified in the request for proposal. So rather than moving forward with something that wasn't going to satisfy anybody, we were back in front of council with a request for an additional $15,000, and to think about this as a larger regional project. So. The zoning bylaw rewrite 2020-2021. This meets many strategic goals and strategic priorities, too many to list. They are listed in an upcoming report to council. This is a project that's been in the queue for a number of years, and as we come to hopefully the end of this OCP process, planning staff are excited to jump right over to the zoning bylaw. This bylaw rewrite will take place primarily in-house. The budget request is to allow us to access consultants, primarily in terms of helping us develop a process that is receptive to Tofino's community and to our needs. Again, you've heard me as a broken record. The current zoning bylaw is almost 25 years old. It predates the last 2 official community plans, and we really have to understand that what we say in an OCP only actually really happens if we're writing a zoning bylaw that matches that. And I would also add the subdivision and development bylaw should also may also want to be reviewed. Those are the two bylaws that make the policies in the OCP really come alive. There's also been a lot of change over 23 years in the Local Government Act. I think we've changed acts and added the community charter in those times. And, one of the questions for us is whether we take the existing structure and redevelop that, or we start anew. We haven't made that decision yet, but that's part of that budget request, is to sort of help us explore those ideas and find the way forward that that the community can support. That's the zoning bylaw. Right.
Aaron, could I just quickly back on the commercial and industrial land analysis? I noted at the top of the project sheet that it was an early budget approval requested. Is that?
That is correct, and I have a star on my note that I did not read. Starred early. That is an early budget approval.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for reminding me.
And then just for clarification on the zoning bylaw rewrite, I'm just going down the project budget sheet, and net from taxation is $4,500, with some of that coming from zoning bylaw reserve, and then when I'm doing my math, I'm trying to, never mind, did the math, but the net from taxation is about $4,500. I'm seeing on
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Oh, 4,500.
4,500.
In 2020, and then in 2021.
Exactly, yeah.
Got it.
Thanks.
Yeah, in council's foresight, it has been put aside every year for these types of updates for zoning and OCPs, and so we'll be using as much of that as we can for this project. So we think ahead in planning.
Good.
Housing needs assessment 2021, 2022. Again, this project meets council's strategic goals and priorities, specifically in terms of understanding our housing context. We hope to receive this project would take place over 2 years. I believe it's April 2022 when we have to have this completed by. The previous report in 2014-2015 was approximately $38,000. So we're expecting that cost to be somewhat higher, and looking at a budget cost of $50,000. Again, hopefully a portion of that is funded by the grant, and then there's also affordable housing reserve that would also help out with that. I don't have much more to say about this, other than the fact that once we hear from the province, I'll have a little bit better understanding of the grant. I'm looking forward to working with the other municipalities and hopefully the regional district on it. Again, this is something we sort of envision similarly to the commercial and industrial land use analysis, where it's a regional issue and some probably regional solutions.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, once again, this is mandated once again from.
Yeah, and on that topic,
Yeah.
my understanding is that the provincial grant funding is quickly dwindling. And when the regional district staff spoke to the program officer at the province or at UBCM, there's some notion that it could run out before this slate is supposed to. So I just want to earmark that as something that we need to go back to the province to make sure. If you are telling us that we have to do this, then we would really like to have you participate in it, funding it. And then at a recent Tofino Housing Corporation meeting, we were discussing the housing needs assessment, and I think this bears a little bit of thought as to kind of really how it gets conducted and what the province is asking for and how suitable that really is for small towns like ours. And I think that Ian Scott will have some opinions on different approaches than the way we did it last time that could have a bearing on this and the way we work with UCLUIT. As well, the regional district did apply for housing needs assessment funding, and they included Area C, and so I asked them to ask the province, can they take that chunk of funding that they would have applied to Area C and kind of hold it until we're ready to go so that we could add that into the pot, and hopefully that'll work out. But just as a way of, it would be, to have Area C go through and do theirs and then have us a year or two later doesn't make any sense. But the ACRD wanted to take advantage of the funding while they could. So it's a little bit of a complicated topic that we don't have to go into any detail now, but I just wanted to earmark that.
I think one of the, and I'm not sure if I haven't explored the marketplace, but one of the other issues as well is there's only a limited amount of housing, of people who can do this type of work. And so, you know, we could get the funding and not find someone who can do this for us as well. I'm not saying it as an excuse, I'm just saying that, as you said, it's very complicated.
Yeah.
This is one of the last housing needs assessment was our first. Yeah. And gave us some great data. It would be really great to build on that with some more data. Yeah. I think I look towards the recent provincial population statistics that kind of forwarded to me that came out, and how that alone will change this whole outlook about what housing is and how much we have and how much we need. So I feel that I want to personally influence plans is really take our time on that. I would love to get $15,000 to help us fund this, but I would rather have a project that I'm confident, you know, in a regional approach.
Yeah, absolutely, and so would the Housing Corporation, I think.
Yeah, and I think for me that's the why we haven't been rushing it, because the reason it's not in 2020 is I don't know that we have the capacity within the district, or if we haven't done the work yet to build that regional coalition, and it's something that I know it's going to take some time, so it's...
Do we have any funding or granting that's dependent upon having a housing needs assessment?
No, and we have a current in the eyes of it's only 5 years old assessment, so we're okay.
That suffices.
That's April.
Sorry, is it worth just budgeting for this completely? Like sorry, maybe a misunderstanding here, but we do have like a grant. Is this completely conditional upon grants if we do not get this?
No, we have this in the budget for $50,000 project over 2 years. Great. It's potentially partially grant funded, and that's how it's taken care of in the line by line. We're showing the grant. Perfect. But we're also showing if it doesn't happen, that's going to come from taxation or other sources, perhaps from grant.
Okay. No, sorry, Erin. I just want to correct that. It is the way it's funded in the financial plan right now is we are relying on that grant. So if council wishes to not rely on that grant, then we will need to increase the taxation portion of the budget.
I am comfortable relying on that grant because we are going to get some money.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have an environmental sensitive areas report for our next project in 2022. This is a project that the council has seen before. It would be an opportunity for us to take a look at our environmentally sensitive areas in our community, identify those, and then use that report for our next OCP review to showcase or to present the areas that we want to protect going down the road. Environmentally sensitive areas are designated within the Local Government Act in the OCP section of areas that councils can consider. We have a lot of forest and sensitive foreshores and beach environments in the community that we know about. We just haven't officially designated them. This would be a step towards that, to that end. It's a $35,000 project estimated at this point, fully from taxation. Recreation. Notes. So I took some small notes to make as we move through this first slide. The miscellaneous revenue it includes $1,900 for a grant for summer students. So every year we apply for a summer student to be our summer recreation programmer, and that's the majority of that $2,000 we see in miscellaneous revenue. We see a little bit of a jump in 2022 in a net recreation ban, and that is for new tires. So we're making sure that we replace our tires on a regular basis to ensure that people that we're transporting are safe. In 2022, we see a fairly large jump, or 2021 and 2022, for the proposed indoor recreation facility. I will get to that in more detail on one of the project slides. I'm just going to see. In 2022, you see the jump from 2021 from 183,087 to 239,931, and that's based on what it would be cost to operate. So it's not just a loan to build it; it's the actual operating of the facility if it were to be built.
Is this the part where we're going to talk about the gym contract, or?
No, I think we're
That
going to talk about the rec facility on a further slide.
Yeah, I see that.
And
okay.
we have the gym contract. We can talk about it. I thought I'd talk about it around.
Sure. Oh, it's on the next slide. Sorry. Looking at it. Okay.
And you can see in our net program costs that we're actually showing a surplus. It's based on a number of very popular programs that we have in terms of choir and gymnastics.
Mm-hmm.
And those, the revenues in those projects help support some of our programs that don't make money, or
right.
such as soccer or swimming. And so there's usually a little bit of a balance to make sure that we're providing recreation opportunities to all members of the community. And we've seen, because of the uptick we've seen in both gymnastics and choir, it's been quite helpful for the bottom line. Well, I should also mention that in those costs, there are additional costs for running these programs, such as office materials and supplies and other staffing. That is not reflected in that income. So there's staff work still put into that to make these programs happen. It's not reflected in the costs.
What's the big jump from 20 to 2020? It almost doubles the net program cost, or?
The indoor recreation facility.
Yeah.
That's in 2021, if it were to be built, that's when the cost of paying for it, that's when those come into play.
There's one other item Erin thinks, in 2023 under the staffing office administration, contracts are in professional consulting is included in that line item. Mm-hmm. So in 2023 there's a $70,000 expense in there for recreation master plan.
I'm looking down at like the 9,440 to the 21,000. Is that still down under net program cost above the gym contract?
So what are we talking about?
So which one? The net program costs?
Yeah, like when you're talking about the choir and all that, the 2021 it goes from 9,000 to 21,000. Yeah. That's still the gym?
Revenue.
No, those are all the programs that we offer. So we're expecting more revenue beginning in 2021 based on the programs that will be offered for the remainder of the plan.
Okay.
We've had early conversations about the way that we charge for recreation programs, and if it might be time for a review to try to even that out a little bit, but I think those discussions are still in the early days. Gym contract. So I think we're all familiar with the correspondence from the Wickaninnish School Society. Previously, the contract, and for many years, has been about $5,500 to provide community access to the gym. We're looking to expand the gym offerings, and we've received a request from the Community School Society for $11,108. That would provide us with some additional slots for a skate drop-in, and also reduce or eliminate the fees for people, so that we have a barrier-free access for the community for the gym. This is, I think, a conversation that it's an ongoing conversation with the school and the Wickaninnish Community School Society, and it's something that's, I think, very important to the community with the uncertainty around the recreation facility and recreation in general. It's something that staff support, an increase in this line item, and look forward to future conversations with the community school about even expanded access. So I think this is a positive this is possible. Community Hall Condition Assessment 2020. We would like to make sure that the community hall lasts for a number of more decades, and we'd like to do that by start that process by performing condition assessment of the hall, identifying maintenance and repair and refurbishment issues with a 10 or 15-year plan, and then begin funding it through the budget process. Again, the first step would be to assess what's there and figure out what we need or may need. This was originally a roof repair budget, but we think that rather than look at this in a piecemeal way, similar as Mrs. Acknowledgement talked about technology, we want to look at this in a comprehensive manner and plan appropriately. This is, again, understanding that the recreation facility is a possibility, but not a probability. And we want to make sure that the facility that we do have is in the shape it needs to be in 20 to 30 years from now.
And even if the recreation facility does not happen, we want to make sure that building lasts as long as it possibly can in the best way.
100 years.
Without the circuit breakers going. Okay, yeah, thank you. I really support this. I think this is really important. And does that then, well, it's pretty clear there. It feeds right into the asset management process, and so it'll inform the, yeah, thanks.
Community hall kitchen upgrades is a project whose time has come. This is one of the projects we brought forward to the community at the open house at the community hall late last year, early this year. The project is supposed to be phased over 3 years. The first phase is the largest phase, and it would be actually developing a vent hood and exhaust system, as well as fire suppression for the kitchen. And then each of the successive years, we would upgrade the kitchen in stages. It's fully from taxation. We hope to explore some opportunities through private funding. We've been having discussions, but because we haven't moved forward there, those discussions haven't moved forward yet. But we will be talking to potential donors about that. At the open house, I spoke to a number of people about this project. I had people who were very, very excited about it, and I had people who were not in favor, about even. So I think it's the community hall, if you've been there lately, does need some help. It is the area we bring people to in emergencies. The ability to be able to provide some people with warm coffee or soup or what have you, I think is important. And I also think that in terms of recreation and programmable space, developing the kitchen to this quality will allow us to another programming space. So right now we've seen a significant increase in our programming at the hall due to the new room and the storage. This would be another way to make more use of that building. Perhaps find some additional revenue.
That would be the two. I mean, it is woefully inadequate, the facilities that are in there, and that's been noted for many years, and we don't need to go into the historical reasons. But the fact is that it is not a serviceable space for many of the things that we do. My one question is on alternative funding sources, and what, not knowing that field very well, what alternatives may be out there that we can look into through, and I don't know those revenue streams that might be possible. I know you mentioned private donation, but I don't know if there may be other opportunities for funding.
Yes, this project has sat with us for a number of years, and we haven't seen any grants that we're aware of that come across that would support this. There are opportunities through procurement. There are, once in a while, a project will show up and someone will be taking part of a restaurant, and eventually will show up that's half price or a quarter of the price, and that would be an opportunity that, of course, we look to. I haven't been personally involved with the private conversations with donors, but I do know that they have happened. Again, as we begin to move forward with this, perhaps that can be something that can explore a little bit more. I'm not aware of anything else either. I do know that a lot of these types of projects, if you committed to doing them and start moving forward, then it's easier to find donations. It's harder to find donations for something that may or may not happen. So sometimes a chicken and egg kind of conversation with donors.
I think this is really helpful. I have been involved in some conversations with potential private donors, and this would give me a lot to go back to them and say, remember that conversation we had before? So, I feel reasonably confident that we can find some assistance for this. I think also though, and I think there's a few members of council here who have some experience with commercial kitchens and the wear and tear that they take. I really support this project because I think there's a lot of usefulness in this. Having worked like 3 major events in the community hall last year, 2019 alone, and just seeing how completely inadequate it is for large events. But with it will come a responsibility to make sure that the people who are using this are, maybe there's a little more oversight than there is right now, and a little more kind of training and orientation to some of the equipment. I welcome conversations or feedback from those of you who work with this stuff every day. So that's something I think we really need to keep in mind. When we're providing an upgraded service like this to the community, it comes with responsibility from the users as well. So I just wonder too, like around emergency preparedness, if there's, I don't know, our conversations with the Tofino Community Food Initiative, and they have access to some funding streams that the municipality maybe doesn't have access to, and I'm wondering if there's a partnership there that might help bring down some of that cost. So, yeah.
Don't put deep fryers in. That's my recommendation.
That's one. The indoor recreation facility. I think most of the community is familiar with this. This is a project we brought before the council early last year, and we developed a Class C estimate to develop a hall, moving forward with a grant application. We have not heard back from the grantors. I understand that we expect to hear back in the next potentially couple of weeks. If it was to move forward from a granting perspective, there would still be a requirement to go to the community for a referendum to decide whether we were interested in investing in this project. It meets the strategic priority to increase upkeep for recreation, and culture. This project does not go forward if we do not receive the grant. It's as simple as that. We'll have the plans ready to go, and they can be put on shelf-ready plans, and put that aside. This is part of the reason that staff are very supportive of the request from the Wickaninnish Community School Society, is that the uncertainty around this and the cost and all of that, we want to make sure that we're providing the community with some access to indoor recreation space.
And it's January 31st, and they said they would let us know by the end of January. I guess they
September.
Let me check my email.
So, if we got the notice tomorrow that it is or isn't funded, I guess I'm at a little bit of a loss of how to present this in the public open house that we have coming up in a few weeks' time, and if we get a letter. Like again tomorrow, and it obviously would come to a council meeting, I think, but I just want to make us all aware that we might have to make a bit of a decision almost on the fly to really update our approach to speaking with the community at large about this, or what thoughts have you had, Nyla? Have you had any thoughts about this? It's really, it's what I'm saying is, it's tough to present those numbers when there's a lot of uncertainty around this right now. And I guess what I'm saying is this could change hugely, or it could stay the same because it gets funding and council still wants to move ahead with it. So
yeah, I'm trying to think, as you were speaking, think about the process in my head, and this is planned for like the significant portions that start coming out in 2021.
Yeah.
And so it does give us a year to, okay, we received the grant, and now I'm assuming that we would be quite quickly moving to, or some point this year, a referendum, or council discussions and a referendum to the community.
Yeah.
And then that would be a decision point. Again.
Absolutely, referendum is would be a given, and major decision point.
Major decision
It's
point.
wouldn't be possible if a referendum failed, right? So,
Yeah, and these costs have existed within our financial plan for 2 years now.
Yeah.
And so they're not new, but they are getting closer.
Yeah.
And the conversation that we had is our own timeline. So if we were not receiving this grant of information now, and suppose that we did want to move forward with it, that would push probably our construction further than we originally planned, which
Yes.
would push everything back another year, I'm guessing this year.
Yeah.
If the funders are into that, again, subject to referendum and
Okay.
community support.
Okay. I don't know who's.
Is a referendum in our budget? Like if this goes forward, would we?
The cost of a referendum?
Currently, no.
Okay.
Then we were hoping to have the information,
Yeah.
so we'll give the council with a firm project or not.
Okay. Thank you. Same question. Like wearing the same shirt, so we might as well have the same legs. Teasing. Yes, Nyla.
Later on, excuse me, later on in the presentation, I will be presenting what taxation looks like for municipal taxes over
Right.
the next 5 years.
Yeah.
And so just to your question that you asked a moment ago on my thoughts, presenting to the community the tax increases that are included in the budget over the next 5 years is challenging. We have said to the community that the funding for this project is dependent on a grant. If we do get, if the result is we are not getting the grant, and I think we need to talk about what we should be discussing with the community at the February 18th town hall meeting in terms of what taxation will look like over the next 5 years. Because what I present today could look drastically different if we get a letter next week saying we're not receiving this. And so staff certainly needs some clarity on what to do with this project, if that is the case. Whether it stays in or it comes out. If we identify grant funding for a certain percentage without identifying a grant, then that's information that we would need to know.
Thanks.
Building inspection. So building inspection varies quite a lot. Our building permit revenue in both 2018 and 2019 was quite high. Development has been, as everybody is aware, moving at pace in Tofino, and that has resulted in significant building permit revenues. We try to be fairly conservative in our revenue projections for building inspections, just to protect the district from sudden changes in the building and development market. So in 2020, the revenue is higher, again, as you can see there, than the following years. Again, this is just sort of illustrating that idea that we do budget conservatively for building permit revenues.
When you said that 2018, 2019 was quite high, ish?
I believe it was
35
over 100,000. It was 135, I think.
Yeah, for 2019. And
yeah, and slightly higher than that for 2018.
We saw 2019 Gibson Heights, Uwood, Hotel Z, Quina, Dufferin Cove. There's been a lot of really large projects that have come to the municipality, and there's projecting it out a little bit. We don't see as many on the radar. There are a couple of projects still to potentially be developed, but not to that extent.
That's good to say. Thanks.
So, in our building inspection expenses, it's fairly consistent over the next 5 years. We can see that that we were receiving funding. expensing for our contractor for code consulting, and then the vehicle expenses. We're showing in 2020 again a positive net profit taxation of $10,727, and then because of the way that we're budgeting silver in the future, we're showing each year that this department is receiving about $16,000 to $20,000 to the taxation. That was it for building inspections. Pretty simple, no projects. Any questions?
The fee reviews that we think might be happening, building inspection fees would be part of that.
Yeah, I can take this one. Yeah, building inspection fees, I look at closely from year to year, but we can't just look at it as a single year. I need to look at it over about a 10-year period to see what's happening with it, and it fluctuates quite a bit, and because it is largely dependent on development, we can't just base it on the previous year. So I am keeping a close eye on it, but I'm
just saying in terms of what we charge, how it compares to other municipalities. When was the last time we changed them, that kind of thing?
We could adjust them slightly through the last building permit, building bylaw update. And again, I think this said, is that we keep a close eye on it. We don't want to be charging significantly more than the service cost.
No, it's essentially a cost recovery.
Yeah. It's very similar to recreation, and it's very difficult to project ahead because the development can be somewhat variable.
I just prefer not to see it come out of taxation, but sometimes you're winning, sometimes you're losing.
And finally, emergency planning. This one we might want to go through a little bit slowly, so I'm going to spend a little bit of time with my notes. And then following this will be the project sheets, and we can talk about some of the projects in detail.
Okay.
So in 2020, under emergency planning revenue, we are expecting a private donation for vertical evacuation in the amount of $20,000. There's a reserve transfer for the Mackenzie Beach Siren in the amount of $40,000. Again, that's be a project slide coming up. And then we have a number of grants for EOC and ESS training and the disaster support hub. And there are project sheets that I can explain that through. So that's why we're seeing that amount of revenue coming into the department. Those numbers, because they're grant dependent, and the tsunami sirens, you can see in 2023 where we look at our 5th tsunami siren, and that's the $40,000 there. And we don't know in EP generally how long we're going to be providing grants for, so we don't have grant. We don't understand our grant context into 2022. We got it. The building expenses. Yeah, in 2021, that $50,000 is supposed to be another disaster support hub. So that's the trailer that we have up at the community hall that's stocked with emergency equipment, and then EOC training. In 2023, as I said earlier, that's for Tsunami Siren 5, location to be determined. Yeah, I think I can probably move forward now to the project sheets. So the Emergency Response Plan 2020, this will be in our plan that gets developed internally with the Emergency Program Coordinator. It will be based off of the existing response plan, but we're going to rewrite it to update it with changes in legislation and our own internal workings. It'll be, a lot of this funding will be for stakeholder engagement, primarily with the EPMC and EPEC. And then we'll be also looking outside for some consultant help to ensure that we're following best practices. And the emergency response plan is basically the plan for Tofino. It's a document in an emergency you turn to and try to understand how to move forward. I gave a brief example. Yesterday we were in Wickaninnish for training for the EOC, and we were looking at a tsunami earthquake scenario, and the earthquake happened, and then no one really knew what to do. Like it is in many OCs, at the first 5 minutes, people sort of running around. So what we did was just open up that plan, you look at earthquake, and you just start following the list, and that got things moving. And our plan hasn't been updated for probably about a decade and a half, and we're in a position now that we can do something about that. And happily being able to do it in-house. If we had to take us outside of the district, it would be a budget cost significantly in excess of what's in front of council today. Tsunami Siren 4 at Mackenzie Beach. This would be our 4th tsunami siren. We've identified Mackenzie Beach as the next location based on the mapping that we received from Federal Signals a number of years ago. There was sort of a conversation between Mackenzie Beach or downtown. We think that we'll be able to work with Tla-o-qui-aht First Nations and Apitsit, who may be installing a siren there. They'll be on our system, and so our downtown siren may not be necessary. And in the meantime, we do know that we need one at that area of the community. We're getting pretty confident in our budgeting for these. Mr. Orchardson, our EPC, did a great job on Tsunami Siren 3 at North Chesterman, or Mid Chesterman, and we think I look forward to the installation of this siren.
That is an early budget one as well, I believe.
Yep. I do have it. Look, I started early. The Community Recovery Plan. This is a plan that doesn't currently exist within the District of Tofino, and it's something that type of plan that the project's interested municipalities exploring. This is a plan that would help us move from being in an emergent situation, transitioning back to normalcy. And that's just a bit of a process about understanding what's happening and where we're going. We'll be working with a consultant or a facilitator and then stakeholders again to develop this plan. We're planning this for 2021.
The majority of that money is to define what normalcy is, right?
As long as we get. And in 2022, with these other plans recently developed, the response plan and our emergency plan, we think it would be time to sort of develop a 5-year plan for the emergency program itself, to sort of ensure that we understand what the community is looking for, what the council is interested in, and sort of set up a 5-year planning process of when we're going to do certain activities or develop certain plans and how we're going to continue to improve the overall plan and program.
Is this something that the District of Ucluelet is also contemplating? Like, is there a way to sort of stay in step with them so that there's a regional benefit to?
I think it's a great idea. I haven't had any conversations with Ucluelet about this,
right.
And I know that Mr. Orchardson has a good relationship with Ucluelet and their program. They're sort of, I think, with the hiring of Chief Geddes and the recent hiring in their administration, it's starting to look like it may be a possibility. They have a pretty good tactical and technical resources. I don't know that they've started to think strategic in the same way. I think it may be potentially another one of those regional programs for us as well as the First Nations to think about.
Yeah, and it certainly was a subject of discussion at our joint council meeting that we had with Ucluelet, and then the ACRD was there for the afternoon. And yeah, I'll just hold it and think about it a little bit right now. But thanks.
Has the ACRD hired PC?
No, they're interviewing.
I believe this is my last slide. We removed 2 projects from the financial plan for 2020. One was the structural mitigation project. We removed it based on grant requirements by the province, timing, and the idea that some of our data may not be where it needs to be to start thinking seriously about a project of this scope. The original ask to the province was for $750,000 towards a vertical evacuation project and planning, and that was what the budget reflected. We weren't successful initially on the grant, and then we were, but it became pretty clear it was a little bit uncertain, and the requirements the province were asking us to meet to receive that funding just made us a little bit uncomfortable. And so this is not maybe put away yet, but we're not confident enough to bring it forward to council this year. It may be something that comes back to council in a year from now. I think everybody understands we're also working with a private funder who would be working with us to increase the scope of that project. I think, yeah, there's also a fairly large gap, what we understand in our data about what we actually need and where it's going to be. Let's make sure so that was removed, and then we had a crisis communication plan, and I think this was a plan that we had sort of imagined to be a sort of a joint project with District of Tofino about what we do in terms of as a community in terms of crisis rather than just a municipality. This is a project that again may come forward to council next year. Just at this time, we just think we have the resources internally to move this forward. So
okay.
I think it's an important project. I just think this is not its year.
Don't stand up yet, because I'm going to suggest we take a break. No, I don't mind at all. It's really difficult.
Yeah, not doing the operating and I'm doing the anyway. Yeah.
And there's affection that's good. I don't
But I saw it there for the. There too.
No. Yeah, it's kind of the, like, it's, yeah, exactly. We do have the last successful. Correct.
We're gonna make some budget cuts.
Yeah. Hi, Jack.
Oh, lovely.
How are you?
You answered the neighborhood there on Christmas Eve?
Yeah, I was
Entered my neighborhood on Christmas Eve?
Enter your neighborhood, I did. I sure did. Yeah, we missed you. You were meeting around, or I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, it's nice to
Yeah. That's a cute little place.
yeah, it is.
Mr. Steer,
You're talking about my bus shelter?
No.
Who are you? No, it's
Just need to close it
Oh, no, I did do a thorough inspection.
Mike didn't do it, close himself. You don't have to plug the door, it'll close it.
Just a compression. Full marks.
I'm sure there's some folks around who would love to put
Well, you said it's a bit.
Yes. That's why we moved here, get away from people.
They just like you. They all want to come.
I suggest they all go on cruise. 4,000 people on one boat. You little real. Beautiful. Sparsely populated.
People like cruises. I don't know. I don't think I would like it.
Well, there's been contentious over there, but the problem is, no one's had the rules to get into it. I mean, if you look at the first thing, I was on the first council that had us to pay for our fees. If it had been done at that time, People got very used to it.
Like they with the one vendor that just did argue too long that I want to ask Mark Queen or said, well, because it's not passed, you only have to pass one. And I was like, they were just talking about tsunami back which it's like it's pretty. That's funny. And I actually had to go today. I didn't know they couldn't see it. I found the plan.
The thing is, that if you're going to
This is what you need to do.
bylaw guy, I was talking to parking consultants, but you have to give them all, you know, what kinds of things. I would feel big.
Yes, was it just a blazer day?
Blazer and jeans today.
All the good part.
Standing up do the projects too. A little card or whatever it is.
Riveting.
Yesterday was probably that day. I mean, why not sugar?
Fructose?
It's a but like chocolate. Yeah, not
Not into a vanity.
That's probably before I had it.
Oh, maybe not.
She's over 4 years.
You gotta start talking about it.
Like you were looking at it.
No, I got actually the number just projecting that part. Yeah, no, I was just saying, I realized I was saying that. Yeah, no, I was just saying, but I was just going with
I know, I love one of those.
This is a great.
Buildings are out of her operation. She was already like, she's on a walker, she's moving around really slowly and very careful. I don't know. I didn't know.
5-star.
All right.
Yeah, I kept missing it.
So the presentation.
Take the 5 right here.
The
building couple.
Losing track of time.
Yeah. What's that?
I'm so excited. I just ordered this wine for our restaurant's apology and did the last batch of wine.
My tea.
Wow.
Where's it from? There's some Asian.
Yeah. I'm over it.
Yeah, and
Oh,
this
did you,
particular, we got it for Valentine's Day.
Whatever's going around.
Yeah.
The proceeds go to
Well, that's pretty cool.
Of course I do.
like it's a Valentine's Day thing. What the label?
I like that a lot.
That's really nice.
Let's get back.
It only weighs like 2
No, let's do it.
Pardon me? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because this screen is very difficult. Because one day Public Works is going to come in and do this screen related to that screen.
How long is a piece of string?
Maybe 2.
Hard to think.
It's quite exciting.
That's disconcerting.
That's the first time I've heard that.
So don't worry.
You heard it from me.
Yeah.
And then like,
It's you and I that find
I
this
looked up
exciting.
and wait, that's just felt weird all day.
They're in the right position.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, sure, great,
Railroad,
thank
an
you.
open house.
Okay, so Bob and I together are going to present the Public Works, Water and Sewer Fund budgets. And please bear with me, this is not my area of expertise, so I'll do the best I can and mostly speak to the operating budget in a way that highlights the variances and some of the project items or the budget items. But I may not have the technical knowledge to provide to you today or answer your questions today. I may lean on Bob as well, or we can get back to you after today's meeting.
Understood.
So we're doing this a little bit differently. I'm going to go through the Public Works, Water and Sewer operating budgets, and then Bob will come up and do all of the projects. Okay, so Public Works revenue. There's a few items that I wanted to highlight here. The administration revenue that comes in is mostly with respect to development admin fees for works and services agreements that we have. We charge 4% on estimated cost of works. So that's the majority of that expense. In year 2020, we do have an additional $30,000, which is a contribution from Ministry of Transportation Infrastructure for the Olson Road storm main. I'm not sure if that amount has been confirmed, but I know discussions have occurred.
So that's what's reflective in the 40,000 as opposed to 2021 we dropped.
That's right.
Got it, thank you.
Yeah. The next two items are internal charges to the water and the sewer fund. So for the use of the public works yard and the cost of the equipment there and the use of the fleet and the costs associated with that, we charge $25,000 for each of those items to the water and the sewer fund, and we bring that revenue into the general fund to pay for the cost of those items. The amount for the internal vehicle charge is transferred to a reserve fund, which reduces the capital and infrastructure levy to pay for fleet renewal in the future. Transfers to the reserve in this department are mostly related to the capital and infrastructure levy. It is higher in 2020, and I'm noticing I didn't write a note about that here, so I'll get back to you on when I'm back at my computer to talk about what that is. But that is mostly transfers from reserve. Sorry, those are funding. We're in revenues. I thought we were in expenses for a moment, but those will be funding capital projects, and the funding for those specific projects will be talked about when we go through the project sheets in a moment. Facilities and structures, that's made up of the cemetery, First Street Dock, and Community Hall revenues, and those are fairly small. Most of the revenues are made up from Community Hall. There is an expense in there projected in 2020 for a sign for the Community Hall. So moving on to the expense side. Staffing, office, and admin, fairly high in this department because it is the staffing for all of the Public Works Department, which make up quite a few staff, and that's split between the water and the sewer fund, as well as the associated supplies and administrative costs. Public Works yard, we are seeing a higher expense in 2020, and that's for some upgrades to the internal office space as well as to storage for the yard. Capital projects are often high in this area. We're seeing a high amount in 2020, which correlates to the high transfer from reserve fund in the previous slide, which we'll talk about in a moment in the project sheets. And the transfers for that internal charge is that $50,000 into the fleet reserve for replacement of future replacements of the fleet. I've split the expenses over two slides because there are so many in this service area. Fleet and equipment remains consistent for all 5 years. We are seeing it drop down in 2023 because of our equipment financing. In my report later on today, I'll go over the status of any equipment financing that we have outstanding, but we are seeing two major ones expire in 2021 and 2022, so that's why that drops. And that is for the backhoe in this department. Streets and sidewalks, those are fairly consistent over the 5 years. As well as drainage. There are some amounts under drainage with respect to general drainage projects and engineering that we may have to take on throughout the year for minor repairs and maintenance. Expenses for Maintenance of all the public washrooms that we have, those are consistent expenses. And the facilities and structures are the same structures we talked about a moment ago, the First Street Dock, Community Hall, and the cemetery. One of the projects under cemetery will be discussed under the Public Spaces Department for the maintenance of that space there. So total public works expenses, not surprising to see them that high. They usually take up the majority of taxation in the year, which we'll see a little bit later, as well as there's a lot of transfers from reserves coming in for the capital projects that take place.
Where does the paving come under?
That's under streets and sidewalks, but not the capital projects. So the capital projects for paving.
Separate, okay.
Yeah, which we will talk about in a moment for what we have planned for the 5 years.
When do we get to the end of this dump closure plan?
Long time. So right now we're working
So we'll be
toward,
paying for that for a long time.
Yeah, we will be. Right now we're working towards closing it, and we need to do a significant amount of fill. We have a closure plan that was updated last year, I believe. So now we're in a monitoring and filling stage. When we get to the point where the dump is able to be filled to the degree that it needs to close it, from there we have 25 to 30 years of monitoring.
So we're subsidizing all the savings that people got on getting their lots cleared forever. Okay, great deal.
Good thing to think about when planning that kind of stuff in the future.
So the relevant number on this slide is the net from property taxation. That number on the bottom line is consistent with prior years. I'll go more into taxation funding on different service areas later on in the presentation. So moving on to the water fund. The water and the sewer fund require quite a bit more review. So I expect these budgets to change quite a bit between now and the next budget meeting. Not necessarily with a huge increase in utility fees, but just some moving around of the budget items and spending the money more appropriately. And that will be largely dependent on what the new director thinks of what the priorities are. So we may see a big change this year, or in the next 5-year plan, we may see more of a change. But for now, the water fund budget looks like this. The connection fees are remaining consistent over the 5 years. We do budget conservatively for that. It is largely dependent on development as well, just like building permit revenue. Water charges, we saw a dip in water charges in 2019 because one of the major customers was offline for a while. So we are budgeting slightly higher than what we budgeted for in the previous year, even though we won't meet 2019 revenue requirements. So in 2020, we're seeing about a 2% increase over previous year's budget, and then we're holding that for the 5 years to see what happens with 2020. And then we have some large transfers from reserves, and those are related to the capital projects, which we'll talk about in a moment. And expenses, these are split out over 2 slides as well. The top line item is staffing, office, and administration, excuse me, which you'll notice is consistent with the public works service area. The pump stations, we have minimal expenses, excuse me. We do have a boat, so there's minimal expenses required there. And the reservoir expenses are consistent with prior years and remain relatively the same over the 5 years. We do have a jump in 2020 in water treatment, and that is related to filters that need to be replaced in the Acknowledgement water treatment plant. In speaking with staff before the meeting, they feel confident that if those filters are well maintained, they don't need to be replaced for another 5 to 8 years. So next year in the financial plan, you will start to see a consistent budgeting for the replacement of those filters over the 5 years, over every 5 to 8 years. For water meters expense, we do see a large amount budgeted there over the years, and that's due to some of the water meters being quite old and needing to be replaced. So we do have a replacement plan in place in order of priority, and we certainly did a lot of replacement this year. We also do supply all the water meters for new properties, and that way we have control over maintaining those and monitoring them on a regular basis. The projects line item is set at $38,000 per year, so that has to do with water conservation. as well as some flow monitoring that's occurring. And I'm sorry I can't speak to that very much because I don't understand the technical aspect of it, but that's why we're seeing that amount increase. Then we have, sorry?
Does that include the utility review, the price structure review and all that? In the projects, is that where that falls?
I believe that a portion of that would. Another amount would be under the staffing office admin because that includes for contracts and consultants as well.
Thanks.
Capital projects we will talk about in a moment, and then we have the transfer to reserve fund, and that's the capital and infrastructure levy. So that line exclusively includes the capital and infrastructure levy, so you can see that as we planned out last year, it increases up to 2023, and then we see it level off for 2024.
Got it.
So this is a summary of the water fund budget. So that bottom line number is not going to say net from taxation because we don't fund this service area by taxation. So this fund is currently not balanced. We do require more funds to balance this budget. Not necessarily, as I mentioned at the beginning, going to be an increase in fee revenue. We need to do a thorough review of this budget and bring it back to council at the next budget meeting, and once we have a bit more time to balance it. Okay, so moving on to the sewer fund. Again, we have connection fees here, which equal the connection fees in the water fund because there is a connection for each service. Sewer charges, we have consistent in 2020 with prior years, what we budgeted for, with a slight increase, and then we're going to see utility fees increase in 2021, again in 2022, and then level off. Those amounts are not set in stone yet. We do require more information with respect to the operating costs for the wastewater treatment plant. We do feel somewhat confident with the preliminary numbers that we have, but we need to do some work on the fees. We will have a more thorough presentation regarding utility fee revenue and taxation at the next budget meeting. I don't have a presentation today on utility fees. The debt proceeds that are coming in over the next 2 years are with respect to the wastewater treatment plant. Similarly, the grant that's coming in is for the wastewater treatment plant as well. We expect, as of now, those funds to be fully spent by the end of 2021, and then full debt servicing to occur in 2022 and beyond. Transfers from reserve funds will fund the various capital projects that we'll talk about in a moment. Staffing, office, and administration, I just want to point out in here that in 2022 we do see a jump, and that should not be surprising because we are bringing the wastewater treatment plant online, so we are expecting more staff. Lift stations, the expenses will decrease. We are upgrading some lift stations and the infrastructure associated with existing lift stations as part of the wastewater treatment plant project. So we hope that some of the operating costs can level off for a while. We have generators that we move around from site to site as needed, so there's small expense associated with that. And then we have the wastewater treatment plant debt servicing costs go up from 2020, 2021, which is the period of construction, where we pay interest only, and then we lock in the debt in 2022, and then there's the debt servicing costs that are coming that will be fixed over a 30-year term. The operating expenses, those do require further review, but this is what they're set at right now in the sewer fund over the 5 years. Those are subject to change as new information comes in. So the sewer project there for $10,000 is an infiltration study and proposed repairs. There is a project sheet on that in a moment. Sewer lines, they are higher in 2020 to 2021 due to some abatement expenses, and then in 2021 there's $40,000 for infiltration repairs, which we'll talk about in a moment.
Could you just explain abatement expenses?
It's an odor abatement.
Oh, that's what you mean.
Yeah, there is an odor, but it's not,
Yeah.
abating the odor is kind of a byproduct. It's H2S, which is toxic, so
Okay.
we add chemicals to
So this is the Biomax
Biomax or other product, yeah.
line? Okay.
The capital projects are quite significant in 2020 and 2021 for the wastewater treatment plant, and then we're hoping to take a break after that for a few years. So there's the fund balance at the bottom there. So the numbers in brackets are meaning that we require less funds there to balance the budget. We do want to see a negative number there showing that we have some contingency in that fund. I'll talk about more about what would be an optimal level of contingency later on in my presentation. But this fund is looking more or less balanced over the next 5 years, but we do require some further review of fees as well as operating expenses before we finalize it this year.
Keep going if you like.
I don't think I would have do a very good job.
Well, Public Works project. I know Groundhog Day is until Sunday, but you are going to see some things that will be familiar to you and some new things and different timing and even some different perspectives here. Mackenzie Beach road improvements, we have them scheduled for this year. The engineering on those is well underway. We did do a rescoping on that project last year where the design that was done last year was simply to allow vehicles to pass on the road, and looking at the activity that's happening there and the very likely prospect of us getting public access through one of the properties, thought it would be prudent to reconsider what the project would be like and have a trail or have accommodation for pedestrians and cyclists as well. The budget that we have at this point is $391,000 for this. It's funded out of our infrastructure reserve. As well, we're looking to use Resort Municipality Initiative money because of the public access. One of the things that we have through our Resort Municipality Initiative and our RDS is continuing to improve access to beaches and trails. Olson Road, Storm Main. My great uncle Ray Thorogood is here. This is a project that was deferred in 2013 to prioritize improving the water service on Olson Road. We've got it back. The project was started last year with engineering work and looking to see if we can get the construction done this year. We have a small contribution from the province because of the water that runs across the highway and down onto Olson Road, and then we're looking at our general capital reserve our general surplus and our unrestricted capital reserve. Ongoing fleet replacement, and appreciate the comments made earlier about do we have a policy, do we have a plan? I don't know that we have a policy. We certainly have a plan. We look at the age of our equipment, and how we approach this is we try to project how long a particular piece of equipment will last, and then as we get closer to that date, we take a closer look at the equipment using our own staff and their experience with the equipment, as well as having mechanics take a closer look at it. The magic in this is trying to, like with our own vehicles, trying to get rid of a vehicle the day before the maintenance starts costing more than a payment on a new vehicle would start. And there are fleet managers who have full-time jobs doing this. We don't have that, so we try and watch what others are doing. There are some publications that are out there that give you a bit of a sense for when it is time to replace things. This is our best projection over the next 5 years, and a total of $346,000. Additional fleet for Public Works. The request is being made that when the wastewater treatment plant is operational, we'll have several staff up there who will need a vehicle for bringing in chemicals and so on. This assumes that the district will be the operator, and this council is aware there are options for how we operate it, especially in the early going, where we may choose to have someone come in and operate it for a short period of time, for a longer period of time, rather than doing with our own forces. And there are advantages and disadvantages that we're going to try and circle in on those a little bit more in the coming days, months. Our net road paving, this is the access to the community hall, we propose to be funded from our road infrastructure reserve, and it seems like an opportune time. As council may recall, we have waste going up our net road, and then the outfall that will eventually go to Cedar Street from our wastewater treatment plant will come down our net road. After that work is done, it would seem to us to be an opportune time to finally get a proper road surface up there. There is a bit of help that will come from the sub-base and so on from the wastewater treatment plant, because the wastewater treatment plant is causing us to have it dug up, but we can't sort of sneak money into paving the road, so that will belong to kind of outside of the funding of the wastewater treatment plant and conveyance project, and come out of our road infrastructure reserve.
Bob, what is a paced pedestrian corridor?
I don't know.
On the last bullet, constructing a paced pedestrian
I'm gonna guess
corridor.
that's a
What is
typo.
that?
Paved.
Oh,
Paved.
oh, paved, okay. I was like, we're gonna walk it out?
We're going to time everybody.
C is next to V on
That's true.
Bay Street, we've been doing upgrades on Bay Street for the last few years, and that will continue into this year. Where we are right now with this project is some work has been done. We've converted the chlorine gas to liquid chlorine, which is a lot safer to handle. Our staff don't have to mask up. It's less labor intensive. So that's being done. The other component that we're adding now, or adding very soon, is UV treatment as well to meet the VHA requirements for what's referred to as 43210. And the UV system has been designed now. It is now with VHA staff for approval. Once we have that approval, we'll be ordering the equipment and installing it later this year. Development cost charges, as most of council is aware, I think we collect development cost charges when new development occurs, and these DCCs are collected to offset future infrastructure costs. It's been probably a decade since our development cost charges were given a thorough review. The first component to be done in that is a technical report that starts to identify what future infrastructure improvements are required, and we want to start that project this year. And water and sewer would be the two kind of beneficiaries of this review, and it's a $40,000 project split evenly between those two. Acknowledgement Reservoir expansion. So the Acknowledgement Reservoir, I think, was built in the late aughts. It's more than 10 years old now, and it has a capacity of 5 million gallons. I understand that the original planning was done so that it could be a 10 million gallon reservoir, and this is over on Mears Island. Over on Mears Island. That's part of the story. We believe it's about $1 million project to expand that reservoir, which to oversimplify it a little bit, it's simply allowing more of the basin that's there to be filled, raising a dam that's there. And that's proposed to happen in 2021. We're going to time some of the projects that you're seeing now in such a way that we'll have kind of a standing army of contractors in town. So there may be some opportunities to have people who already have staff here and who are and have them housed in some way or another interested in doing some of this work. So there might be some economies of scale that piggyback on the wastewater treatment plant project. The funding source for this is the Water Capital Reserve and Development Cost Charge Reserve as well. Not an even split, but those two funds. And there's another project that's coming in a few slides that relates to this. Fourth Street water main upgrade in 2012. There was a water capital plan that was developed. It identified some components of our water infrastructure that we ought to be replacing over the next, I think it was a 10-year time horizon. We have asbestos cement pipe that's in the ground in a lot of downtown. This is one of those locations. That asbestos cement pipe is, actually all pipes are, except the old iron ones, are subject to deterioration and cracking and cause us to have to kind of scramble to do repairs. So over time, we are replacing as many of these as we can. So 4th Street is proposed for engineering next year, and then for the actual replacement in 2022. And this would be funded from the Water Capital Reserve. Neil Street, similarly, it's an old asbestos cement pipe that can be replaced, and this will be done again 2021, 2022. Likely the same project as the previous slide. So water treatment plant, we have two places that treat water. We have Bay Street, that's often referred to as the chlorination station, and the water treatment plant is the one that's at the end of Sharp Road. We operate the water treatment plant at the end of Sharp Road without backup power at this time. It's thought to be a relatively low risk. We tend to get the power outages at this time of year when there aren't as many people in town, there isn't as much demand for water. We think that as you know, time progresses here, that will change a little bit, and there is one small potential risk is when we get heavy rains, we have turbidity at Bay Street, and with that turbidity, we have to do some flushing and so on. That usually goes relatively quickly, and the reservoirs that we have, you know, balance out. But in an abundance of caution, and as we've seen with the expansion of the Acknowledgement Reservoir, we're going to start relying more on the Sharp Road / Osmosis water treatment plant in the future, and so having backup power for that, because as I like to tell people, power outages here are not theoretical. They are frequent and sometimes can be extended. Just a way of making sure for the community that the infrastructure is resilient. And then water treatment plant capacity increase. So this is again the one at the end of Sharp Road, the Osmosis water treatment plant. In conjunction with having more water available from the reservoir that's over on Mears Island that I talked about a few slides ago, the water treatment plant, and I think a budget decision was made a decade or so ago, has a fairly small capacity. What we're looking to do is increase that from 13 liters per second to 20 liters per second, which will do a much better job meeting those peak summer demands that we see. This is not something that's urgent, but in the long-term planning of our community, as we're seeing our visitation grow and our population grow, we suspect that we'll need this, you know, in 5 years. So that's kind of at the end of this 5-year capital plan. I will say this, I've been speaking with our soon-to-be new director of infrastructure and public works. Both of us are very keen on seeing what can be done on the demand side, so that we can consider pushing projects like this further off into the future. And every year that we put something off like this and don't spend that money, we keep money in reserves, we have it available for other things. So we're going to be looking more and more closely at demand side management. It's something that I don't want to speak for him, but both he and I are very keen to see, are we doing everything we can to reduce or offset water demand where we can.
Just
So,
before we move on to sewer, another thing that's been on my mind with respect to water, just generally, and our two systems, our two treatment systems, and putting quite a bit of money into the Bay Street system that's like close to sea level, is begs a lot of questions for me. And I'm aware that we haven't really wrapped our minds around yet around a climate adaptation risk assessment. And I think that within the next couple of years, this is going to be something that is required of municipalities for infrastructure funding purposes. And so I just want to flag that. And it kind of works both ways, because it's both things like sea level rise and where we're locating our infrastructure, and also droughts and balancing out that. I mean, the demand side management is really key in this, I think, because as we try to adapt to increasing droughts, and that's one of the things that provincially is very much on the province's minds, that this is one of the most serious things that communities are going to be experiencing over the next years. So I'll just leave it at that. But
no, yeah, that's a good point, and looking at sustainability and resiliency over the next while, I think that those are things that we're going to have to look at. Again, I don't think it's an emergency, like it's in the next decade, we've got to move everything. But,
no.
In all likelihood, it's coming. Well, not in all likelihood,
yeah.
It's coming.
And then, of course, the very outside, this is not climate related so much, but the tsunami inundation zones, and I mean, the fact that we have 2 submarine water lines, a tsunami comes along and it could be gone anyways. But that's a different matter.
What's influenced grab and go kit water?
Yeah, I was just echoing, was the one note that I had made was critical infrastructure in inundation zones and those things, but anyways, that was another topic.
Yeah, there certainly is work to do. We're not there yet. I think we're still trying to catch up with replacing a lot of things, but that 25, 30, 50-year time horizon look at things is something that I'd like us to be doing a better job of.
Well, I think our new hire, the director, he's definitely going to be interested in a lot of that, especially the climate adaptation side. So
very much so, very much so. So sewer projects. Council is very, very familiar with the wastewater treatment plant project. Just as a bit of an update, we've just received, this is good news, which I really get to say in this room. We've just received, we've gone through a pre-qualification process, and we received pre-qualification submissions from 10 contractors, and that was, council might recall, one of the risks to the project is that it would not be a competitive process, that we'd end up with 2 contractors interested. There was great interest in the marketplace. There were a few others we expected to have submissions from, but we did not. But there's great interest in the marketplace in this job. This is an interesting job to contractors, and we're going to be winnowing the 10 submissions we received to 4 or 5, and then those contractors will be qualified to bid on the tender documents that we hope to have prepared toward the end of next month.
I was just curious, Bob, we had that discussion, and we were thinking we may have to go outside province and et cetera, et cetera. How many of those 10s were, of that 10 were
inside?
Yeah.
There were a couple that were a little bit of a hard question to answer, because Company X might have operations in Montana, Alberta, British Columbia, and Ontario. So, but there were some that were kind of Vancouver Island only, big construction companies that were Vancouver Island only, and there were some that were large, thousands of employees across North America. So a really good answer to our request for qualifications, request for pre-qualifications. So anyway, we're moving. The project is moving along. The timelines are unfolding where we would be starting. This project would be starting in the next quarter. It's as council is aware, we have a significant grant from federal and provincial government covering 72%, 28% in debt proceeds, and we are continuing to look for other funding sources as well. So, but at this time, none of those are committed. But we're continuing to look at those. Maltby Road Lift Station. This is one of the Groundhog Day projects. This is the Maltby Road Lift Station out at Maltby Road on the highway. It receives waste from the south end of town as well as the waste that comes from Long Beach. It needs to be upsized, both in terms of the size of the wet well, the big bin that catches all the waste, and pumping capacity. And so there is another project that lives next to that as well, which is the increase of the Lynn Road Lift Station, also planned for upgrading again to improve its capacity. And as I mentioned earlier, these may well be projects that once a contractor is in town, they won't have the startup costs that someone coming from Burnaby would have to come over here. So we're hoping to get these out to the marketplace fairly early on. While it will be a competitive process, we hope that some of the labor that's in town will be able to work on this. The twinning of Maltby to Lynn, so connecting the two lift stations that we just talked about, and this again is a project that's been long talked about. We are pretty much at capacity on the existing force main between Maltby Road. The waste is forced from Maltby Road, pumped from Maltby Road up to Lynn Road, and it's operating pretty much at capacity at this point, and we're looking to either replace it entirely or twin it, and we've gone back and forth on which way this will go.
Bob, on the two Maltby Road projects that have TFN sewer grant funding, how do you determine what portion is TFN?
That's been determined for us, and Nyla, please step in if I misspeak. So it goes back before my time. There was what's an MTSA, a municipal type service agreement, between the District of Tofino and Tla-o-qui-aht First Nation, and it was determined at that time, what the contribution will be. We have that money. We've had that money for a decade now, I think, or close to a decade. I'm sorry, I don't know what the amount is that we've received, and
it's determined by that agreement.
I ask Nyla every couple of years, but yeah, the agreement from years ago determined what that contribution is. I think. Suffice it to say, that's the past. We are looking, obviously, with the treatment of sewage to revise that MTSA, but it's not going to be able to kind of recapture, or have another look at this contribution that was made historically.
Thanks.
Infiltration study and repairs. In the liquid waste management plan, one of the things that we committed to doing was looking at what's referred to as I&I, infiltration and inflow. Because typically sewer lines, they'll draw a little bit of water into them as they're moving through the community, and our sewer lines are no different. What we want to do through what's referred to as an I&I study is reduce that to the minimum amount possible. You may have noticed walking around town that some of the manholes have stainless steel little bolts in the top of them now, trying to minimize the amount of water that's flowing in through those manholes and then into our sanitary sewer system. We'll be looking at doing we're going to take a closer look at that and see what other initiatives we can do, because even if it's stormwater that goes to the wastewater treatment plant, there's a cost in pumping it there, there's a cost in circulating it through the system, and then separating it from the solids. So ideally you want to minimize your INI as much as possible. The province is expecting us to do this, and we've committed that we're going to do it. So that's, as the wastewater treatment plant is under construction, this is one of the things that we'll be looking at, so that when we open the wastewater treatment plant 2 years from now, we'll be well underway with this piece. I should mention, we have in previous years had the paving of the last West Gibson Street in our budget. We have not put it in this year. I want to have a closer look at it. I'm not sure that, given all of the budget challenges we have, that it's kind of a critical thing for us right now. I know from an emergency perspective that Aaron's team is looking at evacuation plans and so on, and this may need to be, brought back in. But at this point, it really just is a shortcut, and in particular, I want to have a bit of a closer look at it from the perspective of a roadway that goes past an elementary school. And so, it's a nice straight line from Tonkin Park, out to the highway. And I'm not sure that it's the best decision that we can make as a community to have that sort of convenience, but it's something that we want to do. But we also, at the same time, there are emergency requirements. So we may look at this project again next year, or we may look at it differently. In terms of perhaps one way with really significant traffic calming as part of it.
That's definitely something we heard about at the open house last time too. This project was one that didn't get a lot of public support from the folks that were there.
And one of your, we have had a community member who has come to council and has spoken with me directly about, challenges getting a spouse to the hospital during an emergency when downtown is busy. So I don't want to lose sight of that too. It's as we do all day long. It's a matter of balancing a lot of different things here. So that's it for Public Works. Any questions? I'm now going to present Public Spaces Cultural Initiatives.
One question overall. Most of those sort of funded through reserves, and I'm just wondering, maybe you'll get to this in your what you're going to talk about later, but does that leave our reserves seriously depleted?
No, it doesn't. We do have limited funds in the roads reserve, and we are not collecting at a rate fast enough to pay for some of the expenses that will be coming up. But that is the point of increasing the capital and infrastructure levy, so we can meet what our actual requirements are. So the projects won't deplete their reserve. We certainly shouldn't be in that position, because we are increasing the levy and planning for the replacement of the infrastructure. I don't have available today balances of reserve funds, but I will be providing that after the audit is complete for 2019.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So first I'll walk you through the revenue in the department. The revenue is high, particularly in 2020, and that's because of a number of large grants that we've received in this department, primarily for the construction of the multi-use path extension. So that's why you'll see a big difference between 2020 and future years. And again, grants and contributions 2022 to 2024, we typically don't see a lot of opportunities to apply for a grant for a project 5 years out. So you can expect that as we begin to pursue grant opportunities for future projects, that we'll see that number go up as well. Filming fees, much like recreation, or building inspection, it's difficult to plan ahead for what we will receive in a given year. So we tend to be conservative with that amount. Historically, the last 5 years or so, it has been higher than this amount. Muggs Point Park, the revenue that you see there is from the rent paid by the caretaker, who does receive a reduced rent for the work that they put into the property. MRDT transfers, I think it's fairly self-explanatory, and transfers from reserve are for capital projects that I'll go into a little bit later in the presentation. Expenses, I think we're familiar now with what goes into the staffing office and administrative line item there, and remember that this department now looks after the parks function as well, so that is captured in there as well. Capital projects, again, will be discussed in more detail in capital project slides. And transfer to reserve, that is the public art amount that is funded through Resort Municipality Initiative funding. We invest $10,000 a year in that reserve. MRDT transfer, that is the transfer that goes out to Tourism Tofino, as well as the online accommodation platform amount that is transferred to the Tofino Housing Corporation. Expenses related to Muggs Point Park, a little higher in 2020 as we're still in the midst of a planning exercise there. And the amount in 2021 to 2024, we may see change based on the results of that work. Public spaces, that includes all of the parks, trails, operating expenses. Some of those include repairs to cemetery, general operations, maintenance, replacement of the second structure at Centennial Park that is end of life, further Centennial Creek riparian restoration, multi-use path, line painting, signage, etc. So that's all captured in there. Resort infrastructure, again, funded through Resort Municipality Initiative funding. And tourism expenses, we do see in 2022 a larger amount there, and that is for a potential sustainable tourism master plan that has been something that's been discussed around the council table in the past. So we are seeing an amount, a higher amount than we would expect there from property taxation, and there is some further work to be done on this budget. Those numbers will change, and it's the RMI, some of the RMI projects need to be incorporated, so that'll offset some of those costs. We expect this number to be lower at the next budget meeting. The Director of Financial Services will address this further in her presentation later today. Arts and Culture funds the public art installation. There you can see the recent Daniel Pitosa installation that's gone into the new multi-purpose room at the Community Hall. The bulk of our arts and culture programming and infrastructure investment is funded by RMI. There is a modest amount, $10,000 a year, that is taxation, and that is for, we recently had an arts and culture heritage master plan completed, and of course there are some things that are just simply not tourism related expenses, and we'd like to be able to support those as well. This is a budget referral from a resolution that council made and referred to the budget process for a commitment for 4 years of funding to the Tofino Poet Laureate program, which is just completing year 2 of its pilot project. And staff is looking for some direction from council today. It doesn't have to be now, it can be later on. Early budget approvals will come back towards the end of the presentation. There are a couple of, the request for $2,500 a year, up to $2,500 a year to be matched by the community in support of this program. And the funds have been coming from the arts grants, arts and culture grants, and they could continue to come from that, or they could be built into the budget in this cultural initiatives, $10,000 a year. So those are 2 options that staff is putting forward for council's consideration. Is that something council would like to discuss now, or come back to with the other early budget approvals?
Early budget approvals.
We can come back, yeah. So I'm going to speak now about the capital projects. The multi-use path extension, which I think you've all seen, is well underway and expected to complete in early fall of this year. That project schedule is driven largely by the constraints of the fisheries window, which requires some of those in-stream works to be completed in summer. So that sort of dictates our paving window, et cetera. So we're looking at fall of this year. And again, entirely grant funded and some significant grants there. Seasonal shuttle service for 2020, we're in year 2 of a 3-year contract with the operator. This year, the season will start 2 weeks earlier to provide the light, sort of 11 a.m. until 6 p.m. service for the last 2 weeks of June, just building out on the shoulder-ish season there. And that's primarily funded by RMI, but also by some paid parking revenue and a small contribution from Tourism Tofino. They also support marketing materials for the service and the decals you see on the bus with the Tofino word mark, etc. And we're working closely with the operator towards piloting an electric bus for this year. And last year we had the opportunity to pilot this electric bus, but the charging infrastructure is just not in place. It requires a significant charge, not just what a regular EV vehicle charging station would provide. And we're working to try and have that in place for 2020. Improvements to the cemetery. This was presented to council before. There's a budget request of $14,000. That the work would be done in-house, so that is primarily for the soil, seeding, sand materials that would be required to do the work. But we would do that with our own staff. This is a year 3 of funding already approved by council, but I just wanted to highlight it again. So continued work on Centennial Park riparian restoration, which does tie in well with council's strategic plan. So we'll continue to build on the work completed last year, and that project is a partnership with Central West Coast Forest Society, who's able to leverage other funds to make the district's contribution go much further than we would be able to do on our own. Campbell Street Phase 3, the design phase for this is just getting underway. So this is a continued downtown revitalization project, similar to the project Campbell Street Phase 1 and 2 and the work done on Main Street. And this is for the 2 blocks west of 2nd Street. We would do design this year, construction at the earliest 2021. But as you've seen today, there are a lot of other construction projects happening. So depending on the scope of that design, we'll want to consider our construction timing. Multi-use path improvements. We're continuing with a more aggressive approach to rehabilitating our beloved multi-use path than we have in the past. This year we are proposing to do 275 meters. It's a section between Hellison and the Mackenzie Creek Culvert, which is just north of the Dolphin Motel, and continuing to move south after that. And this just highlights proposed future sections. Again, this can be somewhat flexible based on need or other things that may be happening along this corridor. But again, we're able to now, through our new resort development strategy, use almost entirely resort municipality initiative funds to do this work. So that's been really helpful. And
just before you click on that one, so so I understand that the sections that are slated for improvement are kind of staged because of condition and use. But we did get some really compelling letters, I think, from some of the youth in our town and who live farther out. And although the use might be lower farther out of town, the condition, from my anecdotal observation of writing them up, would be that it's far worse. And so I just wanted to say maybe there's a way to reconsider the ordering of this to bring some of those really bad sections up to grade before, even though they're a little less used. But
that's definitely something that we can look at, and I appreciate that point. We should keep in mind that we're using Resort Municipality Initiative funding right now, so there's sort of balance of
I don't think you have to tell the ministry that it's kids that are riding. I mean, visitors ride them too, but
yeah, and we are, as we extend the multi-use path, we connect to the Ups-Chi-to-She Trail at Sibley National Park.
There you go.
Eventually Acknowledgement.
Right.
And we want to see the entire corridor be really well maintained and be a gem in our community. That's all.
I just had one quick thing on, and it's a little, what is our relationship with the Morpheus Island Cemetery? Are we responsible for that? I go there regularly, I'm just curious.
We do own the Morpheus Island Cemetery. Not much happens there. We
Well,
don't really encourage-
it's true, not a lot happens at the cemeteries, but
Quiet.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
very
we
quiet.
don't encourage a lot of traffic. There have been efforts over the time that I've been here, which granted is getting a little bit long, to do brushing out and maintenance of the existing grave sites there, but it's not somewhere we're trying to encourage people
I
to
was
visit.
just curious, yeah, it's just there.
Good question.
I'll explain later.
Yes.
All right, 2 minutes. This is pretty long.
I think we should have the, when the multi-use plan,
Yeah,
the new one,
the extension or the upstream section.
when it comes off the park, you know, the extension.
Yeah, oh yeah, the extension, yeah.
It shouldn't just be a line.
Yeah, no, and actually yesterday, was it yesterday, Wednesday, we talked about this at an ACRD meeting, about standards, like when the trail is fully built.
I only see 3
the-
slides.
How does it feel to a user to, you go across an invisible administrative boundary and suddenly the condition changes? So what is the expectation of the region in terms of minimum standards? And it's been very eye-opening for Ucluelet and the regional district to see how much money
Oh my
we put
God.
into our map, because they are not correctly budgeting at the south end. And they don't have the same kind of use that we do, so they don't have the same probably need for lines and conflict paints and all of that kind of stuff. And as well, their trail was built a little bit differently, but when you come to replace it at $450 per meter, they were like, what? Because they're not accounting for that right now. So it's been a big eye opener.
That's not the dam.
No, that's everything.
Okay.
Yeah. It's open now. So anyways, April knows what she's been helping me a lot. Yeah.
It's a great thing.
Yeah, it is. It is a really great thing. We get so many
Sometimes people get
comments.
gifts they can't afford.
Camp 6 can contribute to MRD.
They don't right now, but there's actually talk afoot about putting in a 1% MRDT on campsite, which our campground operators in Tofino.
I think it's just a 2-minute
But
break.
they don't right now.
It's a great idea.
They should.
Damn.
There's no reason why
Brought
they
my
shouldn't, right?
alcohol
And
down.
now that the province has applied MRDT to every bed and breakfast and short-term rental, you know, campsites too, right?
Cars,
I'm gonna go get
Pardon?
cars that are stuck.
Yeah.
Can we turn the stuff down?
Employee dog?
Now, they're gonna
Employee
send us a
down,
thank you for
yeah.
coming. We talked about this with their CAO, and he's like, how should we handle this? I said, well, you guys, why don't you guys, as the physical host, you guys send up the thank you statement for coming in as a new
Stumpland.
member.
Charge them some money to pay for
I realize it's late now.
And then, yeah, hasn't been a hard to send across, yeah. Nothing stopping you from sending them at work.
Well, we can do that.
When is their lunch? What is it, noon?
Noon.
Noon.
This is a pre-lunch.
I'd like to have a year before, so you can just see, because you guys have a really
good breakfast.
Yeah, I feel like we
before you run.
started that on some of the meetings where it was quite relevant.
We had 6:30.
No, we're on the 90 days with having a report out on this new format and then.
Fair enough, yeah.
But I think we're gonna add that in next year, so thank you.
Just say that, yeah, you did back a couple times.
We did.
With that.
Something's driving
Yeah, that
over.
was-
Okay, so we'll.
Now, how does the timing going? Like, did you think we would be at this point now, or are we early?
No,
Are
I
we
thought
late?
The last
this
one
would
was
be right
canceled.
after lunch.
Oh, all right, all right.
Well, there was no
So
road
we're
there.
not, we're ahead.
Okay. And is there sort of a natural break? Like, we don't know the break to full
Right
rate?
now would be an actual break, because once I get into this, it would be, it's
You know,
gonna flow really nicely.
Can I suggest maybe that we then, why don't we break for lunch now?
Sure.
And come back at 12:30?
Yeah,
If this is a, yeah, this seems like a really natural
Okay,
break to
thank
me
you.
too. Okay.
yeah, I appreciate that.
Okay,
Thanks, Raj.
good. Then I can do a couple other things.
Thanks.
Just with lunch here, yeah.
Lunch isn't here yet, but we are gonna break for lunch now.
Now?
Yeah.
Until 12.
Because it's a really good time, yeah. Good, thanks. Andrew Bailey, what's new?
Nothing. Well, you know, and Gino's coming in March. That's the only news that matters.
Excuse me?
Gino, I got my next one. Number 6.
Oh, you're having a
Gino,
third
yeah,
child.
Gino arrives, March, that's the only new news.
You know
how
that
this all
Gino
works,
is
right?
a boy?
Yeah, Gino's a boy, he's gonna arrive, like,
Florence is
knock on
a boy?
as much wood as possible, because, like, none of the kids have been on time.
Okay.
Right, like the girls, the twins were like crazier, like they were like 5 months early. And then I think Andrew was like a month early, I think Flo was late, Flo was like a week late.
Okay.
But, so who knows? But end of March anyway. It's all signed off, I got the vacation time and everything.
Nice.
We're gonna go to Courtney this time.
Okay.
I've only ever had kids in Victoria.
Right.
And we're doing Courtney, and we got a nice little cabin booked on a pretty cool little beach
Wow.
by the Air Force. It's gonna be pretty awesome.
Oh, down by Lazo Bay or something?
Yeah, like that area.
Nice. There's
Which is, it's actually been kind of cool because my family originates from there on the island. So like it's kind of a nice little excuse to like check out all these other areas. Like we're from Cumberland is where we settled. And so it's like kind of the same area. It's close enough that I can like visit it and like pester my mom with questions about what you went to high school and like what's different now. Or, I'm a nerd, so I'm into that kind of stuff. Like I really like that kind of like family history bit. So that's kind of cool.
That hospital is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
For birth and labor delivery. Amazing.
Well, it looks pretty nice. I've only been on the outside.
Well, you know where the beds are.
Yeah.
Medical staff.
Because people find it.
Oh, phenomenal. Outstanding, man.
So those are the dad jokes that we kids.
Yeah. When did it, like, it stopped in like 2008, right? We gotta lobby the mayor to bring that back.
2008.
Bring what back?
We want childbirth back.
No.
Well, Bill Irving was big into that. Like, Irving would fight, and then it just, like, every time I called, it was Viha then.
The doctors didn't want to do it.
Still
Yeah,
Viha.
like, there was like a hard no.
It's still, it's a lot of things, but a lot of it's just related to insurance and staffing, because in order to maintain your, you know this, in order to maintain your credentials, you have to have experience.
Yeah.
We don't have enough births to get the experience yet, yeah.
So, like, does that problem not get solved when we get our new hospital?
It does not.
No.
Because, like, it's a supply
No,
problem.
it's not it's
I gotta do more work, I guess.
Supply and demand,
I gotta get on it. Because that would be so much more convenient. I get it, but like, man, if we could have like, if you could just be home
High Street Advisory.
and then like, yeah,
I just got a Red Cross.
I've heard of that.
But if you just show up, I mean, what are they going to do?
Well, yeah, because like every year, it seems like, I don't want to say every year, like probably every 2 years, I do a childbirth story. And it's like a big story, like, and it's like, yeah, this happened.
I got to tell you though, I mean, like, we had a couple babies here and it was fantastic.
Yeah.
But going out of town isn't annoying. It's total disruption.
Oh, big time, yeah. Especially when they don't arrive right when they're supposed
Yeah,
to.
but the
Following the green
hospital and the nursing staff.
Yeah, vaguely. I don't think it's that exciting, because I don't think anyone else will run it. I think she'll be a quite.
Yeah.
What I had experienced.
No, that makes
I mean,
sense.
even my friend, my friends here, they
Right.
babies, right? But
Yeah, yeah.
they just, the level was here.
Oh, yeah, that won't change.
So I would say.
But I don't know how well they're
It's
gonna
so
do in the
hard
next
to beat.
election.
I mean, it's totally different.
I don't know how well
Right,
they're
yeah,
gonna
one
do in
room,
the next
that's
election.
four.
I would not,
The delivery room and
anything
your
can change,
recovery
but
room, they just
I
show
would
you.
not be
Oh, that's
surprised
cool.
if,
It's fantastic.
I wouldn't be
They- all the
surprised
families
if there was
stuff.
zero green in
We're happy the kids for all that.
Yeah. No, that's
It
cool.
was a good time. So there's my plug.
Andrew Weaver will be.
That was a
part of
phenomenal
the
club.
day.
Hey, where did your
And a lot of people voted for him.
Okay, so I want to say it was like 1900 or something.
Yeah, from all age?
So we'll see. I
Great,
don't know, Adam's probably reelectable though, and probably something too, but
great
Adam for sure.
grandmother.
Right.
Came from England to Cumberland.
Oh, right on.
Her son,
Okay,
who
where's
was
my
always
list
great
of things I
grandmother,
need?
Right.
has a gold Cumberland thing. He's in the museum.
Oh, that's cool.
Biology, but they have like a freshwater fish.
That's neat. I like that stuff.
Till 12:30.
Yeah.
Lunch comes at noon.
Because that's what my understanding of it
Okay.
Yeah,
is that
but-
like Cumberland was
They give you
like
a check?
I mean,
And
They give you an
then
actual check?
Comox became the head place because of the army.
9
or like
Yeah.
a certain age.
I mean, there's
And
two
then
employees.
Courtney was like a suburb
I should have started.
originally, and then Courtney all of a sudden
Got it.
started getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
So I went.
And then like it kind of makes sense that like the mine town,
The
right,
idea.
Cumberland kind of gets smaller. Right,
Oh, yeah.
down- Yeah, so like then the downtown becomes Courtney.
Really
Like
extended.
extension, you heard of an extension? 5,000.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Goes
really
down.
nice.
Yeah, it just
So,
disappeared.
Yeah, no, that's great.
It's fascinating towns like that. Like I worked for a paper up in Tumbler Ridge for a while,
I talked.
and it was the same thing where
Yeah.
like they built this town on the mine, the mine. And so like there was an actual
Right.
community, and then the mine closes, and then it becomes like an actual ghost
She
town.
said that it would.
And so like for a while in the 90s, there was gorgeous houses, like good nice houses,
Yeah,
for sale for like
who would need them?
$5,000.
Huh?
And then they did the thing where like we'll pay you
Yeah.
to
would
like
submit a
years so we can keep whatever industry going. And like people don't just sell because you never know
Yeah,
when
but
the
like
mine's
what
gonna get back
organization
up.
was.
And then when I was there, the mine had been open again for about a year. And you couldn't get housing, like there was nothing.
Pardon?
And so like I was living in a guy's garage, like I was actually really lucky to have scored a place with
I think
it.
it could only be the district.
And like other
I think
people
our
were
staff
living
was-
where
Actually, I
like,
should go.
a buddy of mine was paying $900 a month.
2 or 3
This guy had a living room, probably a little bit smaller than this room,
That you guys could.
and he put like
I
2
would
sheets
support it, but I'll tell you right now.
down from the ceiling, and that was your spot, so like you had a little futon, and literally like
That's
your
great. I mean, that's
wall
awesome.
between was a sheet.
I think,
And it was like literally a bed sheet, it wasn't like
And I
anything
and
like
Brett are all
fancy,
interested
it was like legitimately a bed sheet, that was
Sounds
900. And then of course, like after I left, I moved to Saskatchewan,
And what happens?
and the mine shut down again.
First thing I'm gonna do.
And all of a sudden, like, and like, you don't wanna buy, you know what I mean? It's like, you could buy a house for
You know,
$200,000, it'll be
I have a
worth
contact
$3,000.
for a person in Palm River.
Yeah, exactly.
who,
I gotta use the water.
They go
Okay.
there too?
Yeah, they sure do. They have
Hey, man, how's it
19
going?
people on it.
Good, how are you doing?
I'm doing alright. I'm
So
wet
I'd be
though.
happy to put you in touch with
I
him.
could go for some
Do
sun.
you want me to just text the both of you?
I'm leaving for some Sunday.
Where you going?
Mexico, baby.
Woo! Are you doing the all-inclusive thing, or are you doing the tourist thing?
As much as you're a tourist, it's like, it's like,
Oh, right on.
it's like little Tofino, I hear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The part that I'm not looking for.
So you lead us to Tofino, but Punamita is
Runs
Yuki.
the program, or-
And it's just down the road. That's where we were.
Definitely.
So we used to live there.
I'd rather not go on vacation, but I'm gonna
Where you're gonna know people?
I don't wanna know anybody.
Go to
but prices right
Punamita.
this time, so that's-
Celulita, you'll see a few familiar faces, but if you go down the road, the beaches are, and there's nobody there.
No, I agree, you don't wanna see people you know.
I hear so many people like, yeah, like half of Tofino's gonna be there. I'm like,
No, that's not a vacation.
But truly,
it's not a vacation.
We
They'll
stayed-
be asking about work and all
No,
that.
exactly.
So it's
we
not-
stayed down the road and there was, what we knew, there was 30 people from Tofino and Celulita, and we saw one of them once, so it's fine.
All right, done. Rob's
And then
gonna
we
be
tried
right
card
back.
deal work for you. I'm like, meet your puppy.
Maybe you could talk at AVICC.
Yeah.
Although the grants are due.
Well, it would be the next year.
Okay.
I don't wanna see this.
Yeah. they're good time.
Hey, Ryan, thank you so much, man.
Sweet. All right, Dawn.
So we're breaking for lunch now.
Yeah, but lunch will be here in about 8 minutes.
Oh, boy.
No, it's awesome. I might experiment on yeah, we'll go back, so but I'm probably back on. Yeah, okay, get back.
Okay, that's done.
Everybody can change spots in there. And we're gonna send Laura in.
I can't remember, Brett, have you received any emails from people about Tofino bus? Or is it
Yeah.
mostly just Josie?
No, you and I talked. No.
Talk about it, right?
Yeah. I met with Adam.
Yeah.
And then, did that still film? Did that still film while we're on break? Just like you asked. But anyways, yeah, I met with Adam, and then a couple of emails, and then a couple phone calls, and then before we could meet, he ended up having a good conversation with you, I think. And then he said that actually answered a bunch of his questions. And then I haven't heard from him since. That was all kind of just before Christmas.
I sent him an email just a couple of days ago because I had Chris Martin from the bylaw department up there every day last week. So he adjusted his shift so he would be at the bus depot at 6:30, sitting in the parking lot with the noise meter.
Yeah.
And so they were starting early every single day. But the crazy part is they're starting 20 minutes early. They leave the lot at 7, then they drive over to House of Himmelset and then idle the bus there for 30 minutes while they wait for the water taxi to arrive. And so I confirmed with the school district 70 bus schedule, he's like, the boat doesn't arrive until 7:30, that's the scheduled time, so every day, starting 20 minutes early, just so they can go idle for another 30 minutes.
Do you want to tape it? Give me 2 minutes, I'll come back down.
That's good. Adam would probably feel good about that. Like that.
Yeah, I haven't heard back from them yet, but now
Validated.
we're going to start taking care of those things.
Nice.
It doesn't make sense at all. And again, it's one of those things like the boss can say, hey, we don't want to start before this time.
How is that even in their like best interests to start early, idle? There's no financial. Wants to know a little extra.
I mean, I think some people just have a greater comfort level of like, I want to be there early and make sure I'm fully prepared, but to sit and idle outside another hotel,
Yeah.
that's not.
Did you have the book for the roll call?
John had it.
I was gonna say, did you see it? Oh, yeah, just want to make sure.
I don't think
everyone
you
saw
saw
it.
it.
I
The
just
before the
put it
roll
away,
call.
I just finished.
Oh, did you put it away?
Yeah, I just finished.
Just did you see the
When does that come
I
out?
might.
Personal copy. They're available for purchase.
When did that come out?
It's pretty cool.
They did a first print of it in the fall and sold out. They only did a very limited run to provide to people that participated, basically, the elders. And then we just did another run.
It's a nice way to.
The original was
I've seen it
already.
already.
Where are you going?
There is an original, yeah.
It's over at the bookstore. You can read.
Yeah, and then the
quality
bookstore's
is not
selling
nearly
those
the
as
same.
well
That's where
as a
it's-
fundraiser. And then
What's going on in Qualcomm?
they sold at the Christmas craft fair.
Just visiting.
Yeah, it's really neat.
They're going swimming.
Oh, they are? Yeah, no skiing today?
No rain,
They're up here?
so.
Yeah.
No
no
other.
I'm gonna go down. I'm probably
Oh,
gonna go
you've got those
tonight.
who's down there?
Yeah, I think it should be
No, we're
okay
gonna
tomorrow.
You wanna do it now?
Yes,
I can drive.
right on, thank you.
Yeah, I was a bit worried about
These Molly's
She lives
sisters.
3 driveways over from
You'll all
the.
drive.
Oh, yeah.
Super,
They're
I am,
good.
but-
How did your kids love it?
Yeah.
So I got an interview, I was
They don't have
just
to- They were happy last night. I peeked in at midnight and they were just like,
Yeah.
happy as clams.
Citra's, I think JoJo's the same. They're having her stay over. She's a, can stay up late, sleep in. She's a
Anyway.
teenager already that way.
Yeah, they're
Tweens.
yeah, right. Just in a couple months, they'll be all teenagers, growing and sleeping.
Yeah.
I remember waking up in the hospital staring at my mom after the car accident.
Yeah.
I was 17.
Does Molly have her cell phone again now that she's
She
started
does.
work? Is it the same number?
No. Oh, I don't think so. Here, I'll give it to you. I don't actually know her. All I do is respond to her texts.
Oh, okay.
And she
I
never
haven't-
answers her phone. I don't think she does.
No, it was just for,
But she,
for texting. But I had a number for her before she went on mat leave.
well, you go with understanding what it is. Info.
You guys are sorry.
Share contact.
Perfect.
Oh my God.
That sounds familiar.
There's like seven
Huge
different
baby
reserves or
board.
whatever.
Huge, like,
April, which one are you?
nurses were
Six, eight, two.
9 ounces. To the point that the nurses were
4156. Yeah, that's
It is the same one?
That's why.
And I
Totally different phone. I thought maybe.
Oh, no, but
I literally have a million
I
photos.
switched your phone last night when they got there.
Also at the end.
This is the
Lock number or whatever.
I was really worried they didn't get there till like.
one.
They left every 5. And it was like on the one soon when they were leaving.
Yeah, I was coming back from Victoria.
I just want to go
And I was getting Dave, I dropped Dave off at 9, and I was getting
was
it.
it like that?
That was one of the questions I
She'd
had.
been past 4 hours,
What
3.5 hours.
appropriate time for those sorts of,
Theodore.
you know,
Yeah.
you know, I've been making
You know, when they
notes
accepted the ID we had, you know.
and then I have to read, you know, so I'll circle on something.
Yeah, I actually.
But,
And I want my flag.
Ava was checking the Sutton Pass weather, and it kept saying snow.
You know, and I see
And I was just like, oh.
Yeah, I was.
Oh,
And I
yeah.
can answer it.
She's like, well,
It was
it's
just
You know, then I can flag out
you know,
things,
it's
because I
like
just
5
know,
degrees, but it says snow.
you know, where I see
Probably
large
rain.
changes in things.
Yeah, no, it was warm,
But you know,
but
where you
just
see,
flooded.
It was cold on the other side.
Everywhere up here.
Oh, really?
Flooded at the gas go.
this
From
is
the
what I
highway there, it was
like
probably
having
like
that 2019 as a
gas bar,
comparison.
our driveway, and this was really
Like expenses and
pools
reviews, and we do
everywhere.
define the budget for for me having, just as a comparative.
Having
But it seems to
I mean,
be.
2019.
Brit just is brand new right now, so I think we're good.
It's not true. I feel like our grandparents would keep on.
No, I like that. I appreciate that because we
Yeah. Yeah, so.
kind of sense it's just
Yeah.
great. And yeah, that it happened. So where they could, they kind of reference security is here. But where they couldn't, it's here in your book, but it would be really nice to emphasize, so we'll do that.
No, probably not.
But the questions on this, where you start at the end of the meeting, when there is, we can spend, you know, we use, sometimes we spend quite a bit.
And like subconsciously.
Ask more clarity about that number. Yeah, feel free to ask.
This is your thing. Hey, this is your time.
I feel like Carolina was dreading.
Format's great.
Yeah.
Do you, yeah.
Well,
so-
who is that?
Yeah, for the last one, and you did comment how the experience was. Yeah, oh, good.
I'm loving it.
Great, great.
Super easy to understand.
Good.
Pick
Yeah,
up things like that.
yeah, if you're looking at the same thing from slide to slide, and you're recognizing consistency, you know where to look, like that net from taxes and mine is, you know, it's kind of important.
Go to it.
Oh, sorry. Good. Yeah, it's flowing really nicely too. For presenters, pretty great. Is that Bob's? That's Bob's. Well, it's Bob's. From his stuff. I don't know who put it. Maybe Elise? I felt very important.
Special little hat.
It's true. Podium.
Maybe he'll come back out.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's when he has to hear about this.
This is why we're at.
Oh, I'm gonna say this is another meeting one.
We're all just hovering,
Yeah.
just waiting to get in there.
My Christmas present was 22. Well, nice for me. Yeah.
What's that? You hear the beat? I can figure out why it sounded good. You're going to have it.
That's it's mixed.
Not walking home and then went out. Oh,
I mean, 410 is the best.
Well, and I was even wondering,
But
Where did it go?
we went to the yeah. Well, here's my thing. Here we go, there's my house. So, occasionally, you know, when I have to go in. Yeah. The 410.
right. It's not. But it's expensive. It's $3. So we got
All right.
In my perspective, we should require that one. And then yes, downstairs.
So anyway, so that's Elliot.
We talked a lot about efficiency. They got in that, so the district's going the ones I've been thinking a lot of is the ones that are pretty good. Doctor.
And Elliot goes shoes like
They have.
No, she's not still.
Oh, yeah.
What's that? Credit union.
Exclusively. Just moving my mortgage over there too.
Well, that's what I'm thinking about.
They're
I just,
Christmas dinner.
I need a lot of stuff to do.
There with all those
As it were.
You need a,
Like
are you moving your personal?
I'm thinking moving my mortgage
Okay.
and everything.
Who are you with right now?
CIBC.
I hate CIBC.
Me too. I don't go there, but.
I was actually talking to JP. They came to the interview night and he said a lot of it was time he went to the lady said to him, oh, your sister was just in your ship at a bunch of money. One time we
We actually cycled towards all of these.
where did you get all this trash from?
Yeah, I know she's doing.
Who said that?
And then
Like,
we
do you remember
worked
when
at,
Maria
we worked at a
Oh, yeah.
private company.
She said, where'd you get all
Right,
those?
and they were looking at,
She's like, you deposit a lot of cash and I always keep it under 10 grand. And I'm like, you actually can't ask that.
That's interesting.
I think some of the tellers, they don't really, like, they're not trained professionals.
They have a lot of turnover.
Yeah.
They've paid really crappy wages.
Yeah. Stripey the other way.
What's that?
I just
You
think
guys
the
are, I
reflection.
love it that Laura's got straight.
I know.
You guys are awesome.
But I just like the reflection in my camera and I can see my broad stripes that are black and white stripes going in the other direction. Stripes on stripes.
You're just keeping it.
Stripey. Stripey. I just put it on. I'm watching you age.
Man, so sweet. I get a little special.
Oh, no, for sure. I was reading, I can't remember what the year is, but eventually it's going to be mandatory in fire trucks.
I saw that too.
When does Benjamin get back this weekend?
He does. He'll be here on Monday for the CAT meeting.
Thing, the old train, doing all of it.
She would
Why don't I show
Yeah.
see that on the cow.
Yeah.
It was for like, up until maybe 5 years ago, you had to buy it in Mexico or Guatemala. Valentina? Yeah.
And she came home, and it blew up.
Lunch and I did the same thing. Did blow up though. We made it back to like 5 or 9 bottles.
They took all the contact for years.
Yeah, I remember that. And then I feel like
I
it
went
was
to,
just after we
yeah,
went back
the,
to like.
surf rider.
You know
Well,
what?
I went to, that's a long story, I went to pick the kids up, and I get there, they're not there.
Really?
And,
Where were they?
well, so I said,
Well, we're going to surf rider, Dad.
yeah, no, they were there, they, you know, Seth said he said hi to you.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, anyways,
You went to pick them up.
so I went there at 9 o'clock, it was supposed to be over, so I go there at 9, and everyone's leaving, like packed up and leaving,
Right.
and I say, Lily, have you seen
There's supposed to be
some
3.
children? Yeah, no, they left the premises about 20 minutes ago.
So where did they go?
So they went for a walk.
Oh, and lost track of time.
And lost track of time. And anyways, so as soon as I got back home to rant and rave, Seth had called to say, you know, where's Dad?
Tom, you and I have discussed this many times. Do you know what would rectify everything in all these
Yes.
situations?
In fact, and that was brought up to me, yes, it was brought up to me.
How old is that? Never been there. How old is that?
No, I mean the cell phone
It'll
for
be
Tom.
17. Yeah, he has one, yeah.
Oh.
He'll be 17. Yeah, Darren did point that out on the, in my ranting and raving.
What was it called?
Yeah, see, I don't have one of those. He could have called me while I was driving around looking for it.
Hello, Dan speaking.
The idea that you're driving around looking for your child cracks me up.
Must be nice.
I think I worked for the last.
I wasn't looking for him. I was driving home to rant and rave about it.
Nice.
Why was it for 5 years?
Constantly popping through though.
I am finally setting you guys up stuff.
I did the customary eye roll.
Oh, thank you.
Like this.
I'm here.
From everyone.
I
You
wrote
are ahead.
Andrea into helping.
I'm pretty certain.
That helps you away.
Oh, is this going to be a 5-minute lecture, or can you put this into a category we have to?
She doesn't think she
The rating of the effectiveness of the ranting?
Yes.
next time. Just you wait.
No doubt that was a particularly good rant today.
More.
You're rocking.
Maybe 2/3 of the way through. But she basically said,
Probably type in our West Coast roles.
Yeah,
Monday.
yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
because,
While I'm working,
You're
and
working.
then, to be honest, I'm
yeah,
not sure. Yeah.
okay, all right,
I mean, if there was
Say no more.
anything
yeah,
that
get it.
if it's,
I understand.
yeah, and I'm taking time, quite a bit
Yeah.
of time right now.
Nope, I,
The CDAC.
done deal.
No. I mean, if there's maybe a proposed sort of agenda or something.
No,
that-
I think that's very fair. I was talking about our West Coast Wellness Working Board.
Oh, fun.
Is that the one doing the alcohol? Is that the info we just got? I dare you.
No, it's the the hospital replacement committee, so
They're whack.
the hospital replacement committee.
Did you want to come to the hospital fundraiser? No.
That was decisive.
Yeah.
One thing about that.
I feel like you've already been asked that.
I'm joking. When is it?
April 24th.
Just joking. What is it?
I'm not telling you.
I'm just joking.
Yeah, what is it this year? Dinner?
I assume it's the same this year. I've never been.
Oh, yeah,
I'm sheltered.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, the one
It's
at
a-
shelter?
Yeah, yeah, that one.
Nope.
Maybe.
I haven't been for a couple of years because it's always been during ABICC.
Yeah.
I remember being shamed into working it too many times. They were like, you're gonna work for free. And I'm like, do I have an option? They're like, no. Because of weird thing.
It's your donation to the hospital.
Is it a donation if it's not voluntary?
Well, it must have been voluntary.
If you're scheduled.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Last spring,
Like I know a lot of people would be like, oh, I don't want to work it. They'd be like, you're scheduled.
Right. You were scheduled anyways, and you're going to get paid. That's
It's one of your regular days.
Right.
It's the most ambitious public works line project.
a lot of these tend to,
So-
Groundhog Day, I've seen them come up.
Yeah.
I would say overall, it's not
Well,
an issue
they-
in the sense that
Bob,
just because you're the chair of the meeting doesn't mean you're not entitled to your opinion.
take advantage
It's kind of more in the way you enter the
And I
debate,
think
and
there's
then
been a couple
mentally, you're like,
that
okay, I'm taking off my chair hat right now, and I'm a member of the council.
Mackenzie saw a way
Say
of,
that out loud,
yeah.
you know. And so, as always, I think one of the things often the chair is like you get the opportunity to talk, right? And so you get to summarize what others say, respond to it, and say what you think all together, which are your opinion. And it's totally fine.
I didn't think it would be like a conflict. They just feel
It's
it's just
kind of
like as a council member, I think it is like
Don't they just like
I
load it
don't
on
want
your
to
medical?
guide anyone towards subscribe.
No, and you won't, especially if it's last. Although sometimes,
So I put it out here.
you can carry. And people will maybe have noticed that once in a while I've done that. By speaking first. Like after our delegation meeting, I was like, I'm just gonna make this one in the bud, speak. And didn't seem to be rather than,
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, did you follow up with First Nation?
I did not.
Or will we? Should we?
I don't think so.
Like just being like advising
did.
him to look where.
Oh, he knows. He's well aware of this. Okay, I think it's okay. Yeah. And he knows, I mean, he and I have talked about it many times. But Ian has told me, so, right? Yeah, that's a really interesting set of feedback.
Al, are you coming to LGLA? I have a good duck place picked up for dinner on a night that Josie can't join us.
Okay.
The Tuesday is the Wednesday is the reception, and then Thursday
I believe
is
so, yeah.
right?
Is one enough?
So the two, like, you know how it starts at Wednesday at noon? Well, Tuesday morning, or maybe even Monday afternoon, there's another forum like that kind of runs into ours, where they don't overlap, but it's the electoral area, so they do one just for regional district directors. And then there's this one, and some of them will do the whole thing, and some of them will do their half. But they schedule it in a way so that I think the only social for both events is at the same time. So there'll be a bunch of extra people at the social part
I used to go to
that are not
conference,
intersections.
On Tuesday or
public health.
Wednesday,
Okay.
I think.
How is the field trip?
I think that's how it works. I can't remember
Pretty loud.
exactly.
The backside of it was, more chill, beats, sound like we're going.
Yeah.
At festival.
Oh, yeah.
The session,
Yeah,
Usually
yeah, chocolate come up. and they-
Really?
Yeah, probably.
and I particularly like
Oh, yeah.
the topics on this one. Otherwise,
Yeah, for me.
because I've been to so many.
Where did you get
Your
those?
song is at my place.
Up for a potential job that you were interviewing for.
The
You
gender.
got
Now,
the council and something like
That's a
that.
weird song. Me and him, he listens to it like.
I don't know, I've looked at
Potentially
it.
People start feeling weird.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah,
you're like-
it was.
I don't think there's a lot of
Yeah,
damage to the other day.
And Elton John.
I don't know, I was actually thinking, I can't say they give me council.
Because I checked it out.
And I
I started thinking like.
But I'm not ready to talk about
Because I wanted to.
it. But
Led
yeah,
Zeppelin.
say they
At this point,
So I decided to be.
Yeah,
they have
I'm repeating stuff some.
right.
I don't think I'm conflict of interest, but I wouldn't want to say.
I enjoy it. I enjoy it. And I don't usually enjoy it.
People to talk about actually voting.
That was good.
Right.
You can always get
We're just gonna have a good time.
But this has a lot of
That was my
Made me feel really good. Can you say
newer and
Yeah.
real.
No, you can't, I don't
Could
think.
you say due to the
Yeah.
I know, I ended up being
chief. I do. I'm pretty sure it's really I know the most of it, but it was probably terrifying. It did come back.
It does.
And I did question that I never ever considered support, and I don't know, it'd be really
I mean, I
interesting to talk
think it's,
to
I was thinking about
A combination of, I mean, it was good the first time I went into interviews and stuff, but
But in this case, yeah, I know. But you have a temporary, that's what it did your job. But it did the job.
But if you're focusing on the job.
Yeah.
So right now, so if you
you just
feel like when
No, I know that, I was hypothetical, that's what I'm saying.
I think that's a great question.
Yeah,
So it didn't
yeah,
rain.
because it did eventually
In
come
fact, I
pretty.
made Tuesdays.
Yeah, and there's a couple ways to doing it, so maybe you should choose your call. I'll go check there.
Okay, I had to email you, like,
I love
text
all
me
of
too.
them.
Can we start again?
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I think I'm really full, but this is really good.
Tofino?
Sure looks like it.
Looks like it.
So messy. And you did.
I'm really impressed with our catering.
It's not a communicable disease friendly
Red hair,
meal.
all red hair, all the time.
Has been in the papers
We're
lately.
just licking our hands.
I don't know how you eat tacos, but
I'm using knife.
I'm okay.
Okay, for me, that's all my handicaps.
What was the inspiration for your dog's name?
They had the noon show on CBC.
Okay.
The photo show.
So it's not giving Miley.
No, it's not.
Okay, look at this, look at
Yeah, so it's
What was the inspiration for your dog?
My phone is along the
Really?
They missing
Yeah.
last year. Like,
Oh, that's beautiful. That's a nice. Yeah.
Are we over?
Well, it's interesting.
Raising the family or maybe we should be applying more resources into
Is that the bride-ness or?
just
Well,
Yeah,
I
right
give you
here.
that.
My brother is like, people like
Thousands of people a day.
It's funny, my brother is too.
A day.
He's huge, he's like 6'3" and like 300.
That's the same as my brother. It's wild how big he is. Like, I do not understand how we're all that.
Years.
My brothers are the opposite, is the opposite of me. Personality,
And this was
size, looks, everything. He's married, someone who's exactly.
World, of course.
We don't get along a lot. No, Shannon and I get along a lot.
There's another side to the whole
Yeah.
picture. One thing called professor.
Has anyone seen the tower? Have you seen the tower?
He writes about pennies.
Yeah, and which now is.
Like, what is the design choice?
This was gonna guess.
Interesting.
Did you ever see that?
So, hey,
What a design choice. Wow.
Super interesting.
this is the most probable.
That's tile? Yeah.
There are many, you're right.
That's pretty, an orange, green paint across like that.
She seemed to actually start.
Parmesan again. Too much cholesterol.
But yeah, so we thought about getting another one
to like transition?
So in the last council, we would have these all-day meetings and we would have lunch. And then inevitably Kathy and Dorothy would always return late. And by this point, where we'd be like coming down to where we had agreed to reconvene, because they would go off to do something, or sometimes Kathy would go home from lunch or whatever.
You start with them?
Oh yeah, always. I always started without them, but it was kind of a joke that we all had to like, okay, so who's gonna come back first? Who's gonna be the latest? Oh man. Yeah.
There's a section that I see drinking games.
Where were you yesterday? When did you come?
In the co-op partners?
No. What? Yeah. So anyway, I was happy to find that.
Yeah.
I'm going to see races.
So anyway, Mr. Funley.
Mr. Funley, exactly. So I called Margaret.
You really have to stop saying that you're not pro.
Yeah, I know. It's like,
You're walking around being like,
but it was a big, it was at high level. So they called Margaret. You know, so I said, so I go and talk to Mike and what is it?
I think the best part was just meeting and working with the youth people. I have a book for you.
I'm definitely interested.
You and Rick must work together, or like have a like his own.
Yeah, he used to come out and do training course.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, like he did first responder training, first
you know, the idea that if you play to the lowest common denominator, they'll be supported person. So I'd say that you're going to create a structure that works like that.
We didn't have a chief that had those credentials.
Especially when they look at alcohol in comparison to cigarettes, like the industry where they market, and you're just like, oh shit, they actually just
He
really
actually,
have a choice.
him and Aaron Fourier, as soon as I evaluated them, they're
Like what harmful substances, and they grade them on.
because we'd have them out 4 times a year.
And she literally says
It's
like
not.
based on the ranking.
To them personally, like do they get to use that amount, or that's like charged out?
They got to keep the amount and they paid a small portion to,
Which is
like,
so
for all of their,
like on like medical it's just so fast.
That was like the
it's like
$25
and like the next one down is 20.
everything else they do.
Wow.
So
Andrew, we missed you on Tuesday.
I think that's 2. Did I miss 2?
Yes,
I have missed 2.
I didn't watch it.
All these things I'm missing.
Will you watch it on the video later?
Yes. I watched the Ucluelet ones on video, because I don't cover those anymore.
All right.
And so I watched those just because, like,
Fine, you live there.
keep an eye on things. And I watched your guys's, like a few of them.
How do you find the quality of the sound and video and from one to the other?
Like, just as good as you'd expect. Like it's not like a David Lynch film. You know what I mean?
It feels like it in here.
But no, it's like, it's definitely, because like, you know, you sit down, I can definitely hear it.
Yeah, a little bit.
And like, you can see everything, and it's like, it's more than 1 pixel and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's as good as you would expect a municipal council meeting.
Some have.
In a small town.
Like gas tax for that, for example.
But do you know anything like
So it's currently. She was also actually doing it.
You know the same poor guy he used to do painting. I don't know if he's still doing
Well, when you talk to them,
you know him for sure the same.
so I'll talk to them. But
He just did a big one.
do you know when you hear something
yeah.
I don't waste.
So we just use different words.
Shows you. it's just, he's a,
It was this.
I guess indirectly as a, he's
I am
front
going
and
to take
center.
a 3:15.
That's good.
So we have Andrea's meeting.
Then I go to all the meetings.
Yeah, you are welcome.
And I'm taking, and you left your heart to
You know,
point, I'm
this is
taking
really, really bad.
Andrea to the point
Yeah,
where.
going to sports day. I have to go to Victoria to Lawson anyways on Friday morning, so.
And they have it.
We have
If I can get into it.
You're going to Richmond?
Yeah, Richmond.
And he may have had a very, I don't
I go to Richmond, I'm sorry, I didn't like that.
Yeah, I know, I was actually looking forward to having you, somebody could navigate me.
or a camera with us.
I just told her it's live stream. Watch it.
We're gonna be at home. Richmond.
Yeah.
So,
It's a blend.
that's funny, I don't.
That's what they're all doing, they're going to IKEA.
And he's on every.
They're going to what?
That one.
CDC.
Oh,
I don't even, I've never read anything.
CS.
Like, I don't even know how to tell you what IKEA is, that's such a big conversation.
I know what IKEA is, I just didn't hear it from.
12:30, you guys.
I knew it to
That's
be like, quite
yeah, the show on the road, look at it.
there's no redeeming in terms of, there's no constructive.
You're trying to accomplish it.
I've been old enough, because I don't know if it's gonna be upgraded.
All my impressions are quite authentic and off-the-cuff.
I've got my entire lunchtime list done.
Perfect.
He's awful.
Unusual. I have no lunchtime list.
Exactly. Or, pointing out the flaws in whatever it may be, perceived flaws. An alternative. So then I appreciate that.
Stuck it out one way like this, I don't know.
I really wanted them here for the sample properties. Because it'll show how much the property increases compared to the budget.
On our way home, though, right? We have 24 hours.
Sorry.
Baby steps.
Send me messages.
2 hour calling
Just a second.
It's just
It's funny because I just,
Because I know lots of things from kids.
no, I haven't. I did see there's still a bunch of material still on there. Yeah, I haven't. That could be.
When they turn the camera off for lunch and then turn it back on.
We don't make anybody watch those.
So you have to absorb it.
Oh, no, that's rule all the time. I don't post it all, but I have secret files.
Access to information.
What was it? Remember for a while that video thing was where they taking a picture of people at work and you just flip. What was that called?
And no blades, right?
I missed it. No, yeah, it was okay.
I resemble that remark.
They take a picture of them at work and then they take a picture of
Well, they just go all crazy and then it's kind of like it was a thing on the internet for a while. What's this thing called? The
I don't think
internet?
you can see it, but the bike is the
Moving
the
pictures.
half bike that was chained up.
But not.
Oh, there it is, thank you.
Was it like
Could catch up.
at work?
It was kind of like.
All right, here we go.
You'd have to see it.
Pull out your legal size sheets here. I think we're gonna need them.
Okay, you're on to the real. Grading now.
Boys, stop it.
Do you want to on this right now? It's like my ass. That's all I hear.
else.
Yeah, you know, where's Waldo? I'm really regretting not wearing my striped shirt.
Popular Picasso's everywhere.
Popular Picasso?
Popular Picasso, you always wear those kind of.
That's true, we did. So did Chuck.
I think I've seen it.
Okay, yeah, we're good. Thank you for lunch.
Thank you.
It's delicious.
Okay, so the last part of today's presentation is my report to council, and I'll just provide a brief overview on what I'll cover today. It's a more comprehensive report than council saw in the first budget meeting. Today's focus will be on summarizing and having a close look at the consolidated 2020 budget. And I always like to have a good look at that budget in its consolidated form, because that's what we use to establish and set all of the tax rates for the year. And then we'll go over 2020 property taxation, which will go over assessment comparisons over prior years, the draft municipal tax rate, so it's for municipal taxes only at this point. And then we'll have a discussion on tax shifting, and then I'll provide some sample municipal tax calculations on properties that we've been using for the last 3 years, so we can see some consistency from year to year. And then I'll go over the next step. We'll consider some early budget approvals and then the next steps in the budget process. And then we go from here in order to adopt that financial plan for the next 5 years. So the first thing we're going to do is go over that consolidated worksheet that was included in the agenda packages and that you have in front of you. There are a few comments in there, but I just wanted to provide an overview of how the spreadsheet works. This was a tool that we started using last year in the budget process. So at this point, it's quite draft. It's not based on a balanced budget, so this is going to change quite a bit between this budget meeting and the next, particularly in the way that the different service areas are funded by taxation. So I'm just going to get Elise to make the expense section of this spreadsheet larger if we can.
Is that large enough?
Yes, that's good. And scroll down a little bit so you can see everything there. Okay, so I don't think in PDF I can use the laser, but let me try. I can't remember where it is. I don't think I've ever used it. Is it the top bottom
Center
button?
button, I think.
The bottom button?
Yeah. Well, you can.
Oh, look at that.
Okay, so here, this number right here is just over $42 million. That is where our 2020 budget is sitting in the financial plan for total expenditures. So $42,328,949. Not surprising to see such a large number there because we have the wastewater treatment plant project, and the other large project we have is in public spaces, which is the multi-use path extension. So when we come forward to council and we say that the budget is balanced, all of the revenues equal the planned expenditures for the year. So we're not quite there yet, and I'm feeling comfortable with that in the budget process, and that we'll be able to go away, balance the plan, and bring it back for council's consideration. So just focusing on this expense side for a moment, we do break out the budget in our financial plan bylaw between operating and capital, and we also indicate what the transfers are, which transfers are occurring in the year. So the operating budget is accounting for 19% of that $42 million, close to $8 million. That is fairly consistent with prior years. We do have some changes and increases in the operating budget, which the managers went through for you today. The next column is the capital budget, and it's, for us in recent years, it's not surprising to see that capital budget higher than the operating budget. It is quite a bit higher this year because of the wastewater treatment plant project beginning. So 72% of that $42 million is capital. 9% are transfers out to reserve funds and transfers to other agencies. So that would be mostly those are not the taxation amounts to other agencies, but it's a municipal and regional district tax under public spaces is why that number is so high. So that's going out to Tourism Tofino, and it's also going out to the Tofino Housing Corporation. In administration, the transfers are high because that's the department where all of the capital and infrastructure levy amounts that we collect go into, and the debt servicing amounts go into, and then we transfer it out into the water and the sewer fund, and then from the water and sewer fund, it then gets transferred out into a reserve fund to save for future replacement of infrastructure. So when we collect that capital and infrastructure levy amount, it gets collected as a whole, and then it's dispersed between the three funds, the general fund, the water fund, and the sewer fund. Any questions on the expense side? And I'll just move over to revenues and we can come back. Okay, so we'll just move it over there. Okay, so there's the number here. This 42,142,305 is slightly lower than the total expenses, so we're seeing a difference of 186,644 in expenses that are more expenses than we have in revenue. I'll talk about that a little bit more in some slides. I don't want to focus on that right now because each of the funds requires a certain amount of money to balance that fund, and that also includes contingency funds, which I want to talk about in a moment. So the amounts highlighted in light pink over here in this taxation column, and then over here and over here are all amounts that we are charging municipal tax for and then spending them accordingly. So I'll just go over these two amounts over on this side first. So 3% of the 42 million that we're spending in the year is collected through municipal property taxation, and it is for the capital and infrastructure levy. Those amounts are all transferred into reserves. And you can see in that column above that some amount is going into the general fund, 859,000, and then the lower amounts in the bottom of the spreadsheet are going to the water and the sewer fund. In the column beside, 1% of the budget is being collected to service the debt that we have. And so that amount we'll see fluctuate over the 5 years. This year it is quite low because we're going to be in the construction phase of the wastewater treatment plant project, and we're going to be paying interest only on the debt that we are going to start borrowing to help us construct that project. So the amount in the wastewater fund here is 139,000. It's lower than the cost of what the debt servicing is this year in that fund. And I just want to highlight this because it's very important. It goes back to something we discussed last year. Last year we taxed $32,000 to pay for interest on funds borrowed for the wastewater treatment plant project. Last year we didn't borrow any money for that. So that money, that $32,000 we taxed last year, is being transferred to a reserve fund, and we will use it this year to help us service that debt. So this year we don't need to collect the $171,000 we need to service the debt, which is the actual number we need to pay to service the debt. We're using $139,000 we're taxing this year and the $32,000 we taxed in the previous year. That's a very important point to make because this discussion is also very similar to the tax that we're charging for the guarantee on the Tofino Housing Corporation loan that was borrowed. So a question that was asked of council and community members last year was, what if the district does not have to pay off that guarantee in the 5 years that that loan is outstanding, and then the housing corporation pays it off? That while the guarantee falls away, we will have taxed and collected for those amounts. All of those amounts we're collecting are going into a reserve fund. If we don't need it to pay the guarantee, we will use it to service other debt, which will be debt on the wastewater treatment plant. So it will be specified for that purpose, similar to how the $32,000 we collected last year is going to go towards servicing the wastewater treatment plant debt.
Would it have to all go in 1 year, or could it be parsed out over like 5 years the way we collected it over 5 years? Okay.
And do we have discretion as to, I mean, obviously the biggest is the wastewater treatment debt, but would we have discretion on paying off other forms of debt with that reserve?
Definitely, yes. And so a bylaw will be established for that reserve fund. It'll come to council, and council will be able to make the decision on how the funds are dispersed from that reserve fund. It'll be laid out in the bylaw and indicated how funds are contributed and how funds can be used.
Right.
So moving over to the taxation column here on the left-hand side, 8% of our total 2020 budget is being paid for out of municipal taxation. So $3,396,265 is being paid for out of municipal taxation. So that's out of the $42 million in expenditures we have this year. A more or less equal amount, 7% of that budget is coming from own source revenues. And so That is fairly consistent from year to year. Last year there were consistent numbers there. We basically collect about the same amount in our own source revenues through fees for recreation programs, building permit fees, development admin fees, those types of things, to pay for the services that we're providing in the areas and how it's split out there. Similarly, taxation is then collected and paid for in the service areas that we've indicated here on the spreadsheet. The majority of our budget, and this has been consistent with previous years, is funded by grants and reserve funds. This year we're seeing over 50% of our budget being paid for out of grant funds. And we are seeing 7% of our budget, so equal to our own source revenues, being funded from reserve funds. And those reserve funds are built up and established over the years from various types of funding sources. Some are taxation, some are gas tax funds that we receive from other levels of government, those types of revenue sources, development cost charges, or prior year's capital and infrastructure levy that we've collected. We're starting to spend on renewal and replacement of some of that infrastructure. 16% of the budget here is being funded out of borrowing. And so that amount we borrow up front and we use it to spend on the capital project. And the column over here under debt servicing is our annual debt servicing against those amounts being borrowed. So it's so low this year because we're paying interest only. The last column here is 1% of the budget that we estimate about $300,000 in surplus every year that goes into the budget and then is subsequently transferred right out to a reserve fund. So the net impact is zero. The difference between $300,000 and the amount showing here is the reassignment of the prior year's taxation amount. So that's the $167,422 that council saw in a previous slide today. So I believe the final amount I haven't gone over is the 4% of our budget is coming from contributions. And those amounts are fairly small with the exception of the public spaces budget, which is where we put the municipal and regional district tax amount that we receive in and goes right out to Tourism Tofino and the Tofino Housing Corporation. The other smaller amounts we're seeing in the other service areas relate to some contributions from other agencies, such as we receive some funding from Tourism Tofino to pay for some of our expenses and those types of things. So I think that's all I'd like to say on the spreadsheet for now. Are there any questions?
I have one, and it goes back to when I was saying, I'm going to ask a few questions that might, because of trying to fully understand how it works. And I'll make it short. How do we backfill the reserves? So when we use the reserves, and when we talk about we collect the CNI, and then we make the transfers, is that like, I know we have guests, there are other forms of revenue. Is that how we backfill when we use those reserves? How do we fill those reserves back up, I guess is my question.
Yeah, good question. So I think what I'll do is just start by talking about the capital and infrastructure levy, because that's where we're building our largest reserves. So this column here, the capital and infrastructure levy amount, $1,371,779, is what we're collecting this year for that levy. It's not designated this year for any particular project or capital improvement or anything like that. That's basically what we need to collect and then some in order to have an amount in the future to replace that. So those three amounts in that column are going right into our reserve funds.
Okay.
This column over here, the 7%, is higher than the 3% because it's not just made up of the capital and infrastructure levy amounts. We are spending a small amount of capital and infrastructure levy this year to go towards some of our asset repairs and renewals. I'll have that report at the next council meeting, or the next budget meeting, sorry. But other than that, those are funds such as the Resort Municipality Initiative, gas tax fund. Those two amounts we get from other levels, higher levels of government. Those are funds that have been set aside from previous year's surpluses as well. So in the water and the sewer fund, if there's a surplus in those funds, we take it and transfer it to a reserve, and we can only spend it in the manner laid out in that reserve fund bylaw that council has established. So they're from different sources of revenue in the past, not necessarily just from taxation. They could be from our own source revenue. They could be from developers, from development cost charges. They can be from surpluses, and then they can be funding from higher levels of government. So when we receive gas tax money, we don't spend it in the year we receive it. We plan it and spend it in future years based on what the requirements are in that funding agreement.
Thank you.
That's okay. Okay, so we will go back to the presentation, but we can come back to this spreadsheet anytime. Thanks, Elise. This happened to someone else before. On the computer, it actually says what those are, but for some
And it's a
reason-
PDF.
No, this is a
Oh.
PowerPoint. Yeah, I made sure it was.
But, okay.
We've got it in our sheets.
Yeah.
You have it? Okay.
Don't worry.
I might need help. Oh, no, I have it right here. Okay, so this is just an illustration of that, of all of those pink sections of the spreadsheet that are coming from taxation that we just looked at. So that debt servicing column, the capital and infrastructure levy column, and then that general taxation column under the expense side of that spreadsheet we just looked at. This is just an illustration of what that is. So the largest amount, and this is consistent from year to year, is coming, the largest amount is coming from the capital and infrastructure levy for 27%. 19% is going to public works, and 10% is for public spaces. 9% is for administration. However, those two are going to change somewhat as the funding goes up from other sources in public spaces. The net amount is going to be transferred up to admin, and that's just the way we balance the budget. The funding sources generally are laid, or the different service areas that we indicated in the spreadsheet that we provided to council are more or less going to remain the same, with the exception of public works and admin. Sorry, public spaces and admin. Thank you. And we're just not quite at the point where we can balance the budget to confirm these numbers at this point, but I just wanted to give council an indication of where it was sitting currently, and it doesn't look very different from where it was sitting last year. So continuing to focus on the 2020 budget, I wanted to, I think I've said this enough times today, but the financial plan is not balanced today, as you've seen it. The general fund, which is all the services with the exception of water and sewer, needs a contingency set at 5% of that base level taxation, that one we looked at in the first column of that spreadsheet we just saw. So 5% of that is $169,813. And we use the contingency, just to remind council, for items that just cannot be planned for, emergent items that come up throughout the year that we require additional funds for. Funds required then to balance the 2020 budget are $278,782. So that's not an unusual place to be for this at this point in the budget cycle. There's still quite a bit of work that we need to do as staff to work towards balancing the budget. Some items that are missing and not yet confirmed. We still have the revised roll to come and the non-market change number to confirm. And so we will work internally based on the feedback we get today, feedback from the consultation that's coming up, and work towards balancing that budget to present to council at the next meeting.
Could you take a moment, please, to just explain to council again, and since we have a new member of council, when contingency is spent, kind of how staff may or may not come to council for decisions on those expenses?
Yes. So we always go to our purchasing policy and our spending authorities first, and so we have the ability internally to spend on goods and services up to $75,000, and then we have to meet thresholds for competitive procurement and those types of things. Usually, more often than not, and probably 99% of the time, contingency expenditures are coming in well below that amount. So we use that flexibility to discuss it as a management team and prioritize the emergent expenditures and unplanned expenditures that come up. And the CAO or CFO are the only ones that can sign off on spending those funds. So a manager will submit a form to the CFO and request the funds, and if it fits within the priorities and we have the ability to spend it, we will sign off on that and confirm the expense. Every quarter when we report out to council, we'll provide a listing by service area of the expenditures that we use contingency funds for.
And if we don't spend, in this case, the 5%, if we don't spend that contingency, where does that extra roll into?
So that goes into the general surplus at the end of the year. The general surplus number comes to council, and council makes a decision on how those funds will be dispersed.
I remember that.
Sometimes staff will make a recommendation.
Yes. And they will disregard.
Not at all.
Most of the time it's ended up in.
Okay, don't we still have 20% of the last surplus that we haven't decided on?
Was it 2018?
Yes, actually,
Yeah.
they're all of it. We haven't made a decision on the general fund, water, or sewer
Right.
fund surpluses because we had to set it aside for further contingency we required.
Right.
So we'll be coming back to council to report on what additional funds were used,
Okay.
what amounts in the water and sewer fund will go to reserve, and what we will do with that general surplus.
Yeah, thanks.
So I'm going to provide similar information now to the general fund on the water and the sewer fund. So just starting at the top, contingency is set at 5% of water charges. So the required contingency this year is $37,250. The funds required to balance the 2020 budget are $139,530. Again, not an unusual place to be at this time in the budget cycle. We have, as I mentioned earlier, quite a bit of work to do on the water fund budget, particularly operating. So we'll have a look at that and come back with a balanced water fund budget. In the sewer fund, again, the contingency is set at 5% of sewer charges. The required contingency for 2020 is $34,500. So because this is based on fees, we will see that contingency increase in later years of the financial plan to match the revenue increase. When the revenue increases, your operating cost increases, and then inevitably more unplanned expenditures or emergent expenditures could come up. So we're unsure if we'll stick with that 5% in later years of the plan. We'll see what number kind of works for us, and we will balance out the increase in revenue with making sure we don't have too significant of a contingency number. Right now, 5% has been working for us, with the exception of 2019. So the funds required to balance the 2020 plan are $9,895, so a bit closer there, and we still have some more work to do on that budget before we bring it back for consideration. That last comment I've said a few times. Okay, so the next slide is an update to council on where we're sitting with loans and long-term debt. I felt it was important to bring this forward because there is that large wastewater treatment plant debt that we have in the financial plan. And so where we are sitting right now is we have 3 types of debt outstanding. We have 2 smaller 5-year terms of equipment financing loans, which we will use through Municipal Finance Authority to fund or to borrow for expenditures such as the fire truck and the backhoe that we purchased. For the fire truck, we paid for half of it with reserve funds, and then we borrowed the other half, and we will have that paid off in November of next year, of 2020. So the balance is $115,000, and the estimated payments this year included in the financial plan are $60,717. And we have the backhoe, which is on a 5-year term as well. That's expiring in September of 2022, and the balance on there is $76,621. And the payments, annual payments, are $29,065. So those are the only 2 equipment financing loans that we have outstanding. 2 expired last year. I hope to not use that program unless we need to. We should be able to use our capital and infrastructure levy amounts to replace the assets that we have. But in early years, because our investment hasn't accelerated as quickly as, say, before we need a new fire truck, we may have to look at borrowing when we need a new fire truck or back or a larger piece of equipment. But for the most part, we hope to not have to do that.
I have a silly question, but do we pay property taxes on our house?
It's an internal charge for, yes. It's an internal charge for that house as well as for the gateway unit that we have because it's not being used for municipal operations.
Yeah.
So there is a tax bill, it's not exempt, and then so we do have to tax the community to pay the taxes, and then it just transfers. It's a funny thing. The other debt is a term debt for the Ocean Park House. It's on a renewable 5-year term, but it is due this year. It's due in about 6 or 7 months, but the term is up for renewal. So I had a conversation with the Municipal Finance Authority the other day, and administratively it takes a bit of time to renew the debt, so I'm recommending to Council today that we just pay off that balance at the beginning of this year. At $20,009, estimated at $20,995, we'll save a few $100s on interest, not much, by paying it off a little bit earlier. That'll come up later on in the presentation. And then we have our other long-term debt. It's on a 25-year term and then it matures in April of 2031. We pay $51,890 per year on that. That's a fixed payment, interest and principal. And the balance is $747,111, and that was used for water upgrades. It's my favorite slide. Okay, so this is a chart that I started preparing last year and to help us wrap our heads around what our tax requirements were from year to year. So this is an illustration of what our base rate taxation is, or our general municipal taxation rate is, which is that column in the spreadsheet that we looked at, that pink column on the side excluding the capital and infrastructure levy and excluding our debt servicing costs. So that blue section is what we charge on an annual basis to offer the programs and services that we offer outside of water and sewer. So that base amount is increasing at 2% per year. And I'll show you what that 2% looks like for 2020 in a moment. That next section of the diagram is the capital and infrastructure levy. And so it's not surprising to Council to see that amount increase from 2020 to 2021 up to 2023, because that is the year that we're trying to achieve that optimal level of investment for the assets that we have, to make sure that we have funds in our reserves to pay for those assets when they come up for renewal. That amount is in consideration of being able to borrow or being able to apply for some grant funds. So it's in consideration of that, and in consideration of having some flexibility with the service life of the asset. So perhaps it may last 5 years longer. So we incorporate a slight level of risk into that investment model. So when we get to 2023, we see that Burgundy section level off, and from that point forward, assuming we're not adding a lot of assets or decreasing or disposing of a lot of assets, that will remain more or less the same. That's the best estimate we can provide right now with the information that we have. As Council knows, we are working towards further developing our asset management plan. So as we get a better idea over these next several years leading up to 2023, we're going to have a better understanding of what our investment levels should be. I feel very confident with what we're investing right now based on our current assets, that we're doing okay and we're working towards a good level of investment. And I'm really happy that we're continuing to collect those amounts to set aside in reserve funds. The green section is the wastewater treatment plant debt. So as I mentioned earlier, those amounts are smaller in 2020 and 2021 because we're paying interest only on the amounts that we're borrowing. So those amounts will become a fixed term loan over a 30-year term starting in 2022. And we will make a decision at that time with how much of that debt we lock in and for how long of a term, and make sure that we optimize the interest rates that we have available to us. So we'll have more discussions on what we're going to do with that debt as we get closer to 2022. But for now, the information that we have and a conservative estimate of the interest rates over a 30-year term shows us that the debt servicing will look more or less like that, and I'll give you numbers in a moment for that green section of the chart. The next section is the indoor recreation facility debt, and we talked a bit about the recreation facility earlier today. That is assumed to be fully funded and constructed and begin being paid for in 2021. That may or may not be realistic, but in terms of planning, that's just kind of how we're demonstrating it. As we get through this year and we figure out what that project will look like, we're going to modify those amounts, and likely it's going to spread over 2021 and 2022. And we may even do that before this financial plan is adopted. For now, it's remaining consistent with last year. And the top layer is the demand loan for the Tofino Housing Corporation. So if you recall, we collected half of that last year because they entered into the guarantee halfway through the year. The guarantee will continue in its full amount for 2021 to 2023, and it will be a half year in 2024. Of course, if that guarantee falls away, we will stop taxing and collecting. But right now, with the information we have, we're assuming it's going to be in place for the full 5 years. So for some numbers, we have in 2020, the total budget amount that we're seeing in 2020, it's hard to see exactly what that dollar amount is $5,050,685. So that the budget requirements that we have this year is $484,174 higher than it was in 2019. Okay. So that increase, if we were to give it a percentage, does not mean that that is the percentage that tax bills are going to go up. These are municipal taxes only. They are not other requisition taxes. All the other requisition taxes, which make up over 40% of the tax bill, are not going up by this budget amount. This is municipal taxes only. So when we talk about a percentage change in the budget last year versus this year, we have to be very careful with how we talk about that in terms of percentage. So I just wanted to highlight that. So the budget amount that is going up from the previous year is $484,174. And then if we were to turn that into a percentage, that would be just over 10%. But that does not mean that individuals' tax bills will be going up 10%. So in a
you did a great job last year. You gave our little blue sheet that I still carry around. Like basically the way I translate that is we're looking at it 10%. We need 10% more revenue to pay the bills, and the sheet that you gave was extremely helpful in explaining that when talking to the public. So
great.
So thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Yes, we'll be providing a similar tax guide this year with the tax bills. To break out what those budget requirements are. So it's an increase in the total dollar amount that we require in the budget.
You might not have this handy, but this being my second year now, do you know where we're looking now compared to where we were projecting this time last year for this year? Like, is it like I look at 2021, what we're projecting in 2021, what our actual budget is compared to, for example. That makes sense.
Oh, I do actually, yes. So let me comment on that before I answer it.
Okay.
So from year to year, in a 5-year plan, it's difficult for us to say what that exact percentage is that our budget will increase for the 4 years out of the current year. And the reason for that is we don't have assessment values. So when we are explaining how much our budget requirements are going up, we don't have any assessment information for any year other than the current year. So we're assuming that everything remains the same, and that's what the percentage change will be. So it is different every year I bring forward numbers to council, that percentage will change from year to year. So last year, we were projecting that the budget amount would increase for municipal taxes 9.28%. In actuality, it's changing by 10.6%, and that is for many reasons. Mm-hmm. One of them is we have additional tax revenue for what we call non-market change, which I'll go into in a moment. So those are quite simply, it's changes to assessment value outside of market changes. So when a house sells, that's a market change. And so that brings about additional revenue, and it's included in that increased budget amount.
I'm more looking at what we actually need, like the 5 million. Like, not how much our taxes are increasing, but what our overall,
Our requirements are
yeah.
from year to year?
Yeah.
So we haven't made any changes. We're trying to stick within those budget increase amounts. The only thing that has changed is what we require to service the debt.
Okay.
We projected that we would need more. We actually need a bit less for the early years of the plan because our construction times. Yeah. So sorry I went into that long.
Okay.
But
I
I would have gone
understood
into it
too.
anyway. So. Okay. So last year, if council recalls, the third year of the financial plan was a year where we were going to see significant increases to the budget because that's the year that repayment of the debt on the wastewater treatment plant and the indoor rec facility would begin. This year, the changes in the budget requirements changed because we are leaving the indoor recreation facility debt payments in 2021, which was, last year was the third year of the plan, but we've moved the wastewater treatment plant debt out to 2022. So the percent changes and increases in the budget have changed from last year's projections. Would council like those percentages for all 5 years? Or budget amounts that they will change and increase, or is the estimated numbers in the chart sufficient?
It's fine for now.
Okay,
Thanks.
So I want to talk a little bit about the 2020 property tax calculation and how we get to that $5,050,685. This is a calculation that council sees from year to year, so it probably looks familiar. So at the top, we're beginning with that base rate taxation amount. And just for illustration purposes, that is the blue chunk that we're seeing in year 2020. That includes a 2% increase over the previous year's tax amount, that base tax amount. It's not 2% on top of all the levy we collected, all the debt we collected, that's pulled out, and we use that base amount and we add 2% to that. So 2% of that is $67,468. And so that goes towards the rising costs of those items that I indicate below there, the fuel, the hydro, which are increasing at a rate higher than 2%, but other items are not increasing at such a high rate, so those amounts all sort of balance out, and a 2% increase to the general operating and providing all those services is still working for us. So I still recommend sticking with that 2% for now. The next item is non-market change revenue, and so non-market change I'll pull out and I'll talk about in a moment. So I'm just going to kind of go over that number and just say it's $28,289 for those on council that were here last year. That number is lower than last year, quite a bit lower. Difficult to predict from year to year as well. So the base level, that base level taxation is $3,396,265. So that's the number that we'll use in 2021 to calculate our next 2% general increase that we'll have to pay for all the rising costs of those items mentioned below in the table. The 2020 capital and infrastructure levy is set at $1,371,769. So that's about a 6% increase to last year's infrastructure levy. The next amount is the wastewater treatment plant debt servicing, and that's interest payments estimated on the $6,836,416 that we plan to borrow as part of construction this year. So this amount here, as I mentioned earlier, deducts the amount that we collected for interest payments last year, $32,000. So we are expecting the debt servicing or the interest payments on this portion of the debt to be about just over $170,000. And then there's the demand loan that we add in of $70,756. And then we have other debt servicing, one which will fall off after this year, the Ocean Park, and then we'll just be left with the reservoir debt of $72,885. So, and that should say 2020, total 2020 municipal taxes, my apologies, is $5,050,685.
So, just to confirm my understanding on the non-market change, the reason why non-market change revenue is added into the operating expense, the general municipal budget and then incorporate it into that when the next 2% is applied. It's because it's generally new builds, it's increased demand on services, there's a rationale for adding it into that base operating budget.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a similar logic we use. If non-market change were to be negative, we still need to move towards collecting that amount of revenue we need to provide the services, but technically the demand on service should go down a bit.
Right. Okay, thanks. How you doing?
I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Do it.
Yeah, I know you can, but don't hesitate. Ask anything you need to ask. So I know how overwhelming this can be.
Pretty good.
Great. Good.
So then we use that number that we need to collect, the $5,050,685, to work backwards and generate these tax rates. And so these are draft tax rates at this time because, as I mentioned earlier, these are all based on the completed assessment roll. We need to finalize our tax rates on the revised assessment roll. But this is a good starting point. So I want to make some general comments on where the draft tax rates ended up. And this again is for municipal taxes only. So in all classes, with the exception of the utilities class, the tax rate is going down per $1,000 of assessed value. So in the residential class, it's going down. In the business class, it's going down. I always highlight both of those because that's where we collect the majority of our tax revenue from.
And just from my understanding, partially the reason why that rate goes down slightly is because our assessment, this current assessment roll, is significantly higher, or is higher.
It has to do with increasing assessments. It has to do with the change in proportions of assessment values between property classes. It has to do with the new inventory we have as well. So it's a combination of reasons as to which results in the mill rate that it results in. And that will be highlighted in a moment when I show the comparison between last year assessments versus this year and non-market change. Okay.
Did you say that utilities was the only class going up?
Yes.
Because the recreation nonprofit was as well.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes, sorry, my apologies.
But residential, light industry, and business certainly. Got it.
Yeah. Thanks. So this municipal tax rate is including all of the amounts we're collecting for. So all of those pink amounts in that consolidated spreadsheet, it includes that general first column that we're collecting for to provide all of our services. It includes the capital and infrastructure levy, and it includes that amount that we need to service the debt this year. So all of those amounts are wrapped up in this tax rate. So here's a comparison of assessment values last year versus this year. So they are increasing. They have gone up over 14% overall. Included in those 2020 amounts are the non-market change amounts. So I'm going to pull those out in a moment in another slide and talk about those. But there's about a 16% change in assessed values in the residential class. Light industry looks funny because it started out as a small amount with one property, and 2 properties moved out of the business class into the industry class. And I apologize, I didn't get a chance to look at exactly which properties they were.
But that's BC Assessment's decision. Correct, yeah, not ours.
Yeah, not ours, just to be clear. So in total, our assessment values have increased $158,059,090. So pulling out of that non-market change, the non-market change value is netted at the bottom there at $8,371,300. So that's significantly less than last year. So when that amount is positive and it's high, then that non-market change revenue is higher, as we talked about earlier. So this year we're seeing it decrease down to $28,000. So it's common to see a negative value in one class and a positive value in another class because of what non-market change is. And so I'll just take a moment and explain what that is. I've also provided it in the definition slides at the end of the presentation for future reference. So Tofino will typically see non-market change for 3 reasons. One is, or 4 reasons really. One could be zoning changes. One could be a subdivision where one parcel becomes many parcels. And property class changes where a property may move from the residential class into the business class or vice versa. Or changes in inventory, and that's a big one for us and where the majority of the non-market change amounts come from. So changes in inventory are new construction. So if you have a vacant property in 1 year that's being taxed as a vacant property, the next year it has improvements. Those improvements make up some of that non-market change value. So the assessed value related to non-market changes and that total increase of the 158 million, 8 million of that has to do with non-market changes, so outside of changes related to the market. So that's less than 1%, whereas last year, I believe it was closer to 4% that we saw in non-market changes. So now I'm going to provide the breakdown of where we're collecting our municipal taxes from, which classes we're collecting from and how much. And this is based on taking that tax rate that we developed in the previous slides, dividing the total assessment value in a class by 1,000 and multiplying it against that tax rate. And so when we do that, the residential class is paying $2,725,717. Utilities and light industry will pay a portion of that. It is smaller significantly because the assessment value is quite a bit lower, and the number of occurrences or tax folios within there are significantly lower as well. And then we have the business class that is paying for $2,208,487. So I provide in the last column the average tax bill, but I don't want to emphasize that amount, but I do like to talk about it because it is a number that municipalities look at. Sometimes it's used to make decisions. However, in our municipality and in a lot of resort municipalities, we can't rely heavily on what that average is looking at because the range of property values in a residential class and the range of properties in our business class is so large that the average tax bill doesn't have a lot of weight.
Yeah, it's actually not a very helpful number.
No.
And I know later you will talk about taxes of sample houses or sample residences and businesses in Tofino, which I find a lot more helpful for local context.
Yes.
Do you know anything about how, I think it's on Civic Info, where when you look at representative house, they will put in information around taxes collected on a representative house. And what is a representative house? And is that anything related to an average?
I think it's the most common type of house, the most common assessment value. I mean, that's what the definition I think would be, but right. I don't know if that's entirely true, so I could have a closer look at that.
It is, I think it's just worth noting because it's something that I've noticed about the way information about taxes is communicated by different people with different areas. And I think there are at least 2 sources online of information around municipal taxes, average and representative taxes, that I think are using different values, and so when you apply the tax rate, you get a different number, and it's confusing. So I really think that the information about sample properties in Tofino is very relevant, and the comparison year over year is relevant, but it's challenging to sometimes look at big provincial databases. Plus, of course, we don't know what we're comparing. We're comparing apples and oranges often with respect to services and such. Anyhow.
Yes, and I will talk about the comparison between municipalities, even comparison between resort municipalities being challenging and why, and maybe this is one of the reasons is that the average amount, we do look at that from year to year, so if you look at it 10 years ago versus this year, there you can sort of view it in that way, in the same context, but one reason why I do provide it is that it highlights further that the business class has significantly less occurrences, tax folios than the residential class does, and then that average indicates that there is a higher share of the taxes in there based on the number of folios. So that's why I do provide it, and if that statistic is not of interest to council, it's not one we have to look at from year to year.
Yeah, no, I think it's interesting.
Would it maybe be a better, in the past we've used like a $500,000 value sort of as, or we could pick a number I guess, but to show, you know, what, instead of an average, to express it in a value.
Yeah, so I'm going to show you that in a couple slides here. And so what I've done is I've picked specific properties that we looked at last year, and we can show the difference between last year versus this year. Yeah. And so this is just an illustration of what that proportion looks like between the various classes, and certainly the residential and the business class stand out. Last year, so that's come down 1% on the commercial side, so or business. Last year, the business class paid 45% of municipal taxes. This year, they're paying 44%, and this year, residential is paying 54, whereas last year is 53. So 1% has moved over to the residential class. Important to note as we go into this discussion about tax shifting. So just so everyone is clear what the definition of tax shift is it is a change in taxation that will reduce property taxation in one property tax class, and it'll move it into another property tax class. But the overall revenue that is collected remains the same. And so throughout this discussion, I'll refer to a multiplier or a ratio. Forgive me for mixing them up, they mean the same thing. So the Tofinos, so when we municipalities look at ratios or multipliers, we always compare that the other property tax rates against the residential rate. So we take the business class rate and we see how many times larger it is against the residential class. And so last year, our multiplier, business to residential, was 3.05. And that's working out to be the same this year with just municipal taxes. Until we have our revised roll and all the other requisition taxes, that ratio is going to change because we have to meet certain ratio requirements legislated by the province when we collect certain requisition amounts. So, for example, we can't exceed 3.5 times the residential class for some requisitions. So, council did ask staff to bring forward a discussion on tax shifting throughout last year's financial planning process. So I am bringing that forward, and I will be explaining and presenting some information on the multipliers for resort municipalities specifically, but I also will be providing the provincial average and median as well. So I'm not entirely sure what the objectives are with respect to tax shifting, council's objectives. So what I've done simply today is I'm taking us through a discussion of taxation for 2020, showing what the assessment values came in at, what the tax rates were set at, what our ratio looks like in terms of other resort municipalities in the province, and then going into discussion on showing what the results of our budget increase was and our tax rate, what it ended up being, on what it looks like on a tax bill for municipal taxes. So what I would recommend is us going through this tax shift conversation, seeing the impact on tax bills, and then council will have all the information to circle back to this conversation on tax shifting, if that works.
Yeah.
Okay. So today's presentation does not include any recommendations on whether council should shift taxes or not. I don't feel as though it's appropriate for me to come forward to council to provide any recommendations on whether taxes should be shifted from one class to another based on where the taxation is being collected right now. Where a staff person may come forward and have some recommendations is when a property is lost in a significant tax class, it may have a huge impact on the residential class. I'm thinking of industry in particular, and staff would likely come forward and encourage a discussion on tax shifting because of that impact on the residents because of losing that major industry.
I think Milltown is a very good example.
Yes.
What Port Alberni's gone through in the last 10 years.
Okay, so as I mentioned in the previous slide, Tofino's business class multiplier is 3.05. And so when you look at us, we're kind of in the middle there. And that's not the average. The average for resort municipalities is 2.92. But it is more or less the average of all the municipalities. All the municipalities differ quite a bit in their makeup, in their revenue requirements, in their assessed values with all the other classes that they have considered. We don't all have the same types of property tax classes. So I did choose the resort municipalities because of that range of property values within the residential and the business class. And so my mind went there, and yeah, it's also we had a look at these stats last year, so it's consistent with what we've seen in the past. So the average provincially is 2.9, or the average provincially is 2.73. So it's a little bit lower than where Tofino is sitting. But there are some municipalities on the high end. So we have Revelstoke and Whistler, which their multipliers are on the highest side. That is consistent with how it's been in previous years as well. So I'm not surprised to see those sitting there. Revelstoke is at 4.93 and Whistler is at 4.41. And then we have Osoyoos at 1.6 and Rosslyn at 1.78. All very, very different communities.
Can you just give if it's possible, give a background rationale of why that rate is so different? Like, what is it? What's going on in there that drives that difference?
So, yeah, tax rates are they're historically they were set with different rationales at different times across all municipalities. So Tofino may have used a rationale 20 years ago to establish a tax rate or do a tax shift to set rates at a certain proportion per class. And I don't know if that's the case. I can't find any documentation on that. So what we've been doing during my time here is using that same proportion, establishing tax rates, and we've never made a decision to shift those proportions or change those proportions with those classes. We've been comfortable with that. I'm going to show you the next slide because, so I guess before I do that, it is related to this question. I can't really say for sure how other municipalities have come to where they're sitting, but I know that it is largely based on historic decisions and historic proportions, and often a municipality will continue with those same proportions unless something significant happens with assessment values, as we talked about a moment ago with the significant property being lost in the industry class.
A couple comments, maybe. First of all, in Tofino, for at least the last decade, when I've gone back and looked and talked with Nyla about this, although you can't find any documentation on the rationale, like why was this decision made, largely we have collected roughly half of our taxes from the business class and half our taxes from the residential class. No matter how much they are changing in value relative to each other, we've always kept the chunks about the same size, and so that will affect the business multiplier. It'll affect the amount that businesses need to be taxed per unit of assessed value over time. And so that's why when you look back at our business multiplier, you would see it's kind of gone anywhere from, like, I don't know, 2.9 to 3.1. It's always sort of hovered around there. We've been pretty stable, actually. It's been quite stable. But you'll often read in the media when when this is fixated on the business multiplier, you'll get that business response of, well, it's far more expensive to do business in Whistler than it is in, say, Vancouver, because the business multiplier is 4 over 1 versus 1. And in talking with different people, I've always heard just different philosophies about what proportion of taxes a business should pay. And then you'll get a bit of pushback from businesses who are saying, well, you know, they often struggle with taxation without representation. You get 1 vote per property, but you pay so much more than a house does, and you don't really get a vote. And so I think just like Nyla said, it really, really varies. And the history of each town and its development often really feeds into that. So for example, a couple of these resort municipalities have quite significant property in the heavy industrial class, because there's mining. So for example, Fernie and Invermere, and there's another one, maybe it's Valemont, I can't remember. But so, and Revelstoke also, like you think about Revelstoke and its history of development with the railroad and all of the property and that kind of, in that class. And so I don't think there's a really good answer for this, but it's something that obviously piques people's interest because we talk about it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So this just provides more of a relationship between the residential and the business classes within these resort municipalities. And I'll say a couple things about this data. So in all communities, the residential assessments are higher than the business class assessments, and not surprising, they are all resort municipalities, so they're somewhat similar to us. In all communities, the residential class, for the most part, is paying higher percentage of total taxes. And the average, though, that average tax bill we talked about is going to vary significantly across the community. So again, being a difficult number to look at in terms of comparison. So what I did notice, though, about the relationship between the two classes and all the communities, Tofino has the closest relationship between the business and the residential class. And that could be for many different reasons. One of which the mayor just mentioned is some of these other communities do have a large industrial assessment. And that may or may not be the reason why, but there's significant difference, for example, in Sun Peaks, where the business class pays significantly less, comparatively anyway. So Tofino does have the closest relationship between the two classes.
So just want to ask a question too. So Whistler, so this isn't, what do I say, corrected for percentage of, say, total land use. Like Whistler may have an extensively larger residential area than business. Does that fall into that? Like if some of these places have very few businesses, you know what I mean? Is that would change the percentage, of course, right? It wouldn't necessarily change the rate, like the 3 point whatever, but it would change the percentage of paid taxes.
I don't know. I think I'd have to take a closer look at that. It's difficult for me to just answer on my feet here, but yeah, I don't think I can answer that.
But it would, yeah. So okay, that's fine. Yeah. I just thought it would change things. It would, like the last slide would be significantly different than this slide, because unless you do the ratio of business to residential.
In terms of assessed value, not area. I don't think
area is
very
like
good.
Assessed. Right. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, there's a relationship.
There's a relationship, yeah.
For sure, but it's very different in all the different places.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
And like Roslyn, for example, is probably the other end. It's the least even.
Yeah.
I wonder if some of these communities have most of their commercial services outside of their boundaries or something, say on the hill or something like that too, so they just don't.
Maybe Roslyn and Sun Peaks might fall into that category.
I'm just saying, because I don't want to draw, I don't know enough to draw relationships to come up with
Yeah.
to make.
Well, I think we're all in that boat, and I think that's being amply demonstrated by the variability.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's most important is that we have a rationale for our splits, and that we feel good about it, and that it's accepted. And in my view, that there'd be a very good reason to contemplate a tax shift. Yeah.
Yeah, looking at our local context is, I think, the most important thing, because the communities are so different, the assessment values are so different, the number of properties within each class are, and the proportion of how the taxes are paid, which is this slide here, is it's different across all municipalities, or resort municipalities in particular. So I feel very strongly that we need to look at our local context, make sure that we're comfortable and have a good, strong rationale for why we charge taxes in the classes the way that we do and the way we establish our rates. Generally speaking, our ratio is within that average. If that is council's wish and rationale, then I think we're there. Yeah, like going back to the beginning of this conversation, I don't have any more data to present on this. Certainly I can go further into providing more stats and more data on this topic. I didn't provide a lot of data because I'm not sure where to go with this conversation after this point. If there was information that I could get from today's meeting to provide more data, I can certainly do that at the next budget meeting, because we will be considering more final tax rates at that time. But given today's discussion, I think we've had a good look at draft tax rates. We have had a look at our budget requirements. Now we've kind of talked through the tax shifting. I'd like to show you what the impact is on tax bills before we go too far into this discussion on tax shifting. So just going back to our conversation of how much our budget needs to or will increase this year in order to meet our revenue requirements, and going back and establishing those tax rates, we did indicate that our budget's going to increase. I don't have the number memorized, but it was just over 400,000. But if we were to talk about that 1 year in terms of the budget requirement percentage change over last year versus this year at 10.6%, and again, that doesn't mean your tax bill is going up 10.6%, and it doesn't even mean your municipal portion is going to go up 10.6%. So let's have a look at the percent change on some of these properties that we've been looking at for quite a few years now. So a residence at the Fred Tibbs building was assessed last year at $395,600. This particular unit did not change in assessment value. So last year, based on that assessment value and last year's tax rates, the taxes were $1,144, and the taxes are going to go down slightly by $33 for municipal taxes into $1,111. So taxes are going to decrease on this tax bill for municipal taxes of 2.9% if the draft tax rates remain what they are. So that's a clear example that because our budget is going to increase 10.6%, your municipal taxes are not going to go up 10.6%. This property on Neal Street, I just wanted to point out that it had new construction in the year, which impacted the assessment value. So it's also making up some of that non-market change revenue. The property increased in assessment value by 41%, and the municipal taxes are going up 3.7%, so $458. Okay, and moving on to a couple other residential properties, we have a residence in Uwood that last year was assessed at $897,000. This year it's assessed at $957,000. So a couple things impacting this neighborhood is there were a lot of market changes in the year, a lot of sales, as well as new, and then non-market changes, there's quite a bit of new construction. And so when that occurs, that impacts the rest of the neighborhood's assessment. So we saw the neighborhood's assessments all increase in the year for the most part. So this property increased 6.7% in assessment value, and the municipal taxes will be going up 3.6% or $93. A property on Lynn Road assessed last year at 3.106 increased to 3.453, so that's 11.2% increase. The tax bill is increasing 7.9% or $712. And so my focus in the presentation when I provide these tax comparisons over last year is on the residential and the business class. I don't do industry or recreation. After the meeting, if council wants to see some impact on those properties, I can provide those via email. So moving on to business, I have 2 resorts and then I'll have 2 restaurants on the next slide. So the first one is assessed this year at 18.969. Last year it was 17.025, so it's gone up 11.4%. Municipal taxes will increase 9.2%, and so that's 13,877. Another resort, the assessment value is increasing 9.6%, and the tax bill is going up 7.5%, 9,109. A couple of examples for restaurants. The first one on the top there is increased 8.7% in assessment value. Municipal taxes are going up 6.6%, or just over $1,000. And another restaurant, the assessment value is going up 9%. Municipal taxes are going up 6.9%, or $653. Any questions on those calculations?
More just a comment in terms of, once again, I go back to the tax guide that you provided the residents with last year and how valuable that was to explain that the increased revenues are reflective of an increase in your potential property tax. It was valuable in the sense of, it also scared me when I looked at my work this year, but how the percent over assessed value, so the average Tofino, I think, is 15%. And if your assessed value when we get our assessment was below that, you may reasonably expect little change, or if any, potentially a decrease. Once again, that piece of information provided to all of us is the most helpful piece of information going out. And this just reiterates once again in a different format the explanation for that. So thank you, and hopefully that in our presentations, that this once again will be front and center in the explanation of that relationship between property taxes and how it affects your individual bill. It's just a thank you, I guess, is what. Yeah.
Did you want to have a discussion? Was there a relationship between these slides and the tax shift piece, or we just sort of introducing it for now and we'll...
Yeah, now that we've talked it all through, I kind of look at it from beginning to end.
Yeah.
We could go back to the slide where it shows which proportion of taxes are being paid by which class, if council wishes to go back to a tax shifting conversation, or this conversation can be on the next budget meeting agenda, or not at all.
I want to do both. Okay. If we could just go back, now that we've had this conversation, just going back to that, the next one maybe.
Oh, that one, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is, I mean, at the nub of this is a tax shift might be, and Councillor McMaster's not here, which is too bad, because he's really been driving this conversation. And I confess I do not understand wholly where he is coming from and what his rationale is, so I look forward to having him at the next meeting. But for example, if council wished to reduce the tax burden on residences and shift some of that over to the business class, we would see the blue piece get smaller and the purple piece get bigger. And then the subsequent slides, the tax rates would be adjusted, and on the subsequent slides we would see the residential tax bills increasing less and the business tax bills increasing more. And obviously there's political ramifications every which way when you're talking about tax increases, no matter what class you're talking about. But again, I guess I'd come back to the question of why? Like what is the justification? And some of what we have heard from previous councillors is around the sense of the I don't like the word burden, but I'll use it tentatively. The burden that business places on the community and that they should pay their fair share is a bit of a rhetoric that we hear. And the flip side is the benefit that business provides to our community in terms of economic return, employment, vitality, and all of those things. So it's, again, I struggle with the rationale myself of thinking why we would be considering a tax shift or a strong tax shift in any way. So I'll leave it at that, but I just think it's a great time right now just to hear any initial feedback that any member of council wanted to share. And we'll take it further, obviously, later. Councillor Steer, you want to go first?
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting, and I don't know which slide it was, on the number of occurrences, residential occurrences,
Yeah,
and
1,200.
business occurrences,
Great.
roughly in the 200 and change.
Yeah.
And then you look at the values, and then you look at the percentage, and it seems that businesses, if you were to take a look, are paying almost a disproportionate share, just at a quick glance, not taking into any other consideration. So, I mean, I would be curious to Councillor McMaster's, rationale, because from the looks of this, it's a fairly, I mean, one could view it in many different ways, but I find it very equitable in a sense. But that statistic for me was quite enlightening, and almost 1,000 more occurrences, and then what the values that each residential and business contribute. Yeah. So it was an interesting one for me.
Yeah, for sure.
I had two observations just about that. My first inkling was this similar to Councillor Steer. Go ahead.
No, I was just, it's not quite related, but the other question is about when we look at the revenues that we need to generate, and we're talking about shifting, and I agree, I don't like the language around burden. Right. We look at what, the two sides from home finances, I look at what my expenses are and I look at what my revenues are, and so I would think if an area that we would want to spend more time at is looking at the expense end of things rather than shifting around the burden of how. The more fundamental is what our expenses, and are there ways of, or can we justify those expenses, and are there ways of decreasing those? And obviously we know our one major source of revenue, and how we can shift that around. So I mean, I hate to say that, but I don't need, the conversation around tax shift just seems to be something that's distracting from other conversations. That's just a personal view on this, where I think there's perceived more important areas that we could be focusing that kind of energy.
Actually, I like thinking about this because it highlights to me, in sort of maybe contrast to Councillor Steer, is that businesses, their purpose is to make money. That's what they're doing, right? And the residential, your purpose is to live there. And the people that own businesses also own a residence. And so I kind of just in my newness here think like council as a buffer. When business is booming, tourism is great. The businesses are making a lot of money, and the cry is coming from the residential, noting that they're the same, like they're the same people, but your house. A residence now is feeling burdened because house prices are high, assessments are high, the residential tax is going up. That may be the time to shift because business is booming. Whereas when business is down, it may be the time to shift back. It's just an interesting, like they're not either, it's not like pitting one against the other necessarily, it's just looking at, you know what I mean? Like it's not, it's just an observation.
And I think we sometimes, we also get kind of stuck on the fact that we only think of the one industry here as tourism quite often. There are many other businesses in this community that aren't directly impacted by the tourism economy, so to speak. I will admit it's not a higher percentage, but we shouldn't lose sight of that there are many other businesses in this town not directly related to tourism. So just to be careful that we're not lumping the success of this particular industry with businesses in general.
Great, thank you. These discussions, I feel like quite often we try to look for the answers in the numbers, and I don't know if that's where we're going to find them. I think that Mayor Osborne's observation that businesses they bring vitality and strength and employment to a community is true, and that residents definitely benefit from those businesses in terms of livelihood and being able to live here and to buy a home and all of those things. I think that the unique part of the puzzle is that we are, while not exclusively, we are majority tourism based. So when you can see another person coming into your community and you feel the burden of them on perhaps your wastewater treatment plant or on your roads, that those are things that are not properly captured by the number of businesses and the number of residences in this town. So I think sometimes when we hear people talk about, or personally when I hear people talk about a tax shift, they're looking to place the burden on the reason that people might be coming here. And I think that the only natural thing that you can reach for there is businesses, that you are benefiting from the reason that people are coming. They're coming for the tourism industry, they're staying in hotels, they're going to restaurants. It's not, you can't disregard that that provides a way of life for me and my family. But I think when people are looking at the type of taxes that we're looking at here, it's much easier to point to businesses and tourism as a source they want to more heavily tax. And I think you just, it's incommensurate, like you can't look at the numbers to get that sentiment. So I think like it does look fine, it does look well and good, but I understand the impetus to be like, to push the burden off onto something else. And I think that it's far more nuanced than just 3.05, like a multiplier like that. I think it's more of a sentiment than a multiplier, and that's something that's a lot harder to juggle in a budget.
It sure is.
My 2 cents. 3.05.
Well, again, it's all, I mean, even though I don't think there's a ton of value in comparing ourselves too heavily with other resort municipalities, I would note that of all of the resort municipalities, Tofino is already collecting the highest proportion from the business class. So to shift that way would be even more even than any other municipality. Is just an interesting point. We don't know what the occurrences of residences versus business properties is in those places, but so again, lots of nuances. But thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we have a really high percentage of locally owned businesses, so it's, in a sense, a business is a resident. It's not like we have a lot of multinationals here that are taking the money out of the community, so there's people behind the businesses as well, so you might be shifting it from a class, but you're still collecting it from a person that lives here. So I'm comfortable where it's at myself.
I'm comfortable where it's at too. I think the first time I saw these numbers really helped me understand that the businesses are putting in more than I ever thought before I joined council and kind of supporting that. And I would be curious to hear more from Councilor McMaster before I would want to continue my thoughts on this further, because he really is the one driving it. I'd like to understand where that's coming from, because it's not something I was really brought up as an issue.
I should see he's driving the need to have the conversation.
That's what I mean.
I don't want to presuppose what he thinks in terms of where it should go.
Yeah.
I'd like to do some research. I think this is really interesting, actually, to think about. And I think we're actually, just my feeling is that we're okay. You know, we're not in a danger zone either way, so it's kind of nice. It's a comfortable place to be to research something.
It's also a great thing to talk to our colleagues from around the province about. And you maybe, I don't know how many people noticed that in Vancouver they did do a tax shift last year, or are proposing one this year. I can't remember which of the years. Do you remember?
I think this year.
It's this year. Onto the residents. They're taking out of other classes and putting it onto the residents. And so the residential class, and not very popular.
Interesting thing. I was just thinking of the tourism review, whatever it was called there. That Tofino has.
Oh, the economic impact study?
Economic impact, Tofino per resident.
Right.
Has like 300 or 300% more tourists per resident than almost any other resort municipality, at least on the island. So that was a really interesting study too. So the impact of tourism in our particular town on a resident is felt more profoundly than in I think any other municipal or resort municipality. That was the finding, I believe. It was.
Yeah, I don't remember that exactly, but let's look. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's worth. Sorry. Go ahead. It's worth navigating that impact is also like. I think we tend to be like, oh, the impact is 300 times greater or what have you. Like the impact on me is 1,000 times greater. I wouldn't be here if not for tourism, and it's a very.
Well, I'm not saying it's bad.
No, I just think that we need to say that out loud sometimes.
Yeah. I think it's fine. It's okay, but the feeling of the increased pressure on residents is actually real, because the number of tourists per resident is quite high. So that is not missed on. So when they say tourism is good, but it's starting to impact how we live and how we feel about our town, it is significant. It doesn't come out of nowhere. It actually has numbers behind it, and those numbers are the amount of tourists per people. That's all I'm saying. It's just an observation.
Yeah, and conversely, in other towns where they've lost, when they're dominant in one area and they've lost that, the negative impact on residents is because you've lost the major source of livelihood, and everything is another way of looking at things. Okay, good. That's exactly what I hoped for. It was a little bit of discussion that will help grease the wheels for when we come back to this.
I know when this conversation first started coming up in the last year or so, there was also the discussion that went along with it was the idea of split class within residential.
Yeah.
And that hasn't come up today. Not to bring up another topic, but just to point out that in the residential class in Tofino, we do have a lot of homes with vacation rentals in them being taxed at the residential rate. And I think there was some discussion when we started talking about tax shifting of that, perhaps inequity because of the tax rate being so different in the residential class versus business, while it being a business. On another point, we do have the benefit with the residential class being at a lower tax rate than the business class. You can generally say that if your residential property is increasing about the average, you're not going to see a significant change on your tax bill. We can't say the same thing about the business class, right? Because the ratio is 3.05, so you can't generally say that. So there is some predictability within the residential class because of that, and in support of some of the comments that Councillor Law had mentioned earlier. That does help with the residents in terms of planning, and a little bit different for the businesses, but yeah, there is some predictability there.
It also points out that the assessment system is a very gross scale. Like, it's not a fine scale thing where you can say, well, if a particular person was tempted to consider a tax shift because they wanted to place more responsibility on taxation to resorts, you would also be dinging the plumbers and the accountants at the same time, because the tax system doesn't allow that. That being said, it is interesting to me that for the first time the province is considering tax relief for small businesses in the city of Vancouver because of the disproportionate effect that the valuation of airspace, especially like in downtown Vancouver, is having on the value of the business. So a small independent business that's 1 story high is suddenly paying taxes on an assessment as if it was an 8-story high building type thing. So it to me indicates that the province is a little more willing to start to consider the impacts of how these very large classifications can, what impacts they have on when you're trying to use taxation as a way of collecting more fairly, I guess, for those services that you're providing to the different businesses and residences and mills and breweries and all this stuff out there. I could talk about this stuff forever, but I guess we better not.
Okay, so that concludes my report. There is one item that still needs to be discussed, which is the support for the poet laureate. So before I go into early budget approvals, I will pause there.
So I guess the question was, it seems like there's interest from council to support a 4-year agreement at $2,500 a year. The question is kind of where does that come from? And it could come from RMI as it has, sorry, it could come from arts and culture grants as it did, or it could come out of that cultural, $10,000 cultural initiatives space.
Does it matter which one, but what are the pros, like what do we,
I can speak to that. So for the past 2 years, for the pilot project, it's been coming out of the annual arts and culture grants and reducing that available grant amount by that $2,500. So that's one thing to take into consideration. And that's sort of been a bit of a year-to-year for the last 2 years arrangement. I think it would more fully demonstrate support for the program if it is a bit more baked into the budget through the operating budget. And the cultural initiatives line item, it's $10,000 a year. It does come from taxation. We have not fully spent that for the last 2 years, where we have budgeted for that. So I think there is room for it to come from that, and it would, sort of demonstrate more solid support for that initiative.
And didn't we have a presentation, I believe, from and requesting basically that because they didn't want to affect that arts and culture amount that was available?
Yeah, the delegation requested a 4-year commitment for the next 4 years of up to $2,500, and it would be matched by the community.
Sorry, you have to run this by me. What's coming out of RMI for the culture at all right now, or what could we possibly? We have the public art program.
Public art program. There's art, culture, heritage, and event support operationally now as part of the new resort development strategy, and that's a significant amount, in the tune of $100,000 a year. And then there's arts, culture, and heritage infrastructure as well. So for venue improvements, sort of tangible infrastructure related to the implementation of that arts, culture, and heritage strategic plan. We have not linked the Poet Laureate initiative to Resort Municipality Initiative funds at this point. So,
okay, because I know that I've heard that in other resort municipalities they support performers, street performers, and these types of programs through the RMI, and I'm wondering if we could expand the RMI to include something like this.
We have expanded, expanded is not quite the right word, but through the most recent development of the resort development strategy, so 2019 to 2021, we have included arts, culture, and heritage programming, support for the Tofino Museum. We have funded the Gust of Wind street performance series, so we are looking at doing those type of initiatives. I think it's a little bit more difficult to link the Poet Laureate to a visitor initiative. I mean, yeah, I think it's best rooted in the operational budget.
And I would personally like to see it embedded in the budget myself as one, and still allow that space in the arts and culture granting. That's where I would like to go with that.
Does anybody have a different perspective?
I'd like to shift it over
To
the
Cultural initiatives?
cultural initiatives.
rather than take it out of the arts
And culture, and that will free up, because the arts and culture grants get maxed out every year, do they not?
They do get maxed out every year, yeah, and I think part of the thought process that went into the decision council made a couple of years ago was in part a little bit of April's advice on just not sure it really meets the eligibility of RMI, so it's a slightly risky move in terms of the province coming back and going, nope. And also, I guess really viewing it as a community-inspired arts and culture initiative that logically could go to arts and culture grants for. I mean, it doesn't. I guess the question is, does council feel it usurps something else? Like, is it taking away an opportunity from something else when we've had other applications from the writers group in the past for other kinds of events? And we also do provide the RMI event support grants. I mean, there is quite a bit of. We're fortunate. We've got a lot of funding in this municipality that goes into arts and culture initiatives that doesn't happen in other municipalities because because we have the RMI. So, you know, it could be seen as maybe sort of half a dozen, you know, 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Isn't that the perspective? Taking the risk to that the province doesn't really like it being there.
The cultural initiatives is not RMI, right?
It is.
No.
Isn't it?
No, it's not.
Oh, are we? I'm sorry, I'm misunderstanding.
I meant to go to cultural initiatives, not the RMI fund, but we have this cultural initiatives. It sounds like we don't max it out.
But where does that money come from?
So the funds, the GL is called Cultural Initiatives, and it's $10,000 a year that we've invested for the past 2 years annually for aspects of our arts, culture, and heritage strategic plan that cannot be funded through RMI. We are funding the lion's share, 95% of our cultural activities through RMI, but there are going to be some things that are not eligible. And that's why we have this line item in the budget. We have not fully spent it in the past 2 years, and I'm suggesting that there is an opportunity to fund the Poet Laureate contribution from that line item.
Right. It's kind of the perfect thing to put in there in some ways then maybe. So maybe not taking it out of arts and culture grants and putting it there. I'm fine with that. Okay, thanks. That helped clear my understanding.
Do we need to make a motion?
We do.
Make a motion.
But hang on.
Just before the resolution is made, outside of funding, there was a request for support for administering the program as well, so to bring it into the district, and that was part of the request. So if that could be included in the resolution as well, that we would administer the program on
Right.
his behalf, right?
That's correct. That's part of the request.
So it's moving it to Cultural Arts and Initiative Fund? That's the name of the fund? The motion?
I don't think the resolution needs to be specific as to where it comes from. I'm looking at.
We can say funded by taxation under cultural initiatives is sufficient.
Great.
So we could say that the District of Tofino fund the Poet Laureate program for 4 years at $2,500 a year. Up to $2,500 a year from the, sorry, say that again.
Cultural initiatives.
Cultural initiatives. And that the District of Tofino administrate the program.
Perfect.
Is that the motion? Okay.
Am I moving it or second?
Yeah, I think you just did.
Okay.
All right. It was moved and seconded. Does anybody have any final comment or question on that? Yes.
That means administrate it for all 4 years, right?
Correct. Okay, I'll call the question then. All in favor? Thanks. Motion carried. Wow, that, you know, we haven't done any exercise today, so.
So we accomplished something.
It's odd to sit this long without voting much.
Just some dummy votes thrown in there.
Itchy voting hand.
Okay, but now let's consider some early budget.
So in addition to the Poet Laureate, we are also recommending early budget approval for the purchase of the plotter for planning and development, commercial and industrial land use analysis for $40,000, which is in the current 5-year financial plan, but we are bringing this forward so we can get started on the project. Tsunami siren number 4 as well is included in the current financial plan. A good portion of that is funded from a reserve fund that we've been saving for over the last few years. So $20,000 is coming out of current year's taxation. And then payment of the Ocean Park loan, which we will be taxing for, that's estimated at $21,000. I mentioned that earlier. And then the IT services project, which we would like to conduct the request for proposals before deciding how to proceed with that. With IT services, that cost of that is about $12,000, and so we're recommending early budget approval for that item as well. Conveniently, I put together some language here for those early budget approvals. The first one needs to stand alone in case I need to provide that to Municipal Finance Authority confirming we'd like to pay up the loan, so I'm recommending that one first, and then all the others are below that. And I think for the Poet Laureate, we can just insert $2,500 and just deal with the 2020 amount for this year, and then we'll add the other 4 years into the financial plan, and once it's adopted, then it's in there.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Unless there's any questions about any of those, who feels like reading?
Oh, great. So move that that early budget approval be authorized to pay out the balance of the loan on the property located at 832 Ocean Park Drive, estimated at $21,000.
Second.
Any questions? Okay. Call the question, all in favor? Any opposed? None? Motion carried. Thank you.
And that the following expenditures receive early budget approval. Poet Laureate at $2,500. Plotter at $6,500, commercial and industrial land use analysis at $40,000, Tsunami Siren 4 at Mackenzie Beach for $60,000, and the IT services request for a proposal $12,000 for a portion of the 2020 budget only.
Second. Thank you. Any final thoughts? All right, all in favor? Exercise again. Motion carried. Thank you.
Okay, so in conclusion, I just want to go over where we go from here to move this financial plan towards adoption. The public consultation session, as I mentioned earlier, will be held on February 18th from 4:30 to 6:30 at the community hall. It will be a town hall meeting as well as a budget open house, same format as the last one on December 3rd. The feedback will then be compiled and presented to council in March prior to the next budget meeting. This will be an opportunity to provide staff with any recommendations on how to further amend the financial plan at that time. And some pending items we are waiting for other agency requisitions, so we hope to receive all of those before our next budget meeting, with the exception of school and police tax, which comes a little bit later. And then we will receive the revised assessment roll later in March, after which time we will prepare the finalized tax rates and then present to council coming back in April, or early April, for the next budget meeting and final special budget meeting. After we receive that revised roll and work with management after this meeting, based on the feedback and discussion we had today, we will work towards balancing those financial plans, and we will be requesting authorization at our final budget meeting in April to begin drafting and finalizing the financial plan and tax rate bylaws for council's consideration. And we endeavor to introduce the bylaws at a regular council meeting and adopt them at a regular council meeting this year. The timeline's looking okay for that, so we are proposing the bylaws to be introduced at the April 28th council meeting, with the bylaws being proposed for adoption on May 12th. So I would like to ask if council has any questions, particularly on the line-by-line budget, because that was a large document that was provided in the budget packages, and I always like to give an opportunity to ask questions. We did do our best throughout the manager's presentations of the operating budget to consolidate and summarize some of those sections, but I will sit at my computer, open the document, and happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Great, thank you. Did you have any questions?
I did. I actually, at our lunch break, talked to Nigel about this, and it was come up. I was going through, and a lot of this is our second budget for some of us, and understanding what amounts to the finances of a town. I'm used to my home. So one of the things in terms of the format that we've talked about, also what I find valuable is having that 2019 colored column adjacent to the next 5 years, so as a comparison. And so in these presentations, having that inclusive when it came to revenues and expenses, to have that comparison to look at, would find valuable. And so with that, as I was going through all 100 pages, the things that would key out to me were just variances between 2019 and specifically 2020. I will admit I didn't follow through on the other years, and then some of them were answered in today's presentation, and then others were some of them are just small, but I just were things like under, and it was explained, like under council initiatives where in 2019 it was $3,000, and then over 100.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I'll give you a line item, like 59, sorry, yes.
Yeah, line 59.
Line 59,
Yeah.
where, you'll see $3,000 in the 2019, and then, you know, over 100% increase up to 7,725. And I just wondered why, you know, when I see when there's large variances, even though the amount in this case is not huge dollars, but so that would be number one.
So,
you know, I mean, it could just be a general overall.
Did you find that
I didn't go, no, and I will admit, I didn't go all the way through to the GLs, to the cell numbers.
Right, that's what I find really helpful. So I go, oh, K59, I look for it, and then it has this line here.
I didn't have enough time, actually, between my life, but...
yeah, I'm actually glad you highlighted that, because this relates to some of the changes we'll make on an annual basis. So sometimes we'll find that that a certain account that we're charging expenditures to is an account we think are expenses that are better suited in another GL account. So simply what happened here is we shifted some of the budget that was and expenses that are normally coded under council expenses, and we moved them up to that GL now called council initiatives, which used to be called council promo. So all of those items that are included in there are items that we always budget for. They were just shown under a different GL account. So while we saw the budget increase in council initiatives, we saw a decrease under council expenses. Not for the same amount, but you know, for those items that moved up, it changed the budgets in those two areas. But that's an important one to point out, because you'll see that throughout the budget. Sometimes we'll split out budgets within two accounts for the following year, or sometimes we'll move it to another area of the budget. Good question.
And I think that explains a lot of some of the questions that follow through. So I won't bore you with the individual line-by-line items, other than it just brings up for me the conversation when we, you know, once I go back to the things that we can look at. When we look at needing roughly a 10% revenue increase, and where those areas, and I understand inflation and those sorts of pressures, but then when you start going through, and where are there areas where we see increases that in the expense end of the budget that we may be able to take a look at, or at each department or what have you, where we can see areas that possibly savings are made, and you know, to be honest, to go through to find out how much someone's spending on stamps is not where I'm going with this at all, but on some of the larger, do people still use stamps? Where some of the larger areas where you see a variance where we might have those discussions, I made notes on, but just in general, that's the kind of thought process that I was going through when doing these line items, and to start looking at ways that we can look at reducing those expense areas, and if there is, as they say in the parliament, is there any fat there that can be trimmed? I'll stop there and allow maybe other councillors to, if there was any. Okay.
No other line item questions? Do you have some, or do you?
Well, no, I mean, I think it's going to come up later in our closed session, where I think some of the jumps possibly can be accounted for, and then we'll have those discussions then.
All right then.
Okay, concludes the presentation.
Any questions? Mr. Bailey, do you have any questions?
Like 78, 79 questions, maybe 82. No, I think that was a really phenomenal presentation. I think that you guys did really well. Can I ask about 72 questions? So just am I allowed to ask for clarification, or is that something better for me to like bug Nyla about after the meeting?
Probably better to bug Nyla about it, especially if they're kind of small understanding clarification things, but that'd be great to talk to Nyla.
Right, thank you. No questions.
All right. Okay.
82 points of clarity.
Okay, in that case, we'll move into the closed session portion of our meeting.
Move that the meeting be closed to the public pursuant to sections 91AC of the Community Charter to discuss matters relating to personal information about an individual who holds or is being considered for position as an officer, employee, or agent on employee relations.
Thank you. Second. Seconded. All in favor? Just take a 2-minute break. Yeah.
Is there more PowerPoint? Yeah. Oh, of course.
I was gonna ask what that was. Just get it later. That's wheelbarrow. I had my phone, so I was doing.
I had fallen asleep.
Like, yeah, it was presented last time.
And then
You can reveal the block.
and then I couldn't stay last night.
Like it's just
It's good. And then I put on this podcast.
Wheelbarrow, share program. Oh, yeah. Wheelbarrow share.
There's no real
Public
pleasure
Works.
today, so.
I feel like I looked yesterday.
It was a wheelbarrow share, didn't you read it last time? No. It was in there.
It was in there?
The previous one. I didn't see it this time.
Oh, no, I thought this was.
I think I looked
personal
yesterday.
business.
No, actually,
I was looking
I
at
took a picture of it. Budget meeting, the wheelbarrow share. They bought a bunch, they were gonna buy a bunch of wheelbarrows.
What is
paint
the date?
collars and people,
Friday the
tourists
30th.
dress them to get the beach jacket.
Oh, right,
First,
okay.
There is no
But I didn't see it
format.
this time.
I was gonna say,
Are you going out this week?
yeah, I'm leaving
It's
as
hidden
soon
in
as
there.
we're done. I'm
Oh, where are you going?
Hold on. I'll be up Sheila and
I didn't go in.
I was supposed to come up at Marine Park Supply.
What did you do?
You taking the family out?
Sheila and Hanson and Keith's coming tomorrow. From 7 to 3.
I think they'd all get stolen.
So we just want to get there before they.
Rusty.
Huh?
I'm working
Rusty.
closure.
Rusty.
But-
Oh, yeah, very,
Burn. It lasted
Cutting the fat.
That's how long my own wheel
I
was.
use my wheelbarrow because I store all the time. It's been there for, it's actually wearing out.
No,
The beauty of
it's amazing.
the beauty of budget. We
Not
need the human
fancy,
brain.
but
We need to cut the fat. All right.
It's been,
I like
I had
it,
to,
It did disappear.
I had to suss a new wheel.
It's our table that they
I had
use.
to go get it. They could
The lease of the
find a
theater
piece
does not
that
get
fit,
that
put it all
deal.
together. It took me. Well, on
It's not fair.
but like,
What?
actual fact,
Wait.
like.
I'm going in there to take all
No,
the chairs
I was
out.
gonna say something to just
2
sit
hours
there.
of work, you know, and then the first time my kids used it, they ran over all the thorns.
Yeah, we all felt it.
It's just flat.
How did you get the wheel on?
You have to take it off. Take the whole thing